The Thompson Sphere by David E. Farmer. Chapter 1. The Field of the Fallen. July 1948, near Socorro, New Mexico.
Holding the two nails firmly with his front teeth, Alan Larkin glanced behind him towards the south, scowling at the dark gray July sky. He turned around and quickly resumed pounding in the rest of the nails that weren't yet flat enough with the surface of the wooden boards. Behind him, the fading evening sky was a stunning mixture of every color imaginable: bright yellow and orange in the west, dark blue and purple in the east, combined with a swirling mixture of black and gray in between the two. "Looks like it's fixing to storm tonight, JJ," said the young burly red-haired man as he continued nailing down the last of the boards for the north fence. "It's coming up fast from down south around Las Cruces, it looks like. We'd better finish this up soon and put everything away before the storm hits, don't you think?" Alan suggested, glancing over at friend Jim, who was busy firming down the dirt around one of the fence posts for the final section of fencing with his shovel. Jim paused, looked around at the sky and grinned. He dearly loved the monsoon season. "Yeah, I guess you're right, Al. Just about time to call it a day here," said Jim, eyeing critically the clouds building up from the south. "We've got about another half hour, I'd say." Jim Thompson, or JJ to most his friends, was a few inches on the taller side of Alan and somewhat willowy in stature, but obviously the two young men were quite adapted to the sort of work they were doing. Jim, having recently celebrated his 26th birthday, was the older of the two, with 3 years of college under his belt before being drafted after the outbreak of the war in '43. Jim had been selected as part of the electronics team that worked at Los Alamos, chosen from a long list of names for his knowledge and expertise in working with radios and electronic circuits. Jim's best friend Alan Larkin also worked at Los Alamos during the war, selected for his construction skills in building whatever type of buildings or other needs they would have for the gadget, as it was officially referred to. Jim had a pretty good idea it was some kind of atomic bomb. He remembered many of his physics professors discussing the theoretical possibilities of building such a thing in the months before the war started. He understood the basics but had no idea of exactly just how it was all going to work. Jim was familiar with some of the big-name physicists who were running the project up there, and he knew they were some of the best minds in the country. Jim, it seemed, had worked hard to have even earned a B- in physics at the University of New Mexico. Suffice to say, he knew those men were way out of his league. "All I have left to do is finish up these fence posts here, so I don't have to mess with that in the morning. I'm afraid if it does rain tonight, it's going to be awful muggy tomorrow morning when we get back out here," Jim said, as he continued working the wooden fence posts into place. The two young men had become best friends during their work at Los Alamos. Alan was like a brother to Jim. Together, they had decided that as soon as the war was over, they would pool their savings, buy some open land in New Mexico, and follow a dream that they talked about during the war of building a ranch, raising horses and cattle, and living a simpler life. With the barn nearly complete, finishing up this fence would be one more step to bringing them closer to their dream. As the two busied themselves finishing up their work for the day and putting everything back in the barn, the wind had begun to pick up and they could see lightning flashes coming from the south. The storm was getting much closer. Counting the time interval between the flashes and thunder told them they had about 10 or 15 minutes to get finished up, get in the truck and head back to the main road before the storm hit. The old Dodge pickup truck squeaked and squawked as they traversed the primitive dirt road back to the main highway. The flashes and thunder were getting much closer now. Alan was struggling to keep the truck on the roadway as the winds increased and the wheel jumped every time he went over a rock or bump in the road. "We sure got a doozy of a storm, and it's moving in fast." Alan was just about to reach down and turn on his headlights, when out of the corner of his eye he noticed a sudden bright flash of light, but there was no sound. "Strange, where's the thunder?" he thought. He barely had time to slam on the brakes as something flew across the road in front of them. "Damn, did you see that, JJ?" Alan barked. His eyes widened as he continued wrestling with the steering wheel and trying desperately to keep the truck from going off the road and sliding down the hill. Jim was too stunned to answer, trying to keep both eyes on the road, as well as straining to identify what it was he saw through the dirty windshield of the old truck. "Stop right here, Al," Jim cried out, motioning to Alan where to stop the truck. Maybe it's one of those new jets they've been testing out at Alamogordo. Jim added, shooting a concerned glance at his friend as if at any moment he might not be able to stop the truck in time to keep from going over the hill. Whatever it is, I think it just landed at the bottom of the hill over there. Alan pointed to the place where he supposed it landed, but with the fading light, along with the dust and wind blowing things around outside, it was getting difficult to see. Alan stopped the truck, turned off the engine, and the two men stepped out of the truck and looked down the hill. Al, go grab the old med kit from behind the seat. I'm going down to take a look. If it's a plane crash, someone might need our help. I'll grab the flashlights, Jim said as he wrestled two from under the seat, slamming the door hard, and tossing one of them to Alan as he proceeded to trot down the hill. Alan took the flashlight and continued looking around in the truck for the med kit. Hopefully it's in here, Alan mumbled half to himself while digging around behind the front seats. There you are, found you, he said to himself as he finally found his prize. The two men cautiously continued down the hill, peering ahead through the blowing dust, wind and fading light with their flashlights, being careful to avoid the low bushes as well as watching for any snakes that might be around. The hill sloped gently down into a dry riverbed which was about a quarter of a mile from the dirt road behind them where the truck was. Halfway down the hill, in the beam of their flashlights, they noticed 3 deep grooves cut into the soil roughly 7 feet apart and about a foot deep. The two men shared a worried glance as each picked up their pace. Landing wheels, I'll bet, Alan mumbled out loud as they trotted down the hill. I don't think so, Al, too even and too shallow, maybe part of the fuselage did that. I think I see something in the riverbed down there. Jim ran well ahead of his friend, then came to a sudden and abrupt stop at what he found. Holding tighter now to his flashlight, he shined the beam of light around the perimeter of, well, whatever it was, trying to size it up in its entirety. It was a smooth and silvery, metallic-looking object, about 60 or 70 feet long, shiniest metal he'd ever seen and somewhat oval in its shape. It was featureless, except for some raised sections on what he guessed was the tail end of the object. What the hell is it, JJ? Alan asked. No wings, no markings, no wheels, no, nothing. Alan paused to see what his friend's reaction was. It's like no plane I've ever seen, JJ. Alan stopped short of the object, continuing to size it up and mumbling to himself while apparently in no great hurry to check the object out any further. In the meantime, he saw his friend running around to the far side of the object with the flashlight, looking for God knows what, he thought. Hey JJ, you remember those guys over in Roswell last summer who said they found an alien spaceship? Yep, I remember. They changed their story later on too, if I recall. High-altitude weather balloons, they said it was. Jim added, looking the craft up and down for something familiar. Well, this is no weather balloon, I'll tell you that right now, said Alan. As Jim stepped cautiously around to one side, he noticed a small oblong opening on one side of the object. Gently tapping around the opening with the butt of his flashlight, he noticed it had no apparent gaps around it. Shining his light along the hull of the object, he saw no other handles or openings. However, it did seem as if this small opening was conveniently made about the size of a hand to reach into. Carefully placing his hand inside the opening, with his fingers he felt a handle and gently pulled. Almost seamlessly, a larger panel opened on the side of the object and gently rose up into the air. A door, Jim thought, but to where? What's going on over there? Alan cried out. Hey Jim, maybe we should wait and go into town and get the sheriff and bring he and his men out here. Wouldn't that be a good idea, don't you think? Alan suggested anxiously. Alan, knowing his friend too well, wasn't expecting him to wait for help. I think I've found a way to get inside this thing, Jim spoke up with a grin, straining to be heard as the gusts of wind and dirt blowing around now was making normal conversation increasingly difficult. At least, I think it's a door, said Jim, too quietly for Alan to hear. Look around on the other side and see if you can find any openings. He shouted to Alan, using his flashlight to direct his point. Alan moved to the opposite side of the object while continuing to wage a protest, yelling out to him something about curiosity killing the cat, but Jim could barely hear him with the roaring of the wind. Too late, Alan thought, as could see that Jim was already stepping into an opening of some sort and proceeding to climb into the interior. Holding on tightly to his flashlight and keeping it steadily in front of him, Jim used its beam as a guide. Jim carefully entered the interior room. Cautiously examining everything, he paused to examine the features of the room. The walls inside were as smooth as the exterior, and there was room for him to move around inside as well, not too small or uninviting a space as to prevent or deter any farther entry. Stepping carefully inside, the first thing that stood out to him was the silence. Apart from the opening behind him and the sounds of the storm building outside, the aircraft, or whatever it was eerily silent. Shining his methodically all around him, he paused and took a moment to size it all up. "Short guys," he grunted as he bumped his head on the low ceiling. Jim slowly worked his way down the narrow hallway to the apparent midpoint of the ship. Using his flashlight to examine the sides, floor, and ceiling as he went along, he noticed some strange markings and symbols embedded into a strip along the upper edge of each wall just below the ceiling. Jim reached a corridor roughly 10 feet inside the interior of the ship, when he turned slowly and began to make his way in the direction he considered likely to be the front, or bow of the aircraft. As he turned, he heard a smooth whooshing sound from the corridor behind and to his left. Looking back, he was greeted with the bright beam of a flashlight shining in his face from the far end of the corridor on the opposite side of the ship. "Darn it, JJ," I said. "Wait." Alan scolded him, looking around with his flashlight into the interior of the ship. "You find anything yet?" Alan asked. "Nope, just these weird symbols along the tops of the walls." Jim reached up to show Alan and tapped lightly on one of the symbols. Chirp, chirp. The sudden sound startled both as the symbol began to glow, first bright yellow, then changing to a softer greenish color. The chirping sound continued at regular intervals every few seconds. Alan and Jim both stared at each other for a few seconds, startled. "For crying out loud, JJ, be careful what you're poking at," Alan pleaded. I will. Jim nervously answered. "I'm going up front and take a look around." "Well, be careful, I don't think this is one of ours, if you know what I mean," Alan emphasized. They both paused, staring at each other and looking around. "In fact, I'm beginning to think we should stop where we are and get the hell out of here," Alan suggested, looking around uneasily as he spoke. "I have a feeling that this may be one of them UFOs we've been hearing stories about," said Jim, as he continued his examination. "I'm beginning to think you're right," mumbled a worried Alan. "Well, there's only one way to be sure," Jim said. He slowly continued to make his way forward in the ship, as the hallway that he had been walking through began to widen a bit more to reveal a larger room with dozens of slots in the walls, along with more of the strange symbols embedded in the strips along the top. Alan hesitantly followed Jim from behind. "I really wish you would listen to me, JJ," his voice nervously trailed off. "It's too dark and quiet in here, this place is giving me the creeps," Alan whispered nervously from somewhere behind Jim in the corridor. "I'm finding more of those weird symbols," Alan added. "Yeah, so quiet I can hear my heart pounding in my chest," Jim added. Just then, Jim thought he heard some sounds of movement coming from the front of the ship. He hastened his pace. "Occupants, survivors," he wondered. Within a few seconds the corridor finally ended as he entered the forward compartment of the ship. If there were any doubts as to the nature of this ship, they were quickly ended as Jim and Alan both entered the room one after the other, shining their flashlights around. For the first time, they could see out through several windows and panels running from the ceiling to the front area of the room. Through these windows they could see outside, the winds increasingly blowing the trees around interspersed with the occasional flashes of lightning, but still there was absolute silence inside. There were panels all around, some dimly lit, while others were completely dark. Again, there were those strange symbols everywhere. Jim began immediately inspecting the 3 chairs, each held human-like occupants who were as silent as the room. As Jim began to make his way around to the middle chair, he heard a soft moan. He brought his light up to finally get a glimpse of the occupant, holding his breath, not quite ready for what he might see. "Holy cow, it looks like a kid," he softly whispered, with some surprise. Quickly taking his light, he continued to examine the other two occupants in the side chairs. "Sweet Jesus," he whispered again, a little louder this time. Jim's reactions quickly brought Alan up to the front to see for himself. At this, the pilot in middle moved and groaned a bit louder than before. "Al, bring me up that med kit, and hurry," cried Jim. Alan hurried back to grab the first aid kit he had left by the side door as he came in. When he returned, he could see what had startled his friend. "You think they're alive?" Alan asked. Jim grabbed the first aid kit and opened it, grabbing a stethoscope from the top of the kit. The kit was a leftover that they had hung onto from the camp supplies at Los Alamos. They had some pretty complete med kits up there, and some kits were even fitted out with Geiger counters as well. He took the stethoscope and examined each of the pilots. As he looked over each one, he noticed the peculiar differences as well as similarities in their appearance. They looked almost, but not quite human. "I think I've got heartbeats on them, real faint on these two," he motioned to the two on the outside. "But fairly strong on this one here." Jim indicated the middle pilot. "But notice the way they look?" Jim asked. "They look so young," he observed. "Yeah, like short, hairless kids," said Alan. "But yet, not kids." "Do you think?" Alan paused. "You think they're human?" he asked. "I can't really say for sure yet," Jim offered, scratching his head and looking around inside the cockpit for something that might help explain this whole situation. "But I have a feeling, if we don't get these folks some help or do something here really quick, we're going to lose them, especially these two." He motioned to the other two pilots on the side chairs. Suddenly, Jim felt something grab onto his wrist tightly. It was the middle pilot, and his eyes were open and staring straight at him. He had huge, dark brown eyes with no apparent pupils and no distinct iris, which glowed in the light of his flashlight. "Like looking into cat's eyes," thought Jim. "Who are you?" said a voice from out of nowhere. Jim thought he heard a voice, or did he? He wondered. He froze for a second or two, not sure what to say next. "I'm Jim Thompson, and this here," he motioned with his free hand and flashlight to Alan. "This here is my friend Alan Larkin. We saw your plane crash as we were coming over the top of the hill, and we came down here to see if we could help you. Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes, thank you for trying to help us, but you must leave. It is too dangerous for you," said the voice of the pilot. Again Jim wondered where the voice was coming from since the pilot's mouth was not moving. The pilot then glanced over at the other two occupants and Alan, who was examining them. "My name is Revan. We have been studying your planet." He breathed heavily as if in some discomfort. "We were just completing our final mission when we were caught in this electrical storm, most violent," said Revan. "We call them monsoon storms around here. They are typical for this time of year," Jim added, staring at Revan, trying to decide whether he was human or not. "And yes, they can get pretty nasty." "I sense your strong curiosity about our appearance," said Revan. "We are, you might say, distant cousins." Revan reached into a slot next to his seat, tapped a few symbols that were below it, and it opened. A small crystal sphere eased upward, floating out of a brightly lit slot. Revan gently reached out and took hold of the floating sphere and placed it gently into Jim's hands. "Here, you must take this, keep it with you. It contains vital information about your world, the others must have it. You will learn to communicate with it and it with you. Guard it and keep it safe, it could save your world." Revan finally spoke, this time as a man. Jim heard him speak. "You must leave now, they are searching for us," said Revan, who had suddenly reached over and began tapping some of the symbols on the sides of his chair as more flashing symbols appeared on the panels near the front windows. Revan read them quickly, looking quite agitated at their meanings. Jim looked around at all the panels on the chairs, then on the windows in front. Not being able to read the symbols' meaning at all was not necessary, since in any language, their message was clear. It was time to leave. "Alan, let's get these three out of here, quick." He looked at Revan. "Here, let us help you," Jim said, trying to reassure Revan that he was trying to help him. "Who are the others you keep speaking of? Should we wait for them?" No, leave us here, you must go. Take the sphere with you. It will help my people find you when they return. We thank you for your concern." Revan paused, looking over at Alan as if attempting a slight smile. "Go now please, not much time, ship may self-destruct any moment, you two must hurry. The others are looking for us." Revan then turned to the panels and began tapping something more on them, and immediately there was a loud noise as the roaring of a train, along with several chimes and chirping sounds all going off simultaneously. "Let's get out of here, Al," Jim yelled frantically over the sounds. "Now," he yelled. Grabbing his flashlight, he began hastily making his way back down the pathway he had entered, and then jumping outside the ship, Jim turned to wait for his friend Alan to come out. It had turned dark outside now, and the rain had begun to fall in huge drops along with the wind and lightning all around. Jim kept his flashlight trained on the entrance to the ship as he waited. He saw Alan's face for just a moment near the exit, and then Alan anxiously froze. "Sorry JJ, I forgot the med kit," Alan yelled. "Go on up and start the truck, I'll be there in a second." Alan turned and quickly went back inside before Jim could wage a protest and stop his friend. Before Jim could do or say anything more, he noticed a bright shimmering glow building up around the entire spacecraft. The glow of light consumed the entire ship in a matter of seconds, as if the ship were on fire. Then, as suddenly as it started, in an instant it was over. The ship had completely vanished, taking his best friend Alan along with it. Chapter 2, Truth or Consequences. Present day. Little Jimmy Thompson stared silently out the windows of his dad's car, as he sped hurriedly along the interstate. He drearily gazed at the mountains in the distance as they caught the early rays of the Friday morning light. Jimmy turned his head and glanced into the seat next to him at his sister Leanne, who was already awake and was busily digging around in her bag for something to play with. Jimmy yawned and stretched as he was still trying to wake up since leaving Prescott well before sunrise. Their father Alex always liked to get an early start when making a long road trip, and today was no exception. Jimmy and Leanne Thompson were twins, just a few months shy of their 13th birthday. Their light brown hair, distinct freckly faces, hazel eyes, and moderate size were the only things similar between the two of them. Jimmy was the eternal dreamer, the nostalgic one you might say, while Leanne was the adventurer, the impatient risk-taker. Then there was their father Alex Thompson. He was sort of somewhere in between the two. Since turning 40, he had been working at the local community college as a history teacher for the last 7 years since leaving the military and moving his family to Prescott, Arizona for a new beginning, as he called it. The desert sure is pretty in April, Jimmy thought. Jimmy and his family were on their way to a little town called Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, to see their great-grandfather, or Grandpa JJ as he was also known. Jimmy's grandpa JJ had been living up in Socorro, New Mexico with Uncle Rodney and Aunt Marlene ever since their great-grandmother, Grandma Carolyn, passed away a few years ago. However, Grandpa JJ had recently gotten very sick and they had to place him in a temporary care facility. Jimmy fondly recalled the vacation that they had all spent there last summer, and he was looking forward to visiting again soon his cousins Seth and Bobby, who were about the same ages as he and Leanne. Whenever they went to visit Uncle Rodney, their dad would always try to spend a little extra time with Grandpa JJ, or Pop, as Dad always called him. Their father Alex explained to Jimmy and Leanne how his father, Alex Sr., was killed in the last days of the Vietnam War. Their dad then explained how Grandpa JJ and Grandma Carolyn helped to raise him and his little brother Rodney, taking them into their care and letting them live with them after their father died. They felt this was best, since his mother Ruth had a hard time holding down a full-time job and dealing with her chronic drinking problem. Grandma Ruth had died a few years later from liver problems, and Grandpa JJ and Grandma Carolyn became the only parents Alex and Rodney ever really knew. Alex had explained to little Jimmy that he had been named after his Grandpa JJ. Jimmy thought that was cool. He always liked how Great-Grandpa would tell stories about his years during the Big War, as he called it, and the days when he was growing up in New Mexico as a kid. He was over 90 years old now, but still had a very clear mind. He would tell them about how he helped the military work and develop the first atomic bomb. He also told them about how he had helped to design the atmospheric detonators for the gadget, as he called it. Then eventually Grandpa would get around to telling them story about the day that he and his best friend Alan had found a strange airplane that had crashed while they were working one summer evening. They were putting up the fence for their ranch one summer day, when a severe thunderstorm hit. He would just about get to the part where they found the crashed plane when he would suddenly stop the story. His words and thoughts seemed to drift off and his expression changed as if remembering something very sad. Without any further explanations, Great-Grandpa would then change the subject and continue talking as if it never happened. Jimmy would always wonder what really took place that day, but never got the nerve to ask. Jimmy really did enjoy listening to all of Grandpa JJ's stories, but for Jimmy, the thing he always remembered best about his summers in New Mexico were all the trips they took to the mountains, fishing and camping with his cousins at the lakes nearby. He was looking forward to doing that again real soon. It's hard for a 12-year-old to have any fun on a summer vacation, unless other kids are involved. Jimmy's sister Leanne was keeping herself occupied by playing a game of Super Mario she had brought with her on the trip, and the constant music was beginning to distract his daydreams and drive him crazy. "Hey Lee, can you switch games for a while, or at least turn it down please?" Jimmy pleaded. "That music is getting on my nerves," he said sarcastically, mocking the music. "Too bad," teased Leanne, as she grinned and stuck her tongue out at him. Jimmy breathed in, thinking to himself, "I can see this is going to be a long trip." "Hey, you kids want to stop and see the thing?" Father chimed in, pointing to the large sign near the side of the highway, trying to lighten up the conversation and help pass the time. "What's that, Dad?" Leanne asked. "It's at a little gas station about an hour south of Tucson. I guess some man found a weird mummy-like body years ago and decided to sell tickets for folks to go and see it. Some claim it's an alien creature while others say it's just a fake. We'll be going by there in a little while. I've always wondered what it looked like, I just never took time to go see it." Jimmy and Leanne looked at each other with a "boy our dad's crazy" look on their faces. "So, what do you think it really is, Dad? Do you really think it might be alien or something?" Jimmy asked, growing more intrigued with the story as he glanced at Leanne, who was making weird faces at him. "I don't want to go see anything like that, Dad," added Leanne. "Sounds like a huge ripoff to me," she said. "Besides Jimmy, everyone knows there is no such thing as aliens," said Leanne, still making faces at Jimmy. "Sure is, Grandpa JJ told me there are real aliens," said Jimmy. "He told me about a spaceship that crashed a long time ago in Roswell, and how the Air Force tried to cover it up," Jimmy explained. "Isn't that right, Dad?" "Well, that's the story we've heard, but honestly, Jimmy, I never saw one myself," said Alex. "Jimmy, you've been listening to too many of Grandpa JJ's weird stories," said Leanne. Jimmy gave Leanne his mean face. "Maybe we can stop next trip, Dad, if that's okay?" Jimmy suggested. "Besides, we know how worried you are about seeing Great-Grandpa." Jimmy looked out the window again as the sun was now rising up over the mountains in the distance. They shouldn't be surprised. Their dad always had a strange sort of fascination with oddities and the unusual. Perhaps it was due to Mom being away on duty so long this time, or maybe something else, but he did seem a bit preoccupied lately. "Hey Dad, when is Mom going to be able to come home?" "It's been over 4 months now," Leanne asked. "Lee, you know she told us this might happen, getting sent over to Afghanistan again. Remember she told us last year they might need her group again to help out," he trailed off. How badly he missed Rachel, but understood and supported her sense of duty and also felt her sense of responsibility in doing her part to help. He was now busy with his teaching and felt it was his duty now to teach history, rather than make it. After all, he already fulfilled his duty and ended his military obligations long ago. "She'll be home soon, you guys. Last week Mom said they told her, maybe in August or September, and that's just a couple of months from now. We can wait a little longer, right?" He quickly tried to catch their eyes in the rearview mirror to gauge their responses and could see the disappointment in their faces. Inside he too was feeling just the same but smiled anyway. An honest, brave smile to cheer them up. He hoped it worked. "Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson. Good morning, rise and shine. It's time for breakfast and your morning dose." Nurse Chapman strolled busily into his room, carefully setting the medicine down on the stand next to his bed along with his food, and then proceeded with her usual morning routine. "Did you sleep well, Mr. Thompson?" she asked. "Sure did, or was at least, sleeping like a baby until I heard you come whistling down the hall. You interrupted my dream, you know." Jim reached over to the stand grabbing his reading glasses and the little cup with his medicine. "Did you happen to bring me some juice to wash these down with?" he asked. "Yep, it's right here, Mr. Thompson." Nurse Chapman reached around the bed for the juice she had brought in earlier in a small styrofoam cup. "Here you go, grapefruit juice. Thought you would like something different this morning." She smiled, gauging his reaction watching him take his pills and juice. "So, was it a good one?" she asked. "Beg your pardon," said Jim, setting his cup down on the table. "Your dream, was it a good one?" Chapman asked, with a slight, teasing grin. "Nope, because you weren't in it this time." Jim teased right back at her, and this always gave him immense pleasure. Jim figured she was probably one of the more experienced nurses on staff, looking to be in her late 50s or early 60s. Single, he later found out, but a bit too old for him, he often teased. There were other nurses in here from time to time, but Jim liked Chapman the best and she was pleasant company to have around. Good dreams or not, Jim didn't feel he could ever fully explain them to anyone. Besides, they came and went less frequently now than they did years ago. He knew well the source of the dreams and visions but had little control over their frequency or content. That source was now hidden in his desk, next to his bed, inside a box. A small mysterious crystal sphere, once given to him as a gift, now only served as a constant reminder of tragic events long ago. "I hear you have some family coming in from out of town to visit today, right?" Chapman asked as she busied herself with her usual morning routines, interrupting Jim's thoughts. "Your grandson Alex called yesterday evening and said they were coming to see you today. They asked how you were doing." She walked over to the window, opening the mini blinds to let in the morning sun. "So, what did the good doctor tell them?" Jim asked, curious about any developments in his health that perhaps he hadn't been aware of. "We told him that you've been making remarkable progress over the last 2 weeks, and we knew you would enjoy having visitors," Chapman said, with a wink on the end. "You know, you really have been doing much better. We just need to get you back up on your feet and moving around again, and having some visitors might be just what the doctor ordered," she said, pausing to look out the window. "Humph," Jim grunted a bit at the last part of Nurse Chapman's comment. A mild case of pneumonia, the doctors told him, could have been much worse, they said. It often seemed to Jim that his whole life had been a series of narrow escapes, timing, and damn good luck. Since Caroline's death a few years ago and selling off the ranch to come and live with Rodney and his family, Jim felt like his life was beginning to move more assuredly to its conclusion. Most of the dreams and visions of the past had finally began to fade, as well as his gut feeling that somehow, he had finally cheated death for the last time. However, it was these recent visions that had been the most confusing of all to him. Maybe it was time to pass the sphere on to someone else and rid himself of that part of his past altogether, he thought. "Such a lovely day, don't you think?" Nurse Chapman asked as she stared out the window. "A good day to get out and enjoy the beautiful spring weather we're having. I can clearly see the Elephant Buttes from here." She turned her attention back to him. "Well, it seems you're all fixed up for now, Mr. Thompson. I'll be back in an hour or so to help walk you to the exercise room and then lunch at noon. Call me if you need anything." Nurse Chapman smiled, turning she quickly left the room. Waiting until he was sure he was alone, Jim reached into his bedside table for the little box that he had kept the sphere locked inside for so many years, carefully took hold of the sphere and pulled it out. Holding it firmly with both hands, he stared at it for a few moments. Nothing, he thought to himself. Years ago, he would get something from it, visions of the past, alien places, thoughts and travels, as if he were sharing in the personal diary of an alien traveler. Revan, he thought, why did you give this to me? Those visions, however, only lasted for a few years before they started to fade. Now he only gets the occasional dream. Jim placed the sphere back into its box, returning it to the desk once again. There was another question that had been on his mind for all these years which had never been answered by the sphere. What happened to my friend Alan? It was hard trying to explain to the others what happened to them that day. Jim always felt as if some people never did fully accept his explanations for his friend Alan's disappearance. There were some who just accepted it and moved on with their lives, yet others, Jim felt as if they would always blame him for some wrong he had never committed, or did he? Maybe it was his fault, maybe he could have done something different. After all, he didn't have to go inside the ship. That decision would be something he would have to live with for the rest of his life. Jim never told anyone the truth though. That would have been even harder to explain, perhaps even impossible. Dad, are we going to spend the night at Uncle Rodney's? Leanne asked, as she began collecting all her belongings in the back seat, intentionally trying to make some noise after she glanced over at Jimmy, who was still asleep. What's that, sweetheart? A preoccupied Alex glanced up in the rearview mirror. Uncle Rodney's. Tonight? Yes, we are, as a matter of fact, he answered, shaking his head. He was getting tired and was ready to get out of the car and walk around a while. It had been nearly 2 hours since their last stop for lunch and they were almost there. We're only about 15 more minutes from the care center. I figure we'll visit with Grandpa JJ for a little while first. See how he's doing. Then head up the road to Uncle Rodney's, he explained. Do you think Great-Grandpa will be able to come and stay at Uncle Rodney's? Asked Jimmy, who had just opened his eyes. He was yawning and stretching at the same time, which made his voice sound funny. Well, Jimmy, we'll see how Grandpa JJ is doing when we get there. He has been sick, you know, explained Alex. I am sure, if he's up to it, that he would love to visit with everyone this weekend. Well. Look who is awake, Leanne teased. And to think, you missed all the lovely scenery, she said as she motioned with her hands towards the windows. Jimmy just scowled at her as their father Alex pulled the SUV into the parking lot of the center a few minutes later, and the three of them went inside the main entrance of the center. You two wait out here in the lobby, I'll check on Grandpa first, then call you in. Alex motioned to Jimmy and Leanne to have a seat. After checking in with the head nurse, Alex began strolling down the hall looking for Grandpa JJ's room. Hey Pop. It's Alex, how are you doing? Alex patted him on the leg softly. Jim opened his eyes and saw Alex. Well, howdy son, Jim replied, yawning. You caught me cat-napping. Jim looked around. Where are the kids? When did you get in? He asked somewhat expectantly. He was really looking forward to seeing them. We just drove in a few minutes ago. We had get out and stretch our legs a little bit before coming on into town, you know. It's a long ride from Prescott. Alex looked around the room, then continued. The kids are out in the lobby, told them to wait there for a minute. Alex explained. We'll go out and get them, bring them in here, I want to see them. I'll bet they've really grown since I saw them last summer, haven't they? Jim asked and motioned to the door. Alex nodded and left to go get Jimmy and Leanne. When Alex, Jimmy and Leanne returned to the room, Grandpa JJ was sitting up in his bed waiting for them. Hey there, you two, come give your Grandpa JJ a hug, he bellowed. Jimmy and Leanne eagerly responded. Boy, how you two have grown since last summer. What are you now, 11? 12? I'll be 13 in July. Leanne interrupted. Me too, Grandpa JJ, added Jimmy. Wow. Almost teenagers, I see. Looking at Alex, you got your work cut out for you now, said Grandpa JJ. So how are my favorite grandkids doing these days? He asked. We're okay. How are you feeling, Grandpa JJ? We heard you've been sick. Jimmy asked in between checking out the equipment in the room, and especially admiring the new flat-screen TV attached to the wall near Grandpa JJ's bed. Well, Jimmy, I'm doing much better now, thank you. My doctor said I had a mild case of pneumonia, and he's got me on a new medicine now, some new antibiotic they said. Just what I wanted, more pills to take. He complained. So Pop, do you think you are feeling well enough to go home for a while? Alex asked. He could see the older Thompson's eyes light up at the thought of getting out, if even for a little while. You bet I am, he replied excitedly. But you'll probably have to clear it with my warden first, he said mockingly, indicating with his thumb to the nurse's office. No problem, Pop. In fact, we've already arranged for you to be released. Alex beamed. Spoke to your doctors yesterday before I drove out here. Rodney and I already made arrangements with your doctor yesterday and we got it all cleared, that is if you're feeling up to it. Jim looked at Alex, smiled and nodded. Well then, let's go get your stuff packed up and you can ride with us up to Rodney's place for dinner tonight. Alex smiled. Almost immediately he could see Grandpa JJ's mood lighten considerably. Chapter 3, Family Reunion. Well, I must say, Alex, it's good to see you and the kids again. By the way, how's Rachel doing? Have you heard from her? Rodney asked, sipping down the last remnants of his beer before returning the bottle to its usual place by his now empty plate. Rodney and Alex were the last two at the table after dinner. The dinner table was now the quietest place in the house, with Marlene busily cleaning up the kitchen and putting things away and the kids and Grandpa in the living room. Seth and Jimmy were just sitting on the couch listening to Grandpa JJ tell them more of his famous stories. On the floor in front of the TV was Bobby, whose real name was Roberta, but everyone just called her Bobby, and Leanne, who were busy playing a new video game, with little 5-year-old Nicole just watching. These were the sort of moments Alex enjoyed the most. He only wished Rachel could be here too. She's doing well. She told me just last week when we spoke on the phone that they had been told they'd probably be finished up soon, August or September at the latest. Alex paused, looking over into the family room. All I know is that the kids and I will sure be glad to have her home. It's been rough the last few months without Rachel around. Alex stood up from the table gathering the last of the plates and silverware. Here, Rod, let me take these for you. He carefully picked up all the dirty dishes he could find and took them into the kitchen, setting them in the sink. Thanks, Marlene, for the wonderful dinner, as usual, offered a grateful Alex, patting her gently on the shoulder. You're welcome, it's good to have you guys here, it's been too long, and I know the kids really enjoy spending time together. Marlene gently reached over and nudged him back over towards the dining room and continued putting things away. Alex, you go sit down, have a beer and relax, you two have a lot of catching up to do. Actually, I don't mind if I do, said Alex, heading for the fridge. Rodney, can I grab you one? He spoke up from the kitchen. Yes please, Rodney replied. Me too, replied Grandpa JJ from the living room, striking a surprised chuckle from the three in the kitchen. Well, at least we know you're hearing still good, Pops. Rodney laughed. A few moments later found Marlene, Rodney and Alex sitting at the table staring quietly off at the scene in the living room, with Grandpa JJ telling his stories to both the boys on the couch. You know, said Marlene, lowering her voice to a quiet whisper, breaking the silence. At some point you two are going to have to decide what to do with Grandpa when he's well enough to go home. Alex and Rodney simultaneously looked at Marlene, then Grandpa, then at each other. I mean, he's no burden to us and we've enjoyed having him around these last few years, but if his health starts to fade again, her voice trailed off as she was speaking and shaking her head. Then, picking up the conversation, Rodney continued. We look for a place for him to live, like the one down in Truth or Consequences. Marlene went over and quietly shut the double doors into the living room. That's too far away for us, Rodney, but I've checked around here, there are some places, real nice places, which are a lot closer to us, but maybe not as big. Marlene said. He's going to need someone to stay with him during the day, and you and I both work all day. Maybe he could come live with us for a while, suggested Alex. We got a spare room downstairs, and I'm sure Rachel wouldn't mind. Alex paused, rubbing his chin. Besides, there is a VA hospital close to us in Prescott. He should be able to get some nursing care through his VA benefits, I would think, but that really depends on how well he is. What did Dr. Forster say the other day about releasing him early? Marlene asked. He told me Grandpa JJ seemed to be doing much better, and if things continued to improve, there was no reason he couldn't go home. Rodney said. He thought a trip away for a few days should tell us how he's doing, and if we think we can handle him, then he would release him to us. Well, that's it then. If they think he's well enough to leave, then let me talk to Rachel about letting him stay with us for a while at our place this summer. That will give me some time to check with the VA hospital about the possibility of getting a home nurse to come and check on him when I start classes up this next fall. Alex finished his thought and went to the door of the living room to check on Grandpa JJ, who was now sound asleep in his chair. Rodney and Marlene were nodding their heads. Okay then. I will call Dr. Forster on Monday morning and see if we can get him released. Alex continued. Pops can then ride back to Prescott with us. The kids will be surprised. Suddenly he was hoping he hadn't spoken too soon about taking Grandpa home with him. It would be a lot of responsibility, but he remembered a time years ago when Grandpa JJ made a very similar decision to take two young boys into his home and raise them. This, he thought, would be his way of returning the favor. The next morning the Thompson house was the center of activity, with getting breakfast made for 5 hungry kids, and then those same kids running all around the house and busying themselves with fun and games. Marlene decided they all needed to get out of the house for a while. Hey Rodney, Marlene called out, not seeing him but hoping he could hear. Maybe you and Alex could take the kids fishing down at the wildlife reserve or take them for the day to the visitor center at the VLA? Marlene suggested. Alex heard and nodded his approval. Good idea, Marlene, I'll go find Rodney. Alex looked around, noticing both Rodney and Grandpa JJ weren't anywhere inside the house and began searching for them outside. He then found them both out in the workshop on the side of the house. I should have known better, he thought. That was always his favorite place to go and get away from it all. When he stepped through the door of the workshop, he found Grandpa JJ and Rodney huddled intently over an old radio of some sort. Hey Alex, come here, take a look at what I picked up last month at a yard sale up in Albuquerque. Rodney motioned him over to look. Grandpa JJ was busy poking around inside the cabinet of an old radio with some of his tools and a flashlight. What are you doing there, Pop? Well, I'll be. A 1935 General Electric AM radio, model A66, Grandpa JJ said proudly. Had one just like it around the house when I was in high school. I remember when my dad brought it home from the store. I'm going to take a look at it and see if we can get it working. Rodney looked at Alex, grinning from ear to ear. Well, that's great, Pop. Something new to keep you occupied. Alex said, patting Rodney softly on the back. What a genius, he thought. If there was one thing Grandpa JJ loved, it was tinkering around with radios and electronics. You boys know that my dad had that radio on every night listening to his favorite shows. President Roosevelt's Fireside Chats, The Shadow, and my favorite, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater. We didn't have TVs then, you know, we had to use our imaginations. He said, tapping the side of his head. All you kids today with your DVDs, video games, and high definition, have no need for your imaginations anymore. Okay, Pop, okay, Rodney said, lightly chuckling. So, you think you can fix up this old thing? Grandpa JJ nodded his head in affirmation. Give me a couple of hours and I think we'll have this old radio working like new again. He stroked the wooden cabinet. She's been taken pretty good care of, no doubt. I'm going to need a soldering iron and some small tools. He said, looking over toward the cabinets. Should all be right over there where I left them. JJ looked down at the radio again. War of the Worlds, he mumbled. What was that? Asked Alex. He thought for a second. War of the Worlds. Oh, I know, you're talking about that old movie, huh, Pop? No, not the movie, but the radio show. The one they aired in 1938, around Halloween if I remember right. My dad had his radio on that night as usual, and the show came on, but sounded like a real news bulletin. Scared the hell out of some of the folks around here though. They thought it was a real alien invasion. No kidding, said Rodney, looking over at Alex, who just shrugged his shoulders. I only remember the movie Pop. Humph, JJ continued. His thoughts began to distance themselves. Not everyone gets a chance to meet a real alien, he mumbled in a low voice to barely be heard. Did I ever tell you about my friend Alan Larkin? JJ asked, speaking up now. About what happened to him? Grandpa JJ had just begun to tell the story of the crashed airplane when a loud knock was heard on the workshop door. Have you two decided what you're going to do today? Marlene asked with a hint of irritation in her voice. Alex suddenly realized he had forgotten his original mission. Hey Rodney, what do you say we take the kids for a ride out to the VLA and let them take the tour through the visitor center? I know Jimmy and Leanne haven't been out there before, and maybe Pops might be up to coming along. Grandpa JJ and Rodney nodded their heads. Marlene smiled. Great. Somewhere on the road between Socorro, New Mexico, and the visitor center at the VLA, Jimmy had reached into the back of the SUV for his backpack, searching for the magazine he had brought along to show Seth, and had unzipped it, leaving it slightly open when he was done. Open just wide enough to allow the sun to shine in and onto the sphere he had brought along with him. Apparently, it had not been exposed to any direct sunlight for quite some time. Fortunately, it wouldn't need much exposure. Within the sphere, the scant beams of sunlight were now being collected, processed, and stored. Trillions of infinitesimally tiny circuits were starting to come to life again after so many years without the power to sustain them. Even so, it would take some time again before it reached its full power, but it would be enough. The Thompson family's SUV pulled into the visitor center just after noon. It didn't take long after arrival for Seth, or maybe it was Leanne, to instigate a chain reaction of hunger cries amongst the other passengers, and then, before they knew it, everyone was digging into the cooler for the sandwiches and soda that Marlene had earlier prepared for everyone. Grandpa JJ and Alex had found a nearby table to sit at after collecting their meals. How are you doing there, Pop? Good, just enjoying the view. Glad to be out and about again. Yeah, I'll bet. It's a beautiful day. Incredible place. Alex's voice trailed off for a few seconds as he took in the scenery around them. The sky was incredibly clear and blue today, standing in stark contrast to the amazing high desert landscape of northern New Mexico. One could find it easy to believe they were thousands of miles from civilization. Save for the giant antennas spread out in every direction, one might think they were on another planet. I was talking about you. How are you feeling? Alex forced himself back to reality. Oh, I am starting to feel my old self again. I think the fresh air is helping too. That pneumonia really takes everything out of you, said JJ. Good, good. Alex nodded, and then continued. Well, Pop, Rodney and were talking last night. I would like to have you come home and live with us in Prescott for a while. We got room at our new place. I'll fix up the extra room, and we even have a little workshop in the basement you can tinker around in. What do you think of that? Are you sure? Is Rachel okay with this? I don't know, son. I don't want to be a bother to you too, you know. No, it isn't a problem at all, Pop. In fact, I think the kids will enjoy having you around. They love your stories, you know. You could write a book with all your stories. Grandpa JJ laughed. Yep, guess I should have, years ago, getting too old now. He paused and glanced contemplatively between Alex and Rodney, who was headed over to their table where all the kids were eating. You two have done well for yourselves, I must say. I'm really proud of both of you. What's that? Asked Rodney, jumping into the conversation. I said, I'm really proud of you two boys. You got great families and you both came through life with your heads screwed on straight. I'm not sure about that last part, Pops, joked Rodney. Alex laughed. I know, you had a rough time there with us too for a little while. Bet you wanted to throw us out of the house for a few years then, huh, Pops? Asked Alex. You two didn't do anything that my brothers and I didn't do when we were teenagers. My oldest brother Ted just about got himself killed back in '33 running whiskey up and down from Santa Fe. Did you know that? Rodney and Alex shrugged, another one of Pop's stories that they hadn't heard yet it seemed, but listened intently. Ted was running whiskey back and forth up there for some of the big Hollywood movie stars who were making their new westerns. It was for their parties that they were having after filming had been finished for the day. Ted and some of his friends made the best homemade corn whiskey you ever tasted. JJ grinned. Anyway, the Revoirs caught on to their activities and tried to shut them down on a few occasions. One time they were waiting for them on the road up there. Ted had to take a detour, almost lost it in one of the canyons before they finally made it out. Anyway, next year Roosevelt changed the law and things kind of cooled down after that. Grandpa JJ paused, looking at Alex and Rodney. And I bet you didn't know this. If your dad hadn't have gotten drafted when he did, he would have probably wound up in trouble himself. He was a wild kid, the thrill seeker. He loved flying though, and he sure loved those helicopters. I'm afraid my Leanne has some of those qualities as well, Pops. She's our little thrill seeker in the family. Jimmy, why he always seems to overthink things more than his sister, Alex added. Well guys, I think I see them getting finished up now. We better get moving. I'll go sign in and get the tickets, said Alex, getting up and going into the visitor center. The Thompson family finished their lunch and assembled with the others for the first part of their tour. So far, this trip had been uneventful, but things were about to change. Jimmy had reached the last part of the walking tour when he decided he had walked enough for now and it was time to take a break, sit down for a minute to rest and have a drink of water. He was now alone. Seth, Dad and the others had gone ahead and were playing around with one of the whisper antennas located near the outside of the visitor center. Jimmy carefully set his backpack on the bench next to him and reached in and grabbed a water bottle when he noticed the sphere that he had placed in there earlier and took it out to examine it more closely. As he reached in and grabbed the sphere and brought it out into the light once again, a sudden wave of dizziness and nausea came over him. He felt like he was just getting off one of those crazy carnival rides that spin you around in circles. Looking up again after the dizziness subsided, he saw the sphere floating motionless in air in front of him and then someone standing in front of him. It had the appearance of a young hairless boy, but yet was not a boy, and was standing motionless a few feet directly in front of him. He was somewhat shorter than Jimmy in size and had deep brown eyes and was just staring at him, not in a mean way, just in a sort of a pleasantly curious way. Hello Jimmy, the boy said. Hello, who are you? Do I know you? Jimmy hesitantly asked, not sure if he really heard the boy's voice or not since he didn't see his lips move at all. My name is Revan, he said. Your grandfather JJ and I met a long time ago. Where did you come from, Anne? Jimmy stuttered somewhat, looking around for the others, not sure if someone was playing a trick on him. How do you know me and my grandpa JJ? Is this a joke? Did my cousin Seth put you up to this? He looked over at the others who were still busy playing around with the whisper antennae too far away to be aware of the strange visitor that Jimmy was now talking to. This is not a joke, Jimmy, and don't worry, they can't see or hear me. Revan said. Only you can. I am a projection of the image of Revan, stored in the memory. A projection, stored in the memory of what? Jimmy interrupted. Of the sphere, the one that you brought with you. The one you see right before you. Revan's image motioned to the sphere. The image you see is being projected into your mind. Jimmy stood up quickly, tapping on the sphere, which was floating in air, with the finger of one hand, while holding onto his water bottle with the other. He took a swipe across the image of the boy with the water bottle and it passed through him as if it were passing through air. Then he looked at Revan's image again. The image smiled slightly and made a motion of tapping a finger on the side of his head. I'm all up here, Jimmy, I am in your mind. Revan said. Jimmy sat back down on the bench, took another drink of water, then suddenly stopped drinking and examined the contents of his bottle. I must be out of my mind, Jimmy thought. Our thoughts are linked now. Revan explained. What do you want? Asked Jimmy. I am here to give you a message. Years ago, your great-grandfather and a friend of his found our spaceship after it had crashed and offered help to us. My crew and I had been collecting data and information on human activities, and all the data we collected was stored in this sphere immediately following the crash. The image again motioned to the sphere Jimmy was holding. Oh, I see, like a flash drive. Jimmy said. Yes, Jimmy, exactly. Your grandfather had the sphere in his possession for many years, but for some reason, was never able to fully link to it as you are linked now. Unfortunately, he kept the sphere locked away in the box. You helped restore the power cells in the sphere when you inadvertently placed the sphere in the sunlight. Thanks to you, in a few moments I will be able to use this array to upload all the mission data that I have collected. When I do this, however, it may bring unwanted attention to you and your family. My scans indicate that those who oversee this facility have the capability of tracking the source of this transmission. You should leave the area before this happens, insisted Revan. You said you were linked to my thoughts. What does that mean? When you found the sphere and left it in the light, you fully restored its power. A backup program within the sphere was then activated, linking your thought patterns with the sphere. That is all I can tell you for now, Jimmy. I must upload my data soon while the position is good for the alignment of the array. The image of Revan flickered as he continued, I will be in contact with you again soon. Goodbye, Jimmy. As quickly as the image appeared, it vanished again. Jimmy blinked a few times and rubbed his eyes, not entirely sure if he was just imagining all this or not. Jimmy looked around for the others and saw them heading for the SUV. He then quickly replaced the water bottle and sphere back into his backpack, zipped it up and ran to where the others were gathering. Hey, it's about time, dude. We were wondering what happened to you. You missed the last part of the tour. Seth teased. Where you been? I was thirsty, and my legs were tired. I went and sat down on the bench to rest and lost track of time, I guess. Bobby and Leanne were busy taking some last-minute pictures of several jackrabbits that had wandered close to the visitor center, probably looking for handouts of food from the leftover lunches. Dad and Grandpa JJ were standing over by one of the large antennas that was nearest the center taking some pictures and talking. Uncle Rodney was over by the SUV loading up some of the bags and backpacks into the back. Seth, did you notice any strange-looking people on the tour with us? Say, like short kids with dark brown eyes and with no hair? Jimmy asked. What are you talking about? Seth looked at Jimmy then started laughing. Bald-headed kids. No dude, sorry, and kept laughing. This is getting me nowhere, he thought. Jimmy ran over to where his dad and Grandpa JJ were standing, interrupting their conversation. Dad, we need to get going. Jimmy nervously exclaimed. Alex turned around and looked at Jimmy with a confused expression. You okay, Jimmy? Not really, I think I'm feeling a little sick to my stomach all of a sudden. Jimmy made a sickly-looking face, the kind he made when he wanted to stay home from school, and then held on to his stomach with his hands. I think something I ate earlier didn't agree with me, Dad, he suggested, hoping his dad would believe his performance. All right then, well, we'll start getting everybody together, I guess. Excuse me, Pop, and his dad turned and left, walking towards the girls who were still giggling and taking pictures of the jackrabbits. Now it was just him and his Grandpa JJ standing alone together. With the two of them both looking up at the antennae array, Jimmy thought carefully about his next question. Grandpa JJ, do you think we'll ever really find life out there in space? Jimmy asked before he turned and headed back to the SUV. Chapter 4, Time to Upload. This was Jeff Hunter's day to be on duty as the assigned array operator for the very large array center, and so far it had shaped up to be a pretty normal day. The morning had been a little slower than usual with visitor traffic, but the afternoon visitor traffic was beginning to pick up. He usually liked to take time with visitors or the special tour groups as well as field all the questions about the array and what type of scientific work they were all doing at the center. Alice Stevens, Hunter's afternoon assistant, had just come on duty at noon and was busy following her assigned checklist for one of the experiments being conducted in the afternoon on the array. She smiled at Hunter when she saw him walk in. Good afternoon, Mr. Hunter. Good to see you today. Hunter had just returned from the cafeteria after finishing his normal lunch break. He was a little surprised to see Alice Stevens working today. Surprised, but he was genuinely pleased nonetheless. "Well, Miss Stevens, it's good to see you. We're in luck so far, it's shaping up to be a nice quiet weekend." He grinned and gave her a friendly wink. "Alice, I'm sorry you got scheduled at the last minute for this weekend duty. I guess Joyce Dempsey's still not over the flu. I hope you didn't have any pressing social plans?" Hunter asked. Usually, Alice Stevens worked the first part of the week, and Joyce Dempsey would work the weekend shift. "What, me have social plans?" she joked. "Not since Ted and I broke up last month," Stevens added. "I'm sorry to hear that, Alice. I didn't realize," Hunter apologized, although it was more of a half apology, since secretly it was news he was delighted to hear. "That's okay, Mr. Hunter. I think my folks were actually relieved to hear the news. They were afraid that we were getting far too serious in our relationship, at least until I finish school," Stevens said, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Actually, I think it was their way of telling me they really didn't like Ted." Hunter was looking over the afternoon radio feeds for one of the scheduled observations and checking frequency calibrations when he heard an alarm going off on his main computer in the observation center. "That's strange," he thought. He turned around quickly and walked over to the operation center, looking over several of the large computer monitors that might help him pinpoint the source for the alarm. "Hey Alice, do you know if someone's using the antennas for any special observations this afternoon that we didn't know about?" Hunter asked. "None that I'm aware of, Mr. Hunter. Just the observation I was calibrating earlier with Thomas Drake, who is here this week from the U of A." Alice motioned to Drake, who was busy tapping away at one of the other computer workstations. "I was set to start on Drake's calibration routines for his deep space project, and also help set up some afternoon experiments with Dr. Robertson and his team from the University of New Mexico." She paused for a second, when something she saw outside the windows that caught her attention. "What on earth is going on with the antennas?" Alice pointed outside. "Look, Mr. Hunter, they are all repositioning themselves," said a rather excited Stevens. As things grew more unpredictable, several more computer alarms began going off. "Wow, will you get a load of this? The mod comps are lit up like Christmas trees," yelled Drake from his workstation on the other side of the room. "It seems that someone else is accessing them," exclaimed Drake. "And it's not one of us." Drake was one of the young doctoral students visiting from Tucson. He had been working on a special deep space research project at the University of Arizona. Hunter, who was getting more agitated by the minute, began taking a closer look out the windows. Hunter could see that each of the 27 large antennae dishes were now moving together in sequence. What were they being aimed at, and more importantly, who was controlling them? He wondered. As things began to get crazier by the moment, Hunter decided to double-check the radio feeds. Suddenly, several phones within the main control center began ringing. Hunter rolled his eyes. "Oh, that's just swell," he thought. "I got it," said Stevens, picking up the main line. "Drake, can you grab one of those other lines for me, please?" Stevens asked. Hunter returned to his workstation to look over the monitors again and see if he might have missed something as he looked over and saw Stevens, who had just hung up the main phone line from Array Operations Center in Socorro. "Well?" he asked Stevens. "That was Dr. Gianna from the main operations center. It seems that several other Array sites that are on our grid are also experiencing the same problem we are. Their antennas are unexplainably repositioning themselves," exclaimed Stevens. "Miss Stevens. Mr. Drake, as soon as those antennas stop moving, I want you two to find out what exactly they're aiming at, and who might be using them, okay? Monitor all bands and frequencies. I need to know what the hell is going on." Hunter pulled down and opened the emergency manual that was kept on the wall behind his desk. It was placed there years ago for just such an occasion. "Meanwhile, I will make some phone calls and find out protocols for something like this." Hunter sat down at his workstation and began searching for some explanation to what was happening. "Hey everyone, you're not going to believe this. It seems someone is using these antennas to transmit data, and lots of it," hollered Drake from his workstation. "This is unbelievable. I didn't know you could do this." Hunter's facial expression began tying in knots. "You can't. The system wasn't designed for this, only for receiving. A very puzzled Hunter replied, looking around at his computers. Nothing he was seeing was making any sense at all. He paused and took a deep breath. This is weird, he thought. I think we are going to have to shut down the entire center. He glanced down at the emergency manual for a moment, and then continued. At least until we find out what the hell is going on. Anyone know if there's a way that we can re-record this outgoing data transmission? He looked at Stevens, who shrugged. Then he looked at Drake. I think we might be able to do that. I'll give it a try. Drake began frantically typing away on his workstation. Good, start recording everything as soon as you can, Drake. We want to save as much as we can, got it? Hunter asked. Got it, I'm on it, replied Drake. Alice, let's try to find out where this signal is coming from and where these data transmissions are being sent. We need to know what is happening here. I will call the AOC and let them know. We must shut down this center ASAP. Let's go, folks, Hunter barked, and then he breathed a heavy sigh. So much for a normal day, he thought. No sooner had Uncle Rodney finished loading the SUV and closing the rear doors, than several different alarms and noises could be heard sounding from all over the visitor center. Dad, Uncle Rodney, look, the antennas, they are all moving around. Leanne yelled excitedly. Are they supposed to be doing that? She was pointing in the direction of the large dish antennas that were moving and repositioning the direction of their aim towards the sky. Bobby hastily retrieved her camera from its case and began shooting pictures as well as videos of the excitement. Several people who had still been inside the visitor center were also coming outside to watch. No, Lee, they don't normally do that. Something's up, I suppose, that we didn't hear about on the tour, said Alex, mesmerized by the sight. You know, guys, we should probably get moving along, Alex suggested. As they were all climbing hurriedly into the SUV, they heard an announcement coming over the loudspeakers at the visitor center. Ladies and gentlemen, the visitor center in VLA complex will be temporarily closing for the remainder of the day. We thank you for visiting us today and we hope you enjoyed your visit. We apologize for any inconvenience. However, due to current operations and for your safety, we are asking that all visitors and guests please return to your vehicles as soon as possible, as we will be closing the main operation and visitor center in 15 minutes. Thank you again, and have a nice day. The message then began to repeat. Well, that was good timing. Looks like they are closing the place down, said Grandpa JJ. He caught Jimmy's eye in the back seat. He was staring at him peculiarly, then turned away to watch the activity outside. Something strange was going on. Jimmy had been acting unusual all afternoon for some reason. He sensed it but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Moments later, after waiting in line with the rest of the visitors who were leaving for the day, they were back on the highway and heading home to Uncle Rodney's house. Jimmy just stared out the window to the mountains in the distance, and then gazed down worriedly at the backpack that he still held tightly in his lap. I will be in contact with you again, they had said. Jimmy nervously began to wonder what other surprises would be next. The Operation and Visitor Center had now been emptied of all non-essential personnel except for the necessary technicians working on maintaining the equipment and support staff personnel. Hunter, Stevens, and Drake were now joined in their efforts in the control room by Dr. Mark Robertson and two of his grad students from the University of New Mexico, who had been working on a special project that afternoon. Okay, anyone got any ideas what's been going on here? If you have any at all, I would love to hear them. Hunter, who had been pacing back and forth for the last hour, paused for a moment to look over his workstation screens for the 100th time this afternoon, scratching his head. Drake was the first to break the silence. Well, for one thing, there haven't been any more transmissions since the initial transmission nearly an hour ago. Drake tapped on his keyboard again. And we were able to record about 80% of the transmission, or roughly about 3 minutes of it. However, there was a lot of data sent in those 3 minutes, he said, looking up at Hunter, whose expression looked as if he was expecting more than that. We're talking nearly 2 terabits, replied Drake enthusiastically. Stevens took that as an opportunity to jump right in. I was able to isolate the frequency of the transmission, and you're not going to believe this. She paused, looking over at Hunter, who was peering over his workstation to where she was sitting. "Well? You got something or not?" Hunter asked sarcastically. It had been a stressful afternoon, and any humor he had once upon a time had left him, it seemed. He could see a grin forming on Stephen's face. Usually, he was fond of Stevens, but right now he was just about ready to strangle her. 1420.4 megahertz, Stevens replied firmly. That brought a quick silence in the room, followed by several footsteps from all directions. She smiled at Hunter, whose facial expression suddenly changed from anger to complete surprise. "I'll be damned, hydrogen," said Drake, excitedly. It's like we were now broadcasting to the whole universe with a big neon sign saying, "Hello, here we are," he shouted. Drake seemed to be enjoying all this just a bit too much for Hunter, who just added Drake to his list of people to strangle next. "That's it?" asked Hunter. "Are you sure?" Hunter shook his head. "Why would someone go to all this trouble to do that? It doesn't make any sense. Who would want to do that?" There was an awkward pause, quickly broken. "No, Mr. Hunter, the real question right now is, how was someone able to do that, and who was listening?" A strange new voice boomed from the rear of the operations center. When they all turned to see the source of the voice, there were 3 people standing behind them in full Air Force uniform. "Good afternoon. It looks like you folks could use some help," spoke the taller man in the middle with the stripes and medals on his uniform. "Let me introduce myself. I am Major General Bruce Coulter, and these 2 are my assistants, Colonel Eric Tashima and Lieutenant Colonel Karen Schmidt." Coulter motioned to his 2 assistants. "We are part of a special team that was put together several years ago between the Department of Defense Space Division, the NSA, and NASA. We just flew in here a few minutes ago from Holloman Air Force Base. You don't need to worry about the details, folks, just know this, that as of 1230 hours this afternoon, this civilian research facility has been placed under my authority, and is now closed as a matter of national security until further notice." This is just swell, thought Hunter. Just when I thought I was finished with military service, now I feel like I've been suddenly re-enlisted. General Coulter slowly paced the room as he continued, scrutinizing each of the monitors and workstations as he passed. "More equipment and personnel will soon be arriving by helicopter, and that should help us get to the bottom of this." He paused. "Oh, and by the way, everyone here is under quarantine until further notice. Under no circumstance will you be allowed contact with anyone on the outside of this facility. Your families will be notified that you are all safe. They will all be given a similar cover story for your absence. Hopefully, the sooner we all get to the bottom of this, the sooner everyone can go home." No replies came, just stunned silence. General Coulter smiled. "Very well then." Coulter turned quickly and left the room. Hunter breathed out a deep sigh and looked around the room at the others, who sat with dazed expressions on their faces. Hunter just added 3 more names to the top of his list. Chapter 5, Now for the real story. The Thompsons' trip home was uneventful, with most of the kids tired after their trip to the center and then with all the excitement as they left. They napped most of the way back to Uncle Rodney's house, all except for Jimmy. He couldn't sleep. He just kept thinking about the sphere and what Revan had told him, and about the strange things that happened as they were leaving the center. Alex, Rodney, and Grandpa JJ talked most of the way back to Socorro. They talked about their jobs, and about things that were going on around the world. Alex talked about Rachel and what she was doing in Afghanistan. Rodney talked about his job and how it kept him on the road most of the week driving around New Mexico. He had been working the last 5 years for one of those big express delivery companies. Grandpa JJ spent most of the time just listening or sharing an occasional story about the past, or about the care center he was at, or about whatever came to his mind. He just loved to tell stories, Jimmy thought. But the one story he really wanted to hear about, Grandpa JJ hadn't shared for a while. It was the one story Jimmy was really curious about. And now, after all this, with finding the sphere and seeing the image of Revan, it only heightened his curiosity. "Grandpa JJ," said Jimmy, deciding it was time to interrupt the conversation. Can you tell me the story about how you and your friend found that plane crash years ago out at the old ranch? He asked. There was a moment of stunned silence, followed by encouragement from both Dad and Uncle Rodney to continue. Jimmy listened intently as Grandpa JJ gave his retelling of the story. For the first time ever, he became acutely aware of important details that were missing. He had the feeling as he listened, that he was not getting the complete and honest retelling of the story, but only a watered-down version. He was beginning to get the feeling that Grandpa JJ was leaving out some important details that he wished to be kept a secret. Jimmy would have been okay with that, if he felt that was all there was to it. But somehow, he had a feeling there was more to the story, more important details left out on purpose. But why, he wondered. Could it be something that his Grandpa JJ was too embarrassed to share with them, or did something tragic happen that day? Was there even a plane crash as Grandpa JJ had been telling all these years? Was there some terrible accident that killed Grandpa's friend? So many questions. Jimmy continued his patient listening until Grandpa JJ got to that one point where he always stopped before, or was interrupted for some reason. Grandpa. Are you sure it was an airplane that crashed or was it really an alien spaceship? Asked Jimmy. After he said it, he wished he hadn't, but it just came out, and now it was too late to take it back. Grandpa just sat there, stunned it seemed. He sat staring off in the distance at the mountains with a blank expression on his face. Jimmy, don't speak to your Grandpa JJ like that, scolded Alex. No, it's okay, Alex, little Jimmy's right, said Grandpa JJ, glancing over at Jimmy, grinning slightly. He must know, but how? He wondered. Gathering his thoughts, Grandpa JJ continued, speaking softly so as not to wake up the rest of the kids in the back of the car. You're right, Jimmy, it wasn't an airplane that crashed out at the ranch, it was a spaceship, said Grandpa JJ, taking a deep breath and gazing out the window, as he continued. It's been over 60 years now that I've had to live with this. I am getting too old now not to tell someone what really happened. The three of you are probably going to think I'm crazy or that Grandpa's finally lost his mind for sure, but here it goes. The operations center had been turned into a buzz of activity as several large helicopters had landed outside the operations center, unloading crate after crate of electronic equipment and personnel. They were bringing in some equipment that Hunter had never seen before. There were about a dozen men and women in special uniforms carting in and unloading various electronic communications equipment, laptop computers, and what appeared to be satellite receivers as well. By the way they were working, he could tell they were well prepared for something like this, but what this was exactly Hunter wasn't quite sure, since no one had yet shared any specific information with him or any of his team. He had a hunch, but Hunter was not the sort of person who liked to rely on hunches. All his life he had been taught to take things at face value and not try to go thinking outside the box. Hunter and his team went back to work, continuing ere they left off before General Coulter's arrival at the center, as the new arrivals continued bringing in and setting up their equipment. Hunter, growing tired of waiting for any help from General Coulter, decided it was time to get some answers on his own. Hunter stood up nonchalantly from his computer and walked over to Drake's workstation and quietly pulled up a chair next to him. So, Drake, what were you saying earlier about hydrogen? Hunter whispered. Alice told us the transmission was at 1420 megahertz, but I don't understand why that's so important. Hunter asked. Drake explained, keeping his voice low. The transmission was at 1420.4 megahertz to be exact. It's the frequency of neutral hydrogen, which is like 1420.405, or something like that. Anyway, didn't you ever take a basic chemistry class? Drake gave a chastising look towards Hunter, who had a very confused look on his face. You've never heard of SETI before, have you? He asked. Hunter shook his head. SETI stand for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, Drake explained. Hunter nodded slightly. Oh yeah, those UFO nuts. Now I remember, said Hunter. Drake scowled at him. They're not UFO nuts, Hunter. SETI is a coordinated scientific effort to search for other intelligent life in the universe. They thoroughly searched all radio frequencies for an intelligent signal, but many of those who worked with SETI felt that the best chance of ever finding a contact signal sent from an intelligent species out there in the universe would be on the hydrogen frequency. So, you believe someone from within SETI set this all up? Hunter asked. Not a chance. Look over here, Drake pointed to his monitor. I've been looking carefully at the data transmission I saved earlier this afternoon and I found something interesting that I haven't shared yet with anyone. Drake heard a slight sigh from Hunter. I wasn't going to share it until I could be sure about it. Drake continued, lowering his voice, looking around to make sure they were alone. There were 2 signals sent out simultaneously. They were piggybacked on top of each other. One signal was in a strange code that I couldn't make out. The other signal, however, was one I am very familiar with, C language. Same language most of our computers around here use. In fact, I've been looking over some of the data that was sent. It's like a virtual encyclopedia of information on humanity, maps, geopolitical and historical data and so on. Drake paused and licked his lips. Hunter, whoever sent this signal, wanted us to know they sent it. That's my guess. And, he paused again. Get this, I am pretty sure the signal was sent locally. I did a triangulation of the recorded signals that we were processing from the antennas prior to all this happening, and it showed the origin of the signal was somewhere near this facility. He glanced up to see Hunter's expression, but heard a stern, but quiet female voice speaking from behind him. Why thank you, Mr. Drake and Mr. Hunter, that is very interesting to know. Gentlemen, there is one thing we need to make clear right now. We are all working as a team and we will share whatever information we find, got it? It was light. Colonel Schmidt standing behind Hunter and Drake. We got it, Colonel. Hunter and Drake replied in unison, feeling like 2 kids who just got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Light. Colonel Karen Schmidt, but please just call me Karen, she insisted. Look, we're not here to harass or hassle you guys. We're here under orders to find out what happened and that's what we will do. We need your assistance and expertise to help in this. Can we count on your help? Schmidt held out a hand to Hunter and Drake, who looked at each other, and then each of them took her hand and shook it. Great, now, tell me again, what was it you were saying about the signal originating from within this facility? Schmidt asked. Hunter backed away from the workstation, offering Schmidt his seat. At first he wasn't sure, but now he was positive. There was something he liked about her. Maybe he could take her name off the list after all. When Grandpa JJ finished telling Alex and Rodney the story of how he and his friend Alan found the spaceship that had crashed, and how Alan had disappeared with the spaceship, there was a long, bewildered silence. A lot of questions began to flood through their minds. They really didn't know what to say. Luckily, for all of them, they were just about home. Seth, Bobby, and Leanne, who had been sleeping soundly in the back seats as soon as Uncle Rodney turned into the driveway up to the house. Well, Pop, I'm not sure what to say, but thanks for telling us your story. Rodney looked over at Alex, who was looking somewhat frustrated and confused about the whole thing. In fact, Jimmy seemed to be the only one who was okay with the story, which really surprised him. Hey boys, did everyone have a good time today? Marlene asked, strolling out from the front of the house. While they were unloading everything from the SUV, Rodney pulled Alex and aside as everyone else was heading into the house. What do you think of Pop's story? He whispered. I'm not sure yet. Alex looked away, thinking. Either he's suffering from some early form of dementia, or he's delusional, or he paused. What? You really think he might be telling the truth about discovering an alien spaceship? Come on, Alex. Rodney shook his head. I think we better keep an eye on him and talk to Dr. Forster about this, that's what I think. Rodney was obviously growing more frustrated. He didn't even want to think about it anymore and walked into the house, leaving Alex alone with his thoughts. Nothing more was said about the conversation they had on the way home earlier in the afternoon. All were quiet for the remainder of the evening, as Marlene served dinner and then took the kids into the living room to set them all up with a movie for the evening. Grandpa JJ also seemed a lot quieter this evening than the evening before, forgoing the movie time to go to bed early. Alex decided it had, after all, Been a busy day for all of them, and Pops had probably just gotten tired and needed the rest. He would have to sit down with him and have a talk with him in the morning. Alex was finishing putting things away in the kitchen as Marlene stepped in from the living room. "Hey Alex, Rodney and I are going out to the patio for a beer. Want to join us?" "Sure, be right there in a minute," Alex replied. "I'm going to check on Pop first for a second, and then I'll be out there." Alex walked back to the bedroom and cracked the door open an inch or two to see how Grandpa JJ was doing. As he looked in, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was Grandpa JJ crawling around the room on the floor with his head stuck underneath the sheets at the end of the bed. "Pop, are you okay?" Alex worriedly asked. "What?" "Oh, yeah. I'm fine, thanks." Alex obviously had startled him. "Are you looking for something? Maybe I can help?" "Oh no, I am fine. I don't understand though. I know I brought it with me. Tell me I didn't leave it down in Truth or Consequences?" Grandpa JJ mumbled to himself as he continued searching the floor around the bed. "Leave what?" Alex asked again. Now he was beginning to wonder if perhaps Rodney was right after all. Maybe Pop was suffering from some kind of mental illness that recently surfaced that no one noticed before. "Oh, nothing, just something I brought here with me, something I've been hanging on to for many years, a sort of good luck charm." JJ chuckled at that. "Here Pop, let me help you up." Alex reached down and offered a hand to Grandpa JJ to get him up off the floor and onto the bed. "Tell you what, get a good night's sleep and we'll look for it in the morning when the sun comes up, okay?" he offered. "Yep, you're right, I am sure it's here somewhere. It probably just fell off the bed when I was getting dressed earlier today." Grandpa JJ stood up and walked over to the side of the bed, reaching for his glasses and a book he had on the table. "Hey Pop, tell you what, after you get up in the morning let's go down to the workshop and work on that radio set that Rodney found. We'll try to get it working. Sound good to you?" Grandpa JJ nodded his head. "Yep, that sounds good son. I think I am just going to read for a few minutes then go to sleep. By the way Alex, I had a great time today, thanks for taking me along. We should get little Jimmy down there to work on the radio too, he's a real smart kid, reminds me of his father." He glanced up from the book he started. "I know you and Rodney probably think your old grandpa's losing his mind, don't you?" Alex nodded hesitantly. "Well, somehow I will find a way to prove all this crazy stuff is true, somehow. Good night Alex." "Good night Pop." Alex turned and left the room, returning to the kitchen to grab a beer. Drake and Hunter had been working feverishly for the better part of the afternoon looking over the data records of the transmission, huddled over their computers, focusing their efforts at decoding the primary signal. The operations center had quieted down now that it was getting late, but there were also intense efforts going in the other corner of the center by the additional personnel to decode and decipher the signals. General Coulter had just returned to the center from his second helicopter trip this afternoon. "Man, how he gets around," thought Hunter. Hunter noticed Coulter making the rounds, carefully observing all the teams working within the operations center. He seemed to be trying to take in everything he could, like an animal stalking its prey, as if he was sizing up an enemy, whoever that might be. Then Coulter paused and stood still in the center of the room, taking a deep breath. "Good evening," his voice boomed throughout the center. "I want everyone to stop what they are doing and listen up." He bellowed and waited. "In lieu of any formal staff meetings, here is how I've decided we are going to handle this. I've been handed 5 important missions for this team to accomplish in the next 24 hours from the National Security Advisor as well as the President of the United States. They are as follows: First mission, to determine the origin of the transmission. Second, we are to determine the content of the transmission. Third, we are to determine the intent of the transmission. Fourth, we are to determine the destination of the transmission, and finally, we are to find the person or persons responsible for all these transmissions and bring them in for questioning. If you need any equipment, material, or additional expertise, then you just ask me, and it will be brought, flown, or trucked to you. Everyone got it?" he barked. "Now, Drake and Hunter have already taken care of the first goal for us. By triangulating the data signals received earlier, they have determined the signal originated from within this facility. That brings us to the second goal. What is the content of the transmission? The more we can stick to facts the better. However, I am welcoming any ideas you may have. As General Coulter finished, there was a stunned silence. Colonel Schmidt was the first to break the silence. General Sir, Mr. Drake has made an interesting discovery. Mr. Drake, would you share with everyone what you observed earlier this afternoon regarding the transmission signal? Schmidt asked. Drake began hesitantly, clearing his throat first. Well, General Coulter, it would seem that there were two simultaneous signals being sent out. One signal was shorter in length, but it was piggybacked on top of the secondary signal, which was longer. The shorter signal I've been trying to decode, but it is of a type of computer code that I've never seen before. The second signal was a standard C+ computer transmission, but at an extremely high compression, like nothing I've ever heard of before, about 2 terabytes a second. Drake heard a few whistles. Yeah, tell me about it. Even with our current technical ability, the fastest we could probably transmit wirelessly would be about a fraction of that speed. There was a moment of silence, then Drake continued. Also, both the signals were transmitted on a frequency of 1420.4 MHz, which may be significant. Drake added. Thank you, Mr. Drake, that is significant. Now, is there anyone who has any idea of the content of those transmissions? Coulter asked. Dr. Robertson spoke up. Well, General Coulter, we've been looking over the transmission data and it seems that it is an extensive collection of historical, geological, political, and social data on Earth covering a time span of nearly 8,000 years. We're still in the process of looking it over, but there is an enormous amount of data here and it will take a while. Very well, said Coulter. What about the intent of this transmission? Anyone have any ideas? What exactly are you getting at when you say intent, General? Hunter asked. Are you seeing this as being some sort of malicious act, such as a terrorist attack or something like that? We are looking at everything, Mr. Hunter. Coulter emphasized. Nothing's ruled out. Alice Stevens decided to speak up. Well, General Coulter, that doesn't make any sense at all. Why would terrorists want to do something like this? Stevens continued. No one was killed by what happened, nothing was damaged or anything like that anywhere, right? She asked. Mumblings could be heard amongst the staff, mostly the regular staff members of the center. No, Miss Stevens, you are right. No one was killed or injured, but we must look at every possibility. Colonel Schmidt suggested. There is still that first signal that Drake mentioned, the one we can't decode that concerns us. Not to mention that the effects of this signal were not isolated to this facility only, but several other similar facilities in the Northern Hemisphere. Colonel Schmidt added. I think everyone is missing something important and obvious here. If I may interrupt, asked Dr. Robertson. General Coulter gave him a nod to continue. Whoever is responsible for this had to have access to technology beyond anything that we've seen before, anything man-made, that is. Has anyone thought of bringing in someone from SETI to be on this team? Robertson asked. Quiet at his workstation, Drake had been listening to everyone and suddenly had a moment where the proverbial light went on. Well. And this is pure speculation on my part, but maybe the signal was some type of alien communication signal. Drake suggested. Hunter looked at Drake with an expression of disbelief. What? Hunter asked, not hiding his disbelief. You can't be serious. It makes sense, if you think about it. Drake pleaded his case. They were using our own antenna system to send out a communication signal. Coulter and Hunter both had the same expression of disbelief on their faces. Well, Mr. Hunter, it seems today you may have had ET running around as a visitor? Colonel Schmidt added jokingly, holding her hand up to her face, making a hand phone, and mouthing the words, home. Hunter looked at Drake, and then he looked at Schmidt, then back to Drake again. Anger mixed with frustration was now showing on his face. As of this moment, if they weren't still on it, Drake and Schmidt just had their names put back on his list. Chapter 6, Nothing to Sphere, but sphere itself. Jimmy had dreamt all night long, the strangest dreams ever. He dreamed of places he'd never seen before, faces of people he didn't know, and then he saw Revan again. It was as if Revan were showing Jimmy things that had happened in the past, or maybe trying to give Jimmy an explanation for events that happened in the past, but whose past, he wondered. He saw his grandpa JJ in the dreams, at least he thought it was him, but much younger. Then he saw another face he didn't recognize, someone that his grandpa JJ seemed to know very well. He saw a bad storm and lightning and a strange aircraft crash somewhere. Somewhere toward the end of his dream, he saw Revan looking at him and the sphere floating silently in space in front of him. That's about the time he awoke. Jimmy jumped out of bed when he saw the morning light peering through his window. He reached into his backpack and there it was again, the sphere. He stared intently at it for a few moments, wondering where it had come from, how it was able to make him see all these strange things. He closed his eyes tightly again, waiting for more visions, but nothing came. Grandpa JJ must know about this, he has to tell me more, Jimmy thought. He placed the sphere into his front pocket and went off to search for Grandpa JJ. Since waking up in the morning, Alex had been busy looking all around the house for Grandpa JJ and finally found him and Jimmy down in the workshop tinkering with the old radio. "Well, there you are," said Alex. "I've been looking for you. We're going to have some breakfast in a little while, and Marlene's whipping up some pancakes." Alex was waiting for a reaction of some sort from his son Jimmy, but none ever came. Pancakes, you see, were Jimmy's favorite, but apparently, he and Grandpa JJ were too preoccupied at the moment to think of anything else except that old radio. "That's great, Dad," came the rather unusually low-key reply from Jimmy as he handed Grandpa JJ a pair of pliers. "Jimmy and I might get this old radio working yet, huh, Jimmy?" Grandpa JJ said excitedly. "Rodney, this radio of yours isn't in as bad shape as I first thought it was, a little solder here and there, and a little tightening up of some loose wires, and I think we'll be in business." The two of them worked away, as Alex watched quietly from the sidelines. Rodney walked in a few minutes later and Alex caught his attention, giving him the quiet sign, motioning for him to come see for himself what Grandpa JJ and Jimmy were up to. They watched and waited, and then they all heard the sound they were waiting for. From the speakers they could hear a radio coming to life, the beautiful sound of white noise and static. "Hey, good work you guys, you did it," said Alex. "Grandpa JJ, how come we can't hear any music or anything?" Jimmy asked. "Well, I just must finish adjusting the old tuner here first, and then we should be able to tune in some local AM radio stations. That is, if there are any in range. You should be able to get a couple of local stations from around town here and definitely a few from Albuquerque," Rodney answered. "Mostly news and talk radio stations though." As Grandpa JJ twisted and turned and adjusted the tuner, they began to hear something coming through the radio speakers that sounded like news. "Hey, I think you got something," Alex said. "Turn it up." When Grandpa JJ turned the volume up, they began to hear a broadcast coming through the speakers. At first it was very fuzzy, and then grew clearer in its signal as they listened closer. "You hear that?" Grandpa JJ asked. A moment later, they heard what sounded like someone was speaking, then it changed to the sound of a woman singing a song. "What the heck is that?" Rodney asked. "Do you hear that?" "She's singing a Christmas song of all things," he said, laughing slightly. "It's the middle of April, for crying out loud." Grandpa JJ looked at Jimmy, then back to the radio again. Grandpa JJ reached nervously over to the radio to change the station, but no matter which way he turned the dial, the same broadcast could still be clearly heard. It was the sound of a woman singing the Christmas carol "O Holy Night," followed a minute later by someone reading a poem. It sounded strangely familiar. "I know that. It's the night before Christmas," yelled Jimmy excitedly. Rodney shot Alex a very confused look. "Holy cow, that's some radio you guys have fixed up there," Alex joked. As the four of them listened intently to the broadcasts for the next few minutes, they heard it change several times without any effort on their part. They listened as the radio shifted unexpectedly from the one old broadcast to another. 1 minute it was playing the original broadcast of the election of President Hoover, the next it was playing the news broadcast of the 1929 stock market crash. Then it began playing the 1939 news broadcast of the fall of Poland to the forces of Adolf Hitler. Then you could clearly hear the radio broadcast of General Dwight D. Eisenhower speaking to the American people about the landing on the beaches of Normandy. Finally, the radio began to play something that was clearly made on an airplane by the background noises. Even if the voices were not recognizable, the topic of conversation was clear. It was a recording of the voice of a bomber pilot making a bombing run. Suddenly, Grandpa JJ recognized the voice of the pilot. "That's Colonel Tibbet," said Grandpa JJ, looking over at Alex, Jimmy, and Rodney, who all had confused looks on their face. "Colonel Paul Tibbet, he was the pilot who flew the Enola Gay in 1945. It was his crew that dropped the first atomic bomb, remember?" he continued. "I don't remember any recordings of that on the radio," said Grandpa JJ. Rodney decided that he had enough. At first it seemed a little strange, but now he grew concerned. He quickly reached over to the wall and unplugged the radio. As suddenly as it began, it was over. The radio repair work was done for the day as far as he was concerned. "All right, you two, that's funny. What kind of joke are you pulling here?" Alex asked, looking the radio up and down. Grandpa JJ and Jimmy just stood there with the strangest expressions on their faces and didn't say a word. Alex looked over at Rodney and the other two, scratching the top of his head as he stared at the radio again. "Well, you two better get cleaned up. I think Marlene is just about ready with the pancakes up in the kitchen." Alex looked over at Jimmy. "And you, young man, help your Grandpa JJ clean this up, get everything put away." "Got it?" he asked. Jimmy nodded his head. Alex motioned to Rodney to follow him out and they turned and left the workshop, leaving Jimmy and Grandpa JJ gazing at the radio in bewilderment. Waiting for his dad and Uncle Rodney to leave, Jimmy spoke up. "Grandpa JJ, what just happened?" Jimmy asked. "Is this radio supposed to do that?" "No, it isn't, Jimmy. Those were all radio broadcasts made a long, long time ago. Some of those I remember hearing back when I was a boy younger than you," said Grandpa JJ. Grandpa JJ reached down and plugged the radio back into the wall once more and turned it back on. They watched and waited, but only heard static this time. Grandpa JJ reached over and adjusted the tuning knob on the radio and turned it slowly back and forth again. Nothing. Hunter woke up to the smell of fresh coffee brewing from the direction of the staff lounge. Crawling out of his makeshift sleeping cot, he stretched and looked around the room. The morning light was beginning to stream in from one of the windows on the east wall. Throughout the center there were about a half-dozen sleeping bags and cots scattered around in various rooms, along with makeshift curtains and partitions here and there in the other smaller rooms next to the main operations center. Drake and Dr. Robertson were still sleeping soundly as Hunter could clearly make out the sound of Drake softly snoring underneath his covers. "Poor kid, let him sleep a little longer," he thought, nearly pulled an all-nighter until sleep finally gave in. Walking into the lounge he saw Colonel Schmidt and Alice Stevens sitting down together sipping fresh coffee and sharing stories, pausing only when they saw Hunter walk in. "Morning, Mr. Hunter," said Schmidt. "Good morning, Colonel, Miss Stevens." Hunter nodded, yawning and walking over to the coffee pot. "Please, don't let me interrupt anything. Didn't get much sleep last night and I just couldn't resist the smell of fresh coffee. Besides, I couldn't sleep well anyway in those godforsaken cots your guys had flown over from the base. Reminds me of the old days," he thought. He filled his cup and sat down at the table sipping his coffee. Alice Stevens and Colonel Schmidt continued talking as Hunter quietly savored his coffee. "So, Colonel, does your team really think that all this is the work of terrorists?" he asked. Alice Stevens nearly choked on her bite of bagel. Colonel Schmidt swallowed her coffee slowly. "Well, Mr. Hunter, our team has to look at all the possibilities. You know there's a war going on right now, don't you?" She paused for a reaction. "There are things going on right now around the world that you are not even aware of. We have to be vigilant," she said, not wanting to give away too much information. "I understand more about that than you know, Colonel." You see, my father's a retired police detective. He used to tell my brother and me when we were kids and we asked him how he caught the crooks. Just follow the bread trail, he'd say. Hunter continued. Colonel, there's definitely a trail of breadcrumbs here, but it's not leading to us to any terrorists. So, who do you think is behind all this then? Schmidt asked, looking Hunter in the eye. Come on, are you telling me that you and Drake really believe aliens are behind all this? She asked doubtfully. I don't know. Hey, look, I never was one to believe in all the UFO hype. But come on, Colonel, look around. We're in the state of New Mexico, for heaven's sake. It's the UFO nut capital of the world. Hunter laughed, then finished the last of his coffee. All I'm saying is this, Drake's a sharp kid and I think he might be onto something. Hunter added. He got up and walked over to get a second cup of coffee while Schmidt continued. Well, Mr. Hunter, you may be right. It seems General Coulter took Drake and Dr. Robertson's suggestions and ideas to heart last night. He's flying in some experts from Langley this morning, along with a couple of people from SETI. Schmidt continued. Hunter had his coffee and was now digging around through the fridge for something to eat. He was grateful that at least these government guys know how to treat you, even while they basically hold you hostage. Colonel Schmidt, please be sure to tell General Coulter, we sure do appreciate your team stocking up our fridge for us like this. He reached in and grabbed one of the large chocolate muffins he had been eyeing all morning. Schmidt continued as soon as Hunter sat down again. General Coulter is calling for a staff meeting this morning at 0800 hours. He wants everyone there. When you finish eating that muffin of yours, you might want to wake up your friend Drake. Tell him to wake up and get around because we're going to need his help on this ASAP. Schmidt smiled and stood up to leave. Enjoy your breakfast, Hunter, you're going to need it. Jimmy, when are you coming outside? We've been waiting out here forever for you. Leanne asked, running in through the front door. She saw Jimmy just sitting alone in the living room reading a book. She stopped just short of the chair where Jimmy sat, with her hands on her hips, waiting. Seth and Bobby have pulled out all the bikes and we have them ready to go. Now, we are just waiting for you, Leanne repeated, with impatience growing in her voice. Are you just going to sit here all day? Where are you going? Jimmy quietly asked. We're riding down to the river. Seth says we can usually find lots of crawdads this time of year. Leanne paused. Uncle Rodney and Dad said it would be okay, and Aunt Marlene said she would come down and give us a ride back later on, if we get too tired to come back on the bikes. Aren't we all going down to the lake to go fishing? Jimmy asked. Dad said maybe later this afternoon, that is if Grandpa JJ feels up to it. Anyway, we want to get out, go somewhere, now, she pleaded. I'll be right out in a minute, let me go grab my backpack and I'll meet you outside, Jimmy replied. Jimmy had really hoped to spend more time at Uncle Rodney's, but Dad said this was just a short trip to check on Grandpa and visit for a little while, maybe later during their summer break, they could all come back and spend some more time. Leanne turned around and ran into the kitchen, grabbing several water bottles out of the refrigerator and tossing them into her backpack. Aunt Marlene was still in the kitchen finishing up putting things away from breakfast. Leanne, take some of these with you guys, in case you get hungry and need a snack. She handed Leanne a few granola bars and a couple of bags of potato chips. Thanks, Aunt Marlene, that's great, she tossed those into her backpack. I gave Seth all the radios so you could keep in touch with us and each other. Bobby has my other cell phone too. Call me when you're ready and I come down there. I will call you if they change their mind. Okay? Marlene asked. Thanks, Aunt Marlene, we'll see you later. Leanne finished loading up her backpack with snacks and tightly zipped it up. All set, said Leanne, as hurried out the front of the house with the screen door slamming shut behind her. Jimmy ran quickly back into the bedroom, grabbing his backpack, which was still lying on the floor near his sleeping bag in Seth's room. He stopped a moment to look carefully around the room. There you are, he thought as he reached up into the windowsill and gently grabbed the sphere and placed it inside his backpack. Then he zipped it all up securely and ran outside to catch up with the others who were waiting for him. It's about time. We were just about to give up on you, yelled Seth. Seth offered Jimmy one of the bicycles he had been holding onto. "Just check the tires for you too, you're all ready to go." No sooner was Jimmy on his bike than the four of them took off down the hill to the river. It would only take about 20 or 30 minutes to get there since it was mostly downhill all the way. Much of their trip would take them directly through a section of downtown Socorro, near several parks and shopping centers, before ultimately reaching the river area where they always liked to hang out and catch crawdads. One store in the downtown area happened to catch Jimmy's attention as they passed by. He noticed it was a precious gem store. The sign on the front of the store said something about free appraisals on any precious rocks, gems, or minerals. Maybe they might be able to tell me something about this sphere, he thought. He decided that would be a good place to stop and rest for a minute, before going on down to the river. "Hey guys, wait, let's take a break here a minute. Follow me." Jimmy hollered as he pulled his bicycle off the main street and into the parking lot of the store. "What are we stopping here for?" yelled Seth, who had been in the lead just ahead of Jimmy but saw him pull into the parking lot out of the corner of his eye. Bobby and Leanne, who were following close behind, pulled off the road and into the parking lot. Jimmy continued pedaling until he reached the gem store, which was nestled in the middle of a tiny shopping center near the road. He pulled his bicycle into one of the bike racks that had been placed outside the store and jumped off. "I'm going to go inside this store a minute," Jimmy said, pointing to the sign of the front door that read Sam's Rocks and Collectibles. "I'll be right back, you wait right here a minute, I want to go inside and check something, then I'll be right back out," Jimmy insisted. You could hear groans of dissatisfaction from the others. "Are you crazy, Jimmy?" yelled his sister Leanne as she carefully leaned her bike up against one of the posts in front of the store. "We came down here to go to the river, not to shop around at some gem store, come on," Leanne protested. "Gee whiz, Jimmy, what's gotten into you lately? You've been acting like you're in some other world all morning," Bobby added, stepping around Leanne and poking Jimmy's shoulder with her finger. "Yeah, Jimmy, what are you digging around in your backpack for?" Seth grew curious about what Jimmy was looking for. "Have you been holding out on us or what?" Jimmy had set his backpack up on his bike and was reaching in, when suddenly it slipped and fell, opening up and spilling its contents onto the sidewalk. As his backpack landed on the sidewalk, the four of them watched as a water bottle, a radio, and several granola bars all fell out onto the sidewalk. Finally, it was followed by a loud, piercing and distinctive sound which sounded like someone hitting a bell against a glass window. The four kids froze as they watched the crystal sphere bounce several times on the concrete sidewalk, then rolled towards the front door of the gem store, stopping suddenly before it hit the wall. Jimmy immediately ran and grabbed it up with both hands before it went any farther. Seth, Bobby, and Leanne immediately ran over to where Jimmy was, and before Jimmy could move, they all grabbed onto Jimmy's hand, prying it open so they could all see what he was holding onto. "What is that?" Leanne asked. "Wow, where'd you get the cool crystal?" Seth asked. "I found it yesterday morning, it was just lying by Grandpa JJ's stuff," Jimmy explained. "And you just took it, Jimmy, without asking anyone?" "Wait until I tell Dad," Leanne scolded him. Seth and Bobby looked at each other. "It's not ours, Leanne, we've never seen it before," explained Bobby. I think it fell out of Grandpa JJ's suitcase," said Jimmy. The four of them continued to stare at the sphere for a little bit longer. There was something about it that seemed to mesmerize them. "I want to take it in this store here and see if they can tell me what it's made out of. It seems to like the light." Jimmy held it out into the sunlight, where they could see it sparkle magnificently in the sunlight as if thousands of rainbows were hidden inside of it. "That is so cool," exclaimed Seth. "I'll go in with you, Jimmy, if you two can wait here and keep an eye on the bikes for us. This shouldn't take too long." "Well, hurry then, we want to get down to the river." Bobby grabbed her bike and leaned against it. "We haven't got all day." Jimmy and Seth handed the girls their backpacks and walked into the store. As Jimmy and Seth entered the store, they paused to examine the assortments of different colored stones lying inside several large bins in the middle of the store. Apparently all the special, rare stones were kept locked behind the counter under the glass. "We're in the right place," he thought. He wasn't sure exactly what answers he was expecting or even what his questions would be. He just knew there was something unusual about the sphere, and the more time he spent around the sphere, the more curious he became. There were about a dozen people milling around inside the store. Jimmy noticed a couple of older women digging through the smaller gemstone collections, probably looking for some stones to make jewelry with, and several older men about Grandpa JJ's age were all sitting at a table near the window drinking coffee, talking and watching the baseball game on television, along with a few men about Alex and Uncle Rodney's age who were looking at the precious gemstones kept along the far end of the case. An older man who was standing behind the counter took notice of Jimmy and Seth as they came in and finished up with his customer to come over to where they were standing. "Can I help you too?" the man asked. Seth turned around and stepped back suddenly when he saw the clerk. Not sure what he was expecting to see, to him he looked like one of those old miners in the cartoons shows, like Yosemite Sam or someone like that. Thank you sir, but it's my cousin Jimmy here, is the one that needs help," Seth replied, nervously backing away from the man. Jimmy turned around and saw the man. He had a similar reaction. "Yes sir," he answered. "I brought a special crystal sphere with me that I would like someone to look at and tell me what they think it is made of. Could you do that for me?" Jimmy asked. "Sure son, bring it over to my table here and I'll look at it." The man motioned for the two boys to follow him. He walked around several displays of rocks that apparently he had found in the area over the years and led them to a long counter near the back of the store. Attached to the counter were several round lamps with built-in magnifying glasses, along with trays of special tools and equipment on one side and bar stools on the other. As Jimmy and Seth followed the man, Jimmy looked worriedly at the sphere in his hand. "Pull a chair up boys and let's see what you got," the older man bellowed in a gravelly voice. Jimmy sat down on the stool and reached out his hand across the counter and set the sphere in front of the man. Meanwhile, the man pulled out a few of tools he kept behind the counter and turned on the light attached to one of the magnifying rings. "You boys from around here, or are you just visiting?" the man asked as he prepared his equipment, not really noticing the sphere yet. "Just visiting sir, my cousin Seth, he lives here in town. My dad, sister and I came from Prescott, Arizona to visit my uncle and his family." "Well, you don't say. I've been to Prescott a few times, real nice place. Love to go rock hunting out there, over by Granite Mountain. You know where that is, don't you?" he asked. "Why yes sir," Jimmy replied. "My dad takes me hiking up there all the time. We also go fishing at the lake nearby. When it's full, that is. A few years ago, we had a bad drought and it almost dried up, but lately with the rains we've been having, it's filled back up. By the way, you don't have to keep calling me sir, you can call me Sam. I'm Sam Stevenson, I'm the co-owner of this here little gem store. My other partner is over there sitting at the table in the corner, wasting his time socializing and watching the game." Stevenson moved the light over to his side and gently took hold of the sphere, holding it under the light. "Yep, it's been kind of dry around here too, the last year or so," and his voice started trailing off as he began examining the sphere more closely. "You two boys like to play billiards," he continued. "Because this crystal you have here looks like one of those custom cue balls I've seen before, but it's too large to be a cue ball." The old man suddenly stopped talking and then he looked up at Seth from over the top of his reading glasses. "Where did you say you found this?" he asked. Seth pointed his finger at Jimmy. "It's not mine, it belongs to my cousin Jimmy." Jimmy explained, "My grandpa JJ's a rock collector, he's had this crystal for years. He gave it to me. I don't know where he got it, he never told me." "Humph, he's a rock collector too, huh?" Stevenson replied and continued his examination. "Well, I've never seen anything like this before. In fact, if I didn't know better I'd say it was." The man reached over into his tools and shuffled through them nervously. He grabbed a small laser light of some sort and took hold of the magnifying glass. "It almost looks like a diamond. But not like any diamond I've ever seen before." He took hold of the laser to shine it into the crystal. "Let's see what you look like inside," Stevenson mumbled softly to himself. He set the sphere down on the table and began to shine the bright beam of his laser into the sphere. Jimmy and Seth noticed a strange glow coming from within the sphere. As soon as the man began shining the beam into the sphere, there came a high-pitched whistling sound. It was so loud everyone in the store had to hold their hands over their ears. Then all the power went out. The large television that the men had been watching the baseball game was the only thing to come back on. Instead of a baseball game, however, they were all treated to a scene from what looked like something from an old science fiction television show. As everyone in the store turned to watch the TV, they saw what appeared to be two young men driving an old pickup truck down a narrow dirt road as a thunderstorm was blowing up all around them. They watched as the two men climbed out of the old pickup truck and walked off down the side of a hill. Suddenly, they saw the two men looking over a crashed alien spaceship. Jimmy heard the men at the table talking excitedly about what they were seeing on TV. One of the men said that he recognized it as an episode from an old television show. The scene on the television continued for a few moments its eerie presentation, as Jimmy suddenly realized what it was that he was seeing. However, everyone else was oblivious. Just as the now familiar face of Revan appeared on the television, Jimmy reached over the table and grabbed the sphere and placed it quickly back into his pocket. The lights in the store flickered briefly before coming back on and the baseball game resumed just as before. "Why hell, if that isn't the craziest thing I've ever seen. Hey, where'd he go?" said Stevenson, anxiously looking around for the missing boys and their sphere. It seemed his two young customers had suddenly disappeared along with their most intriguing sphere. Chapter 7: The Hunt Begins. Several large helicopters were landing outside the operations center, depositing more equipment and unloading the 4 guests who were expected from SETI and Langley. Colonel Schmidt greeted their guests, quickly escorting them into the main operations center, which had now become a hive of activity. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed the crews who were clambering up and down the antennas with specialized equipment, looking for clues as to how the antennas could have been moved remotely, as well as looking for any other foreign equipment which may have been placed around the center. Hunter and Stevens had spent the last half hour collecting and poring over printouts of guest names from the log sheets, as well as trace sheets of debit and credit purchases made at the center between 9 a.m. and noon yesterday morning. Stevens finished looking over her list and looked up at Hunter, who was still looking over his printouts. "What do you think we should do with these?" she asked. Hunter thought, smiling to himself. He looked up and nodded to Stevens and caught Colonel Tashima out of the corner of his eye walking in their direction. "Mr. Hunter, Miss Stevens, good morning. What have you got for me?" he asked. "Well, Colonel, there were exactly 147 registered guests at the center yesterday. 106 of them used a debit, Visa, or MasterCard while they were here. That means 41 of them used cash. But we did log in most of them, it seems." Stevens continued looking over the printouts. "Where do you suggest we go with these from here, Colonel Tashima?" she asked. "I've had some of my team set up special computers in another room for you that are uplinked to the Oracle. Follow me, I'll show you." Colonel Tashima led Hunter and Miss Stevens to the other side of the operations center, where the additional computers had all been set up. "These 2 workstations here have been set up to help you search for information on each of the visitors. Since there were only what did you say? 47 guests, that shouldn't take." Tashima glanced over, noticing Hunter and Stevens' puzzled looks. "What?" "Sorry, Colonel, you lost us back there. What is the Oracle?" Hunter asked. Oracle SI is the same secure personal information database used by the FBI, NSA, and the CIA. It was developed after 9/11. It will help you collect information on all the visitors who came to visit the center. It also has recently been upgraded with some other real nifty features, Colonel Tashima explained. "I have assigned 2 people from my team to assist you. They are trained in Oracle and know how to use the program and special search features built into the program. If you need more people than that, just let me know," he explained. Hunter and Stevens gave each other the same confused expression, but then nodded. "Very well then, good luck. Let's meet up again in an hour, shall we?" Colonel Tashima turned and left the room. Hunter and Stevens sat down at the workstations and looked them over, then looked at each other. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Hunter asked. I feel like we're prying into people's personal lives if that's what you mean, Stevens said. Yeah, something like that, but I guess there's no other way for us to get to the bottom of all this. Hunter looked over at the two assistants with a weary eye. Okay guys, let's get to work. Jimmy came nervously running out of the store, followed immediately by his cousin Seth. Jimmy quickly unzipped his backpack and carefully returned the sphere to its place inside. Jimmy started to get back on his bike and leave when Seth stopped him. Hey, slow down, Jimmy. Did you hear what that man in the store said about that sphere? Seth asked. What did he say? Leanne and Bobby asked simultaneously. After all, since they had to wait outside alone, they felt that at least they were owed some sort of explanation. So, tell us, what do you have there, Jimmy? Asked Leanne. Jimmy just sat on his bike, shaking his head back and forth slowly, looking off in the distance. The man in the store said it looked to him like it was a diamond. Seth whispered, afraid someone else around them might hear. A diamond, exclaimed Bobby and Leanne loudly. Quiet, not so loud. Yes, a diamond, Seth replied, motioning for the girls to keep their voice down. Well, Jimmy, you better get that back to Grandpa JJ, because he probably doesn't even know it's a diamond, if that's really what it is, wondered Leanne. Wait, that's not all, exclaimed Seth. There's something else that's weird about that sphere, Jimmy. Did you see what happened when the man shined his laser beam into it? He said. All the electricity went out in the store. Seth looked over at the girls. Did you two notice anything strange happen while we were in the store? He asked Bobby. Well, now that you mentioned it, we did notice the store went dark while you two were inside, answered Bobby. And we heard lots of honking from the cars over by the intersection over there, said Leanne, pointing in the direction of the street. Suddenly, they heard the front door open to the gem store and saw a tall man step out looking around. Hey, you kids, come on back inside the store, asked the tall man, who turned his head around and stuck it inside the store. Hey Sam, those kids you were talking about, they're right out here, he shouted, then turned and looked at Jimmy. Son, you want to sell that rock of yours? Bring it on back inside and we'll make you an offer for it. It was one of the men who had been in the store watching the baseball game. Jimmy thought it might be Sam's partner that he talked about. Perhaps he was startled by the man, or maybe it was out of fear, but either way, Jimmy had no desire to go inside or take the man up on his offer. He jumped up on his bike and took off as fast as he could towards the river, leaving Seth, Bobby, and Leanne to deal with the man from the store without him. No thank you, sir, replied Seth hesitantly. We have to get back home and take the rock back to our grandpa, but thanks anyway, we'll let him know about your offer. Seth yelled to the man as they all jumped back onto their bikes and hurriedly pedaled off to catch up with Jimmy. When the three of them finally caught up with Jimmy, he was nearly to the river. Jimmy never realized he could pedal so fast, but the effort was finally catching up with him. It was time to stop and rest. As he approached the end of the road, he saw a good spot to stop his bike near a small shade tree. The others were pedaling close behind him. About time you stopped, we've been yelling at you to stop for the last 10 minutes, protested Leanne, trying to catch her breath. What did you think you were doing? I was afraid that they were going to try and take the sphere away. Jimmy answered, taking off his backpack and reaching in for a bottle of water. Leanne sat up on her bicycle and gave her brother a stern look. As soon as we get back to Uncle Rodney's and Aunt Marlene's house, you've got to tell Grandpa JJ and Dad about that, she pointed to his backpack. That thing. And if you don't, I will, she hollered, turning her bike around to join up with Seth and Bobby, who had already parked in the shade near the side of the river. Hunter and Stevens had spent the last hour going over all the names on their list and entering them into the Oracle database. It seemed that several names were immediately dismissed as low-priority suspects, according to the Oracle database search program. Whatever the results would be, Hunter was both impressed as well as disturbed that his government had such power at its disposal to wield. As he and Stevens finished entering all the visitors' names on the list, and the relative search data necessary, several names came up highlighted on his screen. Wow, this is incredible, Alice, don't you think? I wonder if they'd mind if I looked up some of my old girlfriends on this thing. Hunter added jokingly. I don't think they would like that at all, no, I'm sure of it. Stevens added. Well, let's see what we have here. Hunter looked over the names coming up on his computer screen. It seems Oracle has narrowed our list of over 100 names down to 22 high-priority names. Hunter observed. He silently read through the list of names. Apparently, the names on the high-priority list were chosen for their educational background, previous military experience, citizenship status, criminal records, and so on. One set of names came to the top of Hunter's list immediately. You found anything yet, Hunter? Stevens asked. It would seem so, Hunter mumbled, as he read the first 3 names. 3 names just popped up on my screen, all with the same last names too, must be brothers, cousins, or something. Hunter continued. Let's see, we've got an Alex, Rodney, and Jim Thompson. Apparently one of them, Rodney Thompson, lives close to here. Hunter began printing out the list from Oracle for Colonel Tashima. Now, to find Colonel Tashima, and find out what he wants to do next. Hunter thought. I wonder if the kids are having fun, Marlene asked Rodney, looking over the radio for any explanation to its strange behavior earlier that morning. I'm sure they are just fine, honey, said Rodney. I was thinking about taking them fishing down at the lake later on today, around sunset. Were you planning on heading back in the morning, Alex? Rodney asked. I think so. I need to talk to Dr. Forster first before taking Pop back to Prescott with us. Alex paused. I got to tell you though, I am still a little concerned about his state of mind. Where is he, by the way? Asked Rodney, looking at Marlene. He's upstairs watching the baseball game, said Marlene. I'm going back up there in a minute to check on Nicole, then I'll check on Grandpa JJ while I am up there. Marlene turned and started to leave. I think I'll call the kids and see how they are doing. Oh, and by the way, lunch will be ready in about an hour. Marlene walked out the door to the workshop, leaving Alex and Rodney to continue with their examination of the radio. Tell me, Rod, what do you think caused this radio to act up this morning? I've worked on lots of radios before, but I have never seen anything like that happen, said Alex, scratching his head, as he crouched down to get a closer look at the radio. I don't know, maybe we picked up a signal from one of the stations in Albuquerque doing a nostalgia show or something. That's my guess, suggested Rodney. Well, I don't know about any nostalgia shows or stations, but I do know this, Jimmy and I weren't trying to play a joke on you two, that's for sure, said Grandpa JJ, who had just walked quietly in and was standing behind Rodney and Alex. Hey Pop, didn't hear you come in, said Alex, standing up and looking back at the radio. We've been checking this thing out for the last hour and haven't found anything unusual. In fact, we turned it on again and all we got was static. No stations at all. I think the tuner is bad, offered Grandpa JJ, glancing over at Alex and Rodney, who had stunned looks on their faces. You two seem to have forgotten how many radios I've worked on. Suddenly there was a knock on the door to the workshop and the 3 men ended their conversation and turned to see Marlene standing in the doorway with an anxious look on her face. Alex, there are 2 FBI agents standing at our front door and they are asking to speak with you, said Marlene, giving the 3 men a worried look. Did they say what they wanted? Rodney asked. Marlene shook her head. Rodney shot Alex a puzzled look, shrugging his shoulders. Thanks, Marlene, tell them I'll be right there, Alex said. So, Jimmy, what is it about this sphere that has you afraid of telling anyone about it, and what is it made out of? Bobby asked. The 4 of them had finally reached the side of the river. Seth and Leanne were keeping themselves busy looking for crawdads in the water. Bobby and Jimmy were following close behind. Leanne had taken her shoes and socks off to play around in the cool water. Although it was mid-April and the outside temperature had started to finally warm up, the water of the river was quite chilly. Leanne had stopped suddenly when she saw her first crawdad crawling in the shallows of the riverbank surrounded by various trees and bushes. Jimmy turned to watch Leanne and Seth for a moment, and then looked back at Bobby. It does things, he said softly. Bobby gave him a perplexed look. It does things, she asked cynically. Like what? What do you mean? Bobby gave Jimmy a look of confusion. Jimmy walked over to his bike and reached into his backpack for the sphere. He pulled it out and holding it tightly, he walked back over to where the others were standing. Jimmy turned slowly to face a skeptical Bobby, slowly opening his hands towards the sun to reveal the sphere. That's weird, Jimmy thought. He held his hands up for a few seconds longer, still nothing happened. For a few moments Jimmy stood there, staring blankly at the sphere. What do you think you are doing now? Bobby asked. Jimmy was silent, staring at the sphere in his hands with disbelief. Maybe it is all in my mind, he thought. Damn. He mumbled, and took hold of the sphere, gripping it tightly like a baseball in his hands. Bobby started to giggle. By this time, Leanne and Seth had stopped what they were doing to watch Jimmy. Were you expecting it to do something, Jimmy? She asked, still giggling. Jimmy swung his right hand behind his head and threw the sphere as hard as he could toward the river. On a normal day, Jimmy could throw a baseball quite a distance. In summer league teams, Jimmy usually got picked for the outfield positions due to his strong right hand and ability to throw the ball accurately. Today, however, was quite different. They all watched as the sphere floated effortlessly from the palm of his hand. The sphere floated out over the river and then stopped, hovering motionless in the air. As it hovered, it sparkled magnificently in the sun, catching the rays of light and reflecting them in all directions, creating a rainbow-like effect. For a few seconds, nothing else happened. Leanne had started to yell something to Jimmy when there was a loud explosive sound, like the sound of a diver hitting the pool from the highest dive board. Streams of water shot straight up into the air all around the four of them, drenching the four of them as the streams of water came down from high up above. There was a moment of silence, followed by a roar of laughter from Seth, Leanne, and Bobby. At first, Jimmy just continued staring at the sphere, and then he too joined in, loudly laughing himself. Once the mist from the shower had subsided, the four of them could see the sphere still floating over the water. Wow, Jimmy, that was cool. Can you make it do that again? Seth yelled. Leanne and Seth ran from where they were standing to get a closer look at the sphere. As the four continued to watch, the sphere floated back to where Jimmy was and then positioned itself in the air, above where the four of them now stood. The sky, which had been a perfectly cloudless blue, now grew dark as night, and the view of land surrounding them suddenly disappeared, leaving just the four of them standing alone on sandy ground. No one moved. Jimmy, what is happening? Leanne asked nervously. What did you do? Leanne looked down at her legs and at her arms and hands, which still seemed to be normal, even if everything else around her wasn't. Like I've been telling you, it wasn't me, it's the sphere. Jimmy tried to explain. Though, it's never done anything like that before. Alex opened the front door and saw two men standing on the other side of the screen. One looked to be in his late 20s with a mustache, short brown hair, and muscular build, while the other agent looked somewhat older, Hispanic with salt and pepper hair and medium build. Hello, are you Alex Boyce Thompson, who lives in Prescott, Arizona? Asked the younger agent who's standing closest to the door. Yes, sir, replied a slightly nervous Alex. Is there something I can help you with? Alex looked and could see the two agents holding their FBI badges up towards the door. Oh God, what could be wrong now? Are my kids in trouble? He wondered. Good morning, Mr. Thompson, I'm Agent Bob Owens and this is my partner, Agent Joel Pacheco. We are with the FBI. We're here following up on an incident that occurred yesterday morning at the Very Large Array. Owens paused and looked at a notepad he was holding. You and your family were visiting there yesterday, is that correct? Agent Owens asked. Yes, as a matter of fact we were. I took my two kids, my granddad, my brother and his two kids to visit the array yesterday, Alex replied. Then Rodney decided to add to that. Yeah, in fact we were thinking about visiting the gift shop too. Then we heard all these alarms going off and they told us the center was closing down for the day, and we had to leave, said Rodney. I see. Well sir, We are following up with everyone who visited the center yesterday, to see if anyone might have noticed anything unusual going on while they were there at the center. Unusual, such as, maybe someone using a cell phone, laptop computer, or other such device, anything that might have looked suspicious or out of the ordinary? Agent Pacheco asked. By this time, Grandpa JJ had also stepped up behind Alex and was tuned into the conversation. Alex looked back at the two of them who were both shaking their heads. No sir, I can't say we saw anything like that. We know that cell phone use is discouraged near the center. There were signs all around that warned us about the interference they could cause, so we turned ours off. Alex explained. What happened? Was anyone hurt? Well sir, we aren't really at liberty to disclose the nature of the incident, but we can tell you that nobody was hurt. Pacheco explained, as Owens was busy taking notes on a small notepad. The two agents looked briefly at each other and nodded. Well, Mr. Thompson, we're sorry to have bothered you. Pacheco apologized, and then continued. Please excuse us if we interrupted your morning. If you think of something later that you might have seen, please don't hesitate to give us a call. Here is my card, and that number on the bottom is my extension. If you think of something, anything at all, please call that number. It is very important. Pacheco smiled and handed Alex a card, and the two men turned and left. Alex watched the two as they left, then gently closed the front door. He turned around and saw four very perplexed expressions standing before him. What the hell was that all about? Asked Grandpa JJ, breaking the silence. I don't know, Pop, but I do know one thing, Marlene. Call the kids and tell them we'll be down to pick them up in a few minutes. We're going fishing, said Rodney. Chapter 8, Revelation. Where are we, Jimmy? What's happening to us? Leanne asked, looking wearily around. I really hope you have some explanation for all this, she snapped at Jimmy. I've just about had it with you and this sphere of yours. Suddenly Leanne heard a strange voice from behind her. Please, don't be worried, Leanne. The four of you are experiencing the effects of a cloaking shield. She turned and saw an image of a strange boy. At least he looked like a boy, but also a man. And he had the deepest brown eyes she had ever seen. Excuse me, do I know you? She asked skeptically. And how do you know my name? Jimmy sighed, took a deep breath, and turned to face the others. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Revan, the image of the original owner of the sphere. Jimmy explained, while the others just stared at him with their mouths hanging open. I first saw him yesterday while we were visiting the VLA. Are you real? Seth asked. No, not exactly. I am not a real person in the way that you know. I am a projection of the image of Revan. Projected from where? Bobby asked. From within the sphere, Revan explained. I choose to appear before you in this form in order to make it easier for us to communicate, he said. Where did you come from? Are you from Earth? How did you get here? Leanne asked. I was created on a planet several light years from here, therefore, no, I am not from Earth. Revan, the image of the one I resemble, was a scientist from that planet who was studying Earth many years ago when his ship was struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. It was damaged and crashed. He gave this sphere to your great-grandfather. The sphere contains important information about Earth, which was vital to the completion of our mission. Where are we? Jimmy asked. You are, in the same place you were before. Then, why can't we see the river or the sky anymore? Seth asked. I am projecting a cloaking shield around you, in order that you may hear and see me more clearly. This shield blocks light and sound from entering as well as leaving. You are in no danger. This, he motioned to the shield around them, is just one of the many things I am capable of doing. He emphasized. Jimmy was intrigued. What else can you do? He asked enthusiastically. Many things. I can collect and store information from a variety of sources, electronic as well as thoughts and memories. I am constantly monitoring many forms of communication, such as your radio and television broadcast, even the cell phone you have in your pocket. Was that you that caused my grandpa JJ's radio to act strange this morning? Jimmy asked. Yes, Jimmy, it was me. I sensed the thoughts and memories of those events of so many years ago from your great-grandfather, and then combined them with information from radio and television broadcasts stored in my memory. Revan explained. Like this, suddenly the darkness that had surrounded them earlier had vanished to be replaced with scenes from various historical events of the last decade. The four of them watched in awe. What you are seeing are projected images of events that I have recorded from Earth's past history. As the four of them looked around, they could see and hear televised events from the past, projected as if they were sitting in one of those huge theaters where you're completely surrounded by the images. I have many more such scenes recorded in my memory. Revan added as the images suddenly ceased and were replaced with darkness once again. So, you are like a personal computer? Seth asked. Yes, I suppose that would be a good analogy. You said you can monitor television and radio broadcasts? Jimmy asked. Yes, as well as many other forms of communication. Revan explained. Can you send transmissions as well? Jimmy asked. Yes, I can. I can send as well receive transmissions in a wide variety of frequencies. In fact, I am currently monitoring an incoming transmission to your cell phone, Bobby. Revan motioned towards Bobby's backpack. Just then they heard the cell phone ringing in Bobby's backpack. As quickly as the image of Revan had appeared, the image suddenly disappeared once more. They blinked their eyes as once again they saw the river, brightness of the day, the blue sky above and the city of Socorro to the west. Bobby reached nervously into the side pocket of her backpack and pulled out her mom's cell phone. She flipped it open and answered it. Hello, said Bobby. Bobby, it's Mom, are you kids okay? Is everybody having fun? Marlene asked. Bobby hesitated a second. Yeah, sure Mom, we're having a great time, she replied apprehensively. After all, how would she ever begin to explain all that had just happened? She thought. Good, well, Dad and I have decided to have lunch a little earlier than we had talked about with you this morning. He wants to take you kids and Grandpa JJ all fishing later down at the lake this afternoon. You kids finish up whatever you're doing. Dad is coming down there with the truck to pick you up and bring you back to the house. Okay? Marlene asked. Okay. Bobby said. Good, he should be there in a few minutes. Love you, sweetheart, bye. Bye, Mom, Bobby said as she heard her mom hang up the line. Then she closed up her phone and stared at the others. Bobby breathed in a deep sigh and rolled her eyes. My dad's on his way to pick us up, she said. Agents Owens and Pacheco sat in their car keeping an eye on the Thompson house from down the street. Their orders, along with dozens of other agents who had been assigned to this investigation, were to contact all the people on the priority list who visited the array the day before, and then observe and report any suspicious activity. As far as they were concerned, this was going to be just another dead end. How long are we supposed to sit here and watch these guys? Owens asked. They sure don't look like any terrorist group that I've ever seen. I wish I knew why we're out here. Have you heard any news about what's going on? Not a word. I heard some rumors, but that's about all. What rumors? Asked Owens. Well, I heard from a friend of mine that there was some sort of disturbance yesterday up at the VLA site that really shook up the folks over at the NSA, NASA, and Department of Homeland Security. No kidding, that place is just up the road from here, isn't it? Yep, it's about 50 miles west of here. It's one of those large radio telescopes they use to study deep space, Pacheco explained. Can't see how that would be much of a terrorist target, said Owens. Me neither. Pacheco agreed. The two men watched the house in silence for several minutes. I say we give it an hour, if nothing turns up here we move on, Pacheco continued. Besides, I'm starting to get hungry and could use another cup of coffee. Pacheco finished the last sip of coffee he had bought earlier. When he looked up again, he saw two men hurriedly leaving the Thompson house in a large pickup truck. Hey Pacheco, look. Yeah, I see, said Pacheco. He started up the engine. Let's tail them and see what's going on. Will someone please tell me what just happened? Am I the only one freaking out about this sphere? Asked Leanne, pointing up at the sphere. She looked at her brother Jimmy, who was still staring at the sphere, which was still silently floating up in the air between them. Jimmy? Hello, can you hear me? Asked Leanne, as she waved her hands in front of Jimmy's face. Shouldn't we tell our folks about this? Bobby asked. I don't know, Bobby. Do you think anyone going to believe us if we did? Said Seth. Seth turned and looked at the sphere, scrutinizing its appearance carefully. Hello. Mr. Revan, are you in there? He shouted. No answer came. Jimmy reached up on his toes and carefully grabbed onto the sphere and placed it back into his backpack. Coughing slightly, he continued. We have to keep this to ourselves for a while, you guys. Can the rest of you keep this a secret, at least for a little while? Jimmy asked, looking at each of the others. What for Jimmy? This is just too incredible, exclaimed Seth excitedly. Because people will think we're crazy, Jimmy pleaded. And because, he paused and looked at the others. I just don't think we just can trust others with this kind of power, he continued. You guys have to promise me, he pleaded, waiting for a response. Finally, after looking at each other for a few moments, Seth, Bobby, and Leanne all nodded their heads in agreement. The four of them collected their backpacks, returned to their bikes and rode back to the main road away from the river. Seth was the first to see his dad's pickup coming in the distance. Hey you guys, I see them, he hollered. They all pedaled faster to catch up. As the pickup approached, they could see Alex and Uncle Rodney waving to them from inside the truck. Hey kids, everything okay? Asked Uncle Rodney, stopping the truck and getting out of the cab. Let's get those bikes in the back. Marlene's got lunch ready for you kids back at the house. After we eat, we're all going out to lake this afternoon to go fishing, Rodney added. He was expecting some excitement from the kids, but only got a subdued reaction from the four of them. That's real strange, he thought. After they finished putting all the bikes in the back of the pickup, Rodney closed the tailgate and climbed back into the cab of the truck. So, how many crawdads did you kids catch? Rodney asked as he turned the truck around to go back to the house. The kids all looked at each other apprehensively. Seth spoke first. We only saw a few crawdads today, Dad. I think the rest were all hiding from us, Seth suggested, laughing slightly to lighten the mood. The conversation continued for a few minutes as Rodney shared with the kids his experience in the finer points of crawdad fishing. Alex had been trying to listen to the conversation as Rodney and the kids were talking, but as they continued up the road back to town, they passed a car which was parked on the side of the road with two men sitting inside. Alex turned his head as they passed to get a better look at the two men. Did you see that, Rod? What, Alex? That car we just passed, Alex explained. There were two guys sitting in the car that looked just like those two FBI agents that came to the door of the house earlier. He said. No kidding. Rodney tried to catch a glimpse from his side mirror, but it was too late. Should I stop and go back? He asked. No, just keep driving. I'll keep an eye on them and see what happens. The four kids immediately stopped talking and looked at each other with baffled expressions. Did you say FBI, Dad? Asked Bobby inquisitively. Just what happened while we were at the river? She asked. Well, sweetheart, two FBI agents came by the house a few hours ago and were asking questions about our trip to the VLA yesterday. They wanted to know if we saw anything that looked unusual or noticed anyone acting, well, suspiciously. Stuff like that. Rodney continued. You kids didn't see anything unusual yesterday, did you? He asked. Seth, Bobby, and Leanne all turned and stared at Jimmy. Jimmy was beginning to feel very uncomfortable about right now. What? Asked Jimmy, in a hushed voice. If you don't tell them sooner or later, we will, Jimmy, Leanne whispered. Chapter 9, Cat and Mouse. It looked as if things were finally beginning to wind down for Hunter and the rest of the team at the center. They had all been working steadily for nearly 24 hours, and were in need of a break. The remaining work to be done was now placed into other, perhaps more capable hands, as more experts had been brought in to work at the center from all over the country. Hunter, Stevens, and Drake were in the cafeteria finishing their brunch, when they saw Colonel Schmidt walk in. Well, look who's here. Haven't seen you all morning. Where have you been?" Hunter asked Schmidt as she grabbed a soda from the refrigerator. "Please, pull up a chair and join us, we were just talking about you," Hunter added. Schmidt pulled up a chair and sat down across from Hunter. "Good things, I hope?" she asked, taking a long sip of her soda. Of course. How could we ever say anything bad about our taskmasters?" Hunter grinned. Schmidt looked over at Drake, who busy typing something on his laptop. "Hey Drake, have you told these two that we discovered where the signal was sent?" Schmidt asked. Hunter and Stevens gave Drake a surprised look. "Hey Drake, you've been holding out on us," said Hunter sarcastically. Drake stopped his typing and gave them a look of apology. "Sorry guys, with all the other stuff going on around here this morning, I forgot to mention it." Drake continued. "Well, the best that we could determine was that the signal was being aimed at the constellation of Eridanus, specifically, Epsilon Eridani," Drake explained. Hunter and Stevens gave him a blank stare. "Okay, and what does that mean?" Hunter asked. "Is that supposed to be significant?" "Well, yes, it's significant because it's so close, only 10.5 light-years, and it also happens to have a known planet orbiting it. Apparently, it is on SETI's top 10 list of prospective planets to search for intelligent life," Drake explained. Hunter and Stevens looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, I would say that's significant," said Hunter. "But why would anyone want to do that? I mean, if they are terrorists, that is?" Hunter looked critically over at Schmidt. "If someone were to send a communication to Epsilon Eridani, well, I would be," Hunter paused, doing the calculations in his head. "Hell, I would be retired before there was ever a reply." "But wait a minute," Drake added, looking over at Schmidt. "Here is something I haven't told anyone yet," added Drake, looking at his computer. "It's about the second signal." "Hey, you're holding out on us," said Schmidt, looking scornfully at Drake. "Well Drake, tell us, what was it that you found out about it?" she asked. Drake leaned in closer to the table. "Well, General Coulter was kind enough to grant me clearance to access the military communications satellites earlier this morning," he explained. "These are the very same satellites used by the CIA to monitor radio communications from anywhere around the globe. Just say it, Drake, they're spy satellites." Hunter added, looking for a reaction from Schmidt. "Oh, sorry, go on." "The satellites recorded both signals that were sent out from the array yesterday." "Were you able to decipher the second signal?" interrupted Hunter, who was growing impatient. "No. We still can't read the second signal that was sent. But I did find something interesting." Drake paused before deciding to continue. "The signal accelerated exponentially after transmission." There was silence for a moment as everyone digested Drake's discovery. Stevens was the first to speak up. "Wait a minute Drake, how can a radio signal accelerate?" "I may not be a physicist, but I do know that radio signals travel at the speed of light." Drake lifted his eyebrows and grinned. "Not this one," he said. Watching the reaction from Hunter, Stevens, and Schmidt was worth waiting a moment to continue. "I had some of the NASA guys in the operations center help me with the calculations, and we calculated that the signal that was sent out yesterday from here would have reached Epsilon Eridani in approximately 14 hours, 19 minutes, and 32 seconds, roughly," he smiled. Schmidt was the first to break the silence. "So, whoever sent that signal must fully expect someone to be able to receive it," Schmidt mumbled. Hunter looked quizzically at Drake, then Schmidt and Stevens, then back to Drake again. "Drake, what are you getting at?" Hunter suddenly had an expression of revelation on his face. "Oh, my. You got it. And there is one other thing we need to think about," Drake added. "What's that?" everyone asked in unison. "What are we going to do if, or when, they answer back. Rodney, Grandpa JJ, and Alex had finally finished loading up the pickup truck with tackle boxes, chairs, and fishing poles and were ready to go. Alex cautiously watched the two men in the sedan as they followed them home from the river, parking a discreet distance from the house. For a while there, it seemed they had given up and left, only to return again an hour or two later. Trying to be nonchalant about it, he and Rodney continued to keep an eye on the two while they continued loading the pickup. Alex helped Rodney load the last of the chairs and the ice chest into the truck. "Well, I think that about does it," said Alex. "You want me to round up the kids?" "Nah, I got it. I'll go in and let them all know we are ready to go," Rodney offered, looking down at his watch. "We better get moving too, I guess. It's getting late and the fish bite best just around sunset." Rodney walked back up to the house and went inside. "Hey Pop, how are you doing? Ready to go catch some fish?" Alex asked. "Sure am. I got to show you boys that the old man hasn't lost his touch," Grandpa JJ teased. "You remember when I used to take you and Rodney down to Elephant Butte to go fishing for stripers?" Grandpa JJ looked over at Alex as he inspected one of the tackle boxes. "Sure do, Pop. How could I forget? Remember when I landed that 21-pounder when Jake Glitch took us out trolling in his boat?" "How old was I?" Alex thought. "Must have been about little Jimmy's age, huh?" Alex chuckled at the thought. Suddenly he and JJ laughed at the same time, and then turned looking at each other. "Hey Pop, you remember when?" Alex started laughing. Grandpa JJ finished his thought. "Oh yeah, when Rodney landed that huge fish that pulled him into the water." Grandpa JJ began laughing himself as well. "How could I ever forget that? He was about, 9 or 10 years old at the time. It scared him half to death. His eyes were as huge as saucers when we pulled him out of the water. I was real surprised he ever wanted to go back again, but he did." Grandpa JJ added. "Yeah, I think we all decided that Rodney must have had a huge catfish on the other end of his line if I remember right." He looked at Grandpa JJ. "It's a good thing Grandma wasn't with us, huh Pop?" Grandpa JJ agreed. "Oh yeah, Carolyn would have had a fit. I didn't make you kids wear your life vests in those days. Your grandma didn't like boats at all, you knew that, didn't you?" Grandpa JJ explained. "She never did. She couldn't swim, she didn't know how, and never wanted to learn either, bless her heart," Grandpa JJ recalled. They heard the screen door open and saw Rodney and the boys coming out. "Hey Rod, aren't the girls coming too?" Alex asked. "They are. Marlene's getting some stuff ready and will be out in a minute. She's following us in the other car and bringing little Nicole with her too. That way, if any of the kids gets too tired, she can bring them back home early and we can stay out longer," Rodney explained as he followed the boys out to the truck. "Hop in boys, let's get going," insisted Rodney. "Would you look at these guys? It looks like they're packing for a week-long expedition or something. I can't make out what they're loading up from this distance, but I don't want to get any closer. I think that Alex Thompson recognized us when we followed them earlier into town." Owen strained to see what the two men were loading into the pickup. "Here's your sandwich and coffee, Pacheco," said Owens, handed him a large bag, removing his own items first, before passing it on. "Thanks," said Pacheco, carefully removing his food and coffee. He took a sip from it first and then placed it into one of the cup holders. "Hey Owens, I've been looking over the info sheet they gave us on these guys. Get this, it looks like Alex Thompson served 7 years in the Army from 1989 through 1996. He was a radio man. Served in Operation Desert Storm, married, 2 kids, and his wife is in the Army Reserves. She's currently on reserve duty in Afghanistan. Alex Thompson is now a history teacher at a community college in Arizona," Pacheco continued. "And then there's Jim Thompson, his grandfather, who also served in the Army during World War II. He even worked at Los Alamos. It says here that he was part of the Manhattan Project team, and although he's retired, he still holds a high government security clearance listing," said Pacheco, raising his eye. "Hey Pacheco, look, they're pulling out again," Owens observed, starting the engine. "Let's follow them," but this time, keep a good distance. We don't want to spook them. Right, added Owens. Hey Dad, what lake are we going to? Seth asked soon after they pulled out of the driveway. We decided to try Lake Escondida, said Rodney. But I thought you said we were going to go down to the wildlife refuge? Seth asked. Uncle Alex and I changed our minds. Escondida is closer and has more picnic tables, which Mom likes, Rodney explained. We're hoping to get there a little early and get a good table, have a little barbecue, then drop our poles in the water around sunset. Seth looked anxiously over at Jimmy. Did you bring it with you? Seth whispered to Jimmy. Jimmy nodded. When are you going to tell them about it? Seth asked. Jimmy shrugged. Rodney noticed Alex still scanning for the sedan in the side mirrors. See anything, Alex? Rodney asked. Not a thing, but I have this funny feeling they're still watching us, said Alex. Moments later, as they were pulling off the interstate, Alex thought he could see the sedan in the mirror. I wish I knew why they picked us of all people to follow, Alex mumbled. What's that, Alex? Rodney asked. I said I wish I knew why they were following us. What do they think it is that we're not telling them? He asked. Well, Alex, sometimes these government guys don't take no for an answer, insisted Grandpa JJ. They must think we were somehow involved with what happened up there yesterday. Dad? A quiet, questioning voice was heard from the back seat. Yeah, Jimmy, what's up? Alex asked. I think I know why they're following us, Jimmy said. Oh, and why is that? Well, I think it has something to do with what I found yesterday at Uncle Rodney's house. Jimmy hesitated before continuing. It was lying on the floor in the room where Grandpa JJ has been sleeping, Jimmy explained, looking over at Grandpa JJ. JJ's eyebrows went up. Go on, Jimmy, Grandpa JJ added. Tell your dad what you found. You knew I had it? Jimmy asked. I had a feeling you might, Grandpa JJ said. I knew I brought it with me when we came up on Friday afternoon. Would someone please explain to the rest of us what on earth you two are talking about, begged Alex. He's talking about the sphere I've kept with me, Alex, a small crystal sphere that I've had with me for many years. It was given to me many years ago, as a Grandpa JJ stopped briefly at a loss for words. Jimmy finished for him. It was a gift from an alien named Revan, Dad. Jimmy blurted out. Revan was visiting Earth from another planet and was hurt when his ship crashed. Remember the story Grandpa JJ told yesterday on the way back from the array? Jimmy continued. Revan was the one who gave Grandpa JJ the sphere, Jimmy explained. There, that was it. It was out, finally. For better or worse, it was now out in the open, he thought. Alex and Rodney gave each other a nervous look. Pull over to the side of the road a minute, Rodney. Alex suggested. Rodney found a spot near the road to pull over. How's this? He asked. Right here will be fine, said Alex. Looking in the side mirror, he saw Marlene's car pulling over behind them, no doubt curious as to why they were suddenly pulling over. He turned around in his seat to get a better look for the FBI sedan but could not see them anywhere. Just as well, he thought. Hey Alex, I'll call Marlene and the girls to let them know we're okay. Rodney said, pulling out his cell phone. As soon as Rodney's pickup came to a stop, Alex turned around again and gave Jimmy and Grandpa JJ a look of utter disbelief. Okay, you two, start talking. I want to know what is going on. Show your dad the sphere, Jimmy, Seth suggested. Jimmy reached into his backpack to take out the sphere, but paused before he took it out, looking at Seth and then Grandpa JJ. Dad, I'm not sure about this, he said, looking again at Grandpa JJ. Alex, the sphere has certain capabilities that are quite extraordinary. Grandpa JJ noticed Alex's growing impatience. Go on, Jimmy, show your dad the sphere, he insisted. Rodney finished his phone call to Marlene and the girls, then turned around to watch as Jimmy slowly pulled it out of his backpack and held it up so everyone could see it. Here it is. Jimmy exclaimed, holding it up proudly. I wonder where they are going, asked Owens. They don't seem to be in any hurry, that's for sure, and the wife is following them in the second car too. You got any ideas, Pacheco? Owens asked. You're the one who knows this area better than I do. Not much around here for them to do. Maybe they're heading up to the lake just north of town, Pacheco guessed. Well, they've got the kids with them, makes sense. It's going to be getting dark in a little bit. We are going to have to call in and make a report soon. What do you suggest we do now? Owens asked. I'll call again in a minute and let them know what's going on. Pacheco quickly checked his phone looking for any missed text messages and then checked his voicemail. Just don't follow too close, okay? He reminded his partner. They continued down the interstate for a few miles and saw the two vehicles pulling off the road right where Pacheco thought they would if they were going to the lake to do some fishing. There's no story here, Owens. I think it's time to call off this little cat and mouse game, said Pacheco. I say we're done for the day here, he insisted. Let's go back into town and get us some. Pacheco didn't have a chance to finish his thought. They're pulling over, Pacheco. Something's up, said Owens, his voice going up an octave. Pull over here, quick, insisted Pacheco, reaching into the back seat for his binoculars. Owens pulled off the freeway, keeping about half a mile behind the Thompsons. He shut off the engine, watched and waited. Pacheco busied himself focusing his binoculars on the two vehicles pulled over on the road ahead of them. A few minutes passed as Pacheco continued giving Owens a description of his observations, when all of a sudden, his voice trailed off. Pacheco, is everything okay? What's the matter? Owens asked impatiently. You're not going to believe this, Pacheco continued, lowering his binoculars a moment, and then handed them over to Owens. They just disappeared, he said. Chapter 10, Trinity. A rather excited Jimmy began updating three adults all the major events that occurred over the last 2 days since Jimmy acquired the sphere. After he finished briefing them, he held the sphere up in the air again with both hands, quite expecting something to happen, but nothing did. In a way, it might have seemed comical, the way Jimmy was tossing the sphere up into the air, chanting, "Come forth, Revan," or "Just do something, will you?" But there was no laughter in the faces of Alex or Uncle Rodney. After a few minutes of trying to keep an open mind, Alex decided he had enough. All right, everyone, Seth, Jimmy, and especially you, Grandpa JJ, what kind of joke are you trying to pull on us? This is serious business, you guys. Alex scowled. We have had FBI agents showing up at Uncle Rodney's house, asking questions about some sort of disturbance at the array yesterday and wanting to know if we saw anything unusual happening. And now, we have you three pulling a stunt like this. Then to top it off, we have this new story now about talking to an alien named, what was it, Revan, said Alex, seemingly exasperated. Jimmy was the first to speak up. I know what you're thinking, Dad, but we aren't trying to pull anything, these things really did happen. Jimmy was also frustrated, looking down at the sphere in his hand. It's all because of this stupid thing. Jimmy grabbed the sphere tightly, angrily, and then he rolled down the window to toss the sphere out of the truck. As he started to complete the toss, the radio began its own loud musical tirade. Jimmy's hand froze. Don't give up on us, baby, we can still come through, the radio played on. 'Cause this is Thriller, Thriller Night. The song played on as Seth began doing a dance routine in the back seat. Just then, the radio switched to another song, Come Fly With Me, Come Fly Let's Fly Away. This time, it was Grandpa JJ who could be seen nodding his head to the beat of the song as it switched again. We didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world's been turning. As the radio continued for a few seconds longer, you could see Rodney and Alex staring at the radio with their jaws hanging down dumbfounded. Stop, Revan, that's enough. Jimmy yelled at the sphere. The music ceased. Jimmy then noticed a glow building up from within the sphere. Everyone in the vehicle watched in amazement as the glow quickly brightened, and then the sphere began to rise. As you request, hello everyone, came a pleasant voice speaking to them over the radio, a voice that was now familiar to Jimmy, Seth, and Grandpa JJ, but Alex and Rodney seemed very confused as they continued staring at the radio, then the sphere and then back to the radio again. I apologize, I sensed your anxiety. I thought that you would appreciate my attempt at humor. I must say, I do so like your music. Revan explained. Who is this? Alex asked, disbelieving what he just heard. How do you know who we are? He asked, this time talking towards the voice coming from the radio. You may call me Revan, as your son and grandfather explained to you earlier. Rodney and Alex just stared at each other, shaking their heads in disbelief. Dad, please. Remember, I told you, it's the sphere. Oh right, so you mean to tell me that everything weird that's been happening is because of that sphere? Asked Alex, pointing his finger accusingly towards the sphere. Precisely, Alex, said the voice of Revan. The sphere you see before you was manufactured with a variety of capabilities and functions. However, its main function is data storage. Revan explained. You know, Dad, like we use flash drives and memory cards for our computers, Jimmy explained. The sphere also was constructed to closely emulate the thoughts and memory patterns of Revan, the pilot. I could just as easily look and sound like Jimmy, for instance. I could also change my voice pattern to match yours, Alex, or any voice pattern stored in my memory. As the sphere continued to speak through the radio, the sound of its voice changed to match the voice of little Jimmy and then his father Alex. So, what is your purpose here and why did you do to cause the disturbance at the large array yesterday? Asked an exasperated Alex. I had data that I was programmed to upload to Epsilon Eridani. It was information collected by Revan before his ship was damaged and crashed. Revan was worried that his ship would self-destruct before the data could be uploaded, and he made the decision to give the sphere to JJ. I see, so what kind of data was it you collected, Revan? Alex asked. We have been collecting data on the people of Earth and their progress and development since our previous mission as well, especially your government and the use and development of nuclear weapons. So, that's why you chose this area, said Grandpa JJ. Yes, your world was placed under observation the moment you detonated your first atomic bomb. That detonation was detected by our monitoring probes. Human progress has been monitored closely for quite some time, since we first began detecting your early radio transmissions, years before that. There are some members of the consortium who feel that humans are just too violent and dangerous a species to be allowed access to space. The data I have been collecting, we believe, will show that humans have potential for good, as proved by your progress in the years since. Are these members the same ones you referred to as the others? Asked Grandpa JJ. Yes, they are. I needed to use the array to direct my signal. They should have already received the signal by now. I am currently awaiting a confirmation signal. Revan, how far is it to Epsilon Eridani? Alex asked. It is approximately 10.5 light years, Revan replied. Revan, are you telling me you are expecting a reply from Epsilon? Grandpa JJ asked. Yes, that is correct. What's the matter, Dad? Jimmy asked, not sure why his dad and Grandpa JJ looked so surprised. Jimmy, normal radio waves travel at the speed of light. A radio signal sent to Epsilon would take 10.5 years to get there and the same amount of time to come back. That's 21 years round trip, Alex explained. Jimmy nodded his head. Your father's correct, Jimmy. However, we have learned how to accelerate our communication signals. The message that was sent yesterday should have reached Epsilon Eridani several hours ago. A confirmation message will be arriving within the hour. Alex, Rodney and Grandpa JJ stared at each other in disbelief. Revan's voice suddenly stopped. Jimmy, I have been monitoring a vehicle that has been following you and your family since you left your house earlier. I have placed a cloak around your two vehicles. Would you like me to continue to do this? Revan asked. Yes, please, Jimmy answered. Very well, you may continue to drive normally now. They will not see you. But one of you must communicate with your aunt in the vehicle behind and tell her to stay in close proximity to your vehicle, as my cloaking range is limited. Revan explained. Rodney and Alex still weren't sure about what was happening, but Alex motioned for Rodney to call Marlene back on his phone and explain the situation. "Rodney, let's turn this truck around and get back home. We've got to sit down and figure out what to do about all this." Alex looked over at Rodney. "Can you call Marlene and tell her to follow us back to the house and stay close behind?" "Tell her, I promise to explain everything when we get back," said Alex. "Hunter, I don't know about you, but I am getting very tired, and I want to go home." Stevens took a deep breath, pulled out a chair near Hunter's workstation and sat down. "These guys have to realize, we've got lives," she pleaded. "After all, it's nearly," Stevens paused and looked at the clock on Hunter's computer. 5:30 in the afternoon. "I've been in the same clothes for over 2 days." She gave Hunter her "please help me out" look. Hunter continued typing, not seeming to notice the comment or the look. "I do have a life outside of here, Hunter. You know that, right?" Hunter looked at her and yawned. "Come on, Alice, I thought you said you didn't have any social life anymore," he teased. Stevens gave him a nasty stare. He felt the same way she did, but also realized this wasn't his operation anymore. It had become more serious than he ever would have imagined. "Okay, Alice, tell you what, I am finishing up one last thing here that Drake and I were working on for Colonel Schmidt. After that, I'll ask her if General Coulter will give all of us civilians some time off." He paused, looking for her reaction, but noticed her eyes were shut and her head was starting to down toward the keyboard pad. "Gee, Alice, you really are tired." Hunter chuckled and turned back to his computer to finish his work. Stevens opened her eyes briefly from her cat nap, to take note the time, 5:40 p.m. Suddenly, as if on cue, alarms began sounding from all over the center. Stevens turned and glanced over at Hunter, who had frozen midstream in his typing. Hunter looked around the center, then back to Stevens. "Oh God, what is it now?" he asked bleakly. Stevens shrugged. "Let's go over to the operations center and see what's going on," suggested Hunter. As Hunter and Stevens entered the main operations center, there were technicians running back and forth between workstations. Drake was busily comparing notes with another technician over at the modcomps. Hunter and Stevens carefully stepped over to Drake's station, trying to stay out of the way of the others. "What's going on, Drake?" Hunter asked in a hushed voice. "Not sure yet, we're getting a new signal. It seems that someone is accessing the antennae complex again," Drake explained. "The antennas are being aimed again." "Is this signal coming from inside the center?" asked Stevens. "No, but it's somewhere fairly local, I believe," Drake emphasized. "These NSA boys now have satellites set up to track the signal. We should be able to get a fix on its location as long as the signal keeps broadcasting." "Look outside, Hunter, the antennas are turning again," said Stevens. Hunter and Stevens stood and watched out the windows as the others in the operations center were busily working to find the source of the new signal. Suddenly, everything went eerily quiet in the room. They looked around as everyone was staring silently at their computer screens. Suddenly, the alarms were silenced, the antennas had finished moving. Within a few seconds, more alarms went off again. "Oh, great, now what?" thought Hunter, as he glanced over towards a very puzzled Drake. Drake looked at his computer before glancing over to his coworkers who just stood in middle of the room, looking bewildered. Drake's expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment. "Hunter, remember earlier this morning when we discussed the possibility of a reply to yesterday's signal?" Drake paused to recheck his computer. He swallowed hard. "Well, I think one is coming in right now." The Thompsons were nearly home when Rodney suddenly got an idea. "Hey Alex, I know a man named Jack Valerie. He's a retired geologist who works over at the university part-time. He and I play poker together occasionally in our poker club. He's a real smart guy," Rodney added. "I wonder, if we let him take a look at that sphere, maybe he might be able to give us a better idea of what it is and how it works." Rodney looked over at Alex. "Is he close by?" Alex asked. "He just lives a few houses down the street from me." "Why not, let's give it a try." Alex agreed. Jimmy and Seth looked at each other. "Dad, I think I can help you with that." What son? Alex turned around to look at Jimmy. I already had a man look at the sphere this morning. At a gem store in town, Jimmy stopped and glanced at Seth and Grandpa JJ. He told us it was a diamond. A what? Asked Grandpa JJ, Alex, and Rodney at the same time. He said it was a diamond. Seth added, looking at Jimmy. It was that little gem and mineral store we pass by all the time on our way to the river, you know, Dad, the one with the old man on the picture, Sam something. Grandpa JJ spoke up, suddenly realizing who he was talking about. You mean old Sam Stevenson? Yeah, Seth, I know who you're talking about, Grandpa JJ continued. He's had that shop down there for as long as I remember, Grandpa JJ said. He told you it was a diamond, huh? He looked at Jimmy and Seth. Boy, you two sure got around this morning. Yeah, Grandpa, we did, and Sam's partner even made an offer to buy it too. Seth added. Then it must be. Old Sam's been collecting rocks around these parts for years. He knows his rocks, I'll tell you that much. If Sam says it's a diamond, then it probably is, or something just like it. Rodney quickly pulled out his cell phone again. Don't worry, Alex, I'll give Marlene and the girls another call and let them know we are going to make a quick stop at Jack Valerie's place, and we'll be home right after that. Boy, Mom is going to be mad at us when we get home, Seth commented. Alex, Grandpa JJ, and Rodney all laughed. You're right, Seth, she's not going to be happy with us at all, Rodney added. Pacheco and Owens spent the last 15 minutes looking everywhere they could think of for the Thompson family and couldn't find them or their vehicles anywhere. Owens pulled the sedan into the parking lot near Escondido Lake and stopped to give them both an opportunity to look around. All right, so how the hell did they just get away from us like that, Owens? Pacheco roared. He motioned for Owens to turn the car around and go back to the road. Take us back to where we first saw them pull off the road. He barked. Dang it, I should have stayed there in the first place. Getting sloppy in my old age, Owens, Pacheco added. He knew he was getting frustrated, and when he got frustrated, he got mad, and then whenever he got mad he got sloppy. It was a vicious cycle. Owens drove back down the highway and pulled the sedan off the road where they last saw the two vehicles, and then he quickly shut off the engine. Looking over at Pacheco, he could see him staring off into the distance, looking dazed and confused. Moments later, Pacheco got out of the car and began walking all around, looking down at the ground and going in circles. What on earth is he doing? Owens wondered. Owens decided it was his turn to get out and stretch his legs a bit as well. He had been cooped up in that car way too long today. A rest was warranted, he decided. What are you doing, Pacheco? Owens asked. Looking for their tire tracks. Come on over and help me out, I think they were right, here, somewhere, Pacheco mumbled to himself. Owens began walking. He decided to walk the opposite direction of his partner. After he had walked about 20 feet behind the sedan, he discovered a set of tire tracks in the dirt. Hey Pacheco, over here man, I think I found those tracks you're looking for. Owens yelled to his partner, waving his hands around. It figures, Pacheco muttered to himself. The rookie finds them first, damn it Joel Pacheco, get a grip will you? He was relieved that the tracks were there, but still he was annoyed that Owens had found them before he did. Pacheco walked slowly around the area where Owens found the tracks. So, Pacheco, would you clue me in as to what you're looking for? Owens asked. Here are the tracks for the truck. Pacheco pointed to the ground. Here are the tracks for the car driven by Mrs. Thompson who was following them. Pacheco pointed to the area behind where the truck was. But here is what gets me, he paused, scratching his head in disbelief. Don't you see it, Owens? He asked. Owens glanced quickly around the ground where Pacheco was pointing. He shook his head. Pacheco must be losing his mind, maybe he needs a bite to eat, or something, thought Owens. Sorry Pacheco, I just don't see anything unusual here. Owens glanced around a second and third time, still, he saw nothing. He reached up and loosened his tie a bit. Hey Pacheco, you know it's about 5:30, why don't we head back into town and see if... Look here, Owens. Pacheco demanded, pointing down at the tracks. This is where they were parked, but there are no exit tracks. He motioned around the area with his finger pointed down. According to these tracks, they never left this area. Suddenly the light bulb must have gone off for Owens because he started looking all around the ground frantically, giving his partner express. Hunter, Stevens, and Drake were huddled around the computer when the return signal came in. Drake began hastily punching the keys on his computer as they watched intently. Come on, Drake, what can you tell us? Stevens asked. Sorry, nothing definite yet, guys. Signal is still coming in, we will have to process it afterwards. Drake explained. Relax everyone, this might take a little while. Drake leaned back in his chair and looked up at Hunter and Stevens. Sorry you too, I heard you were trying hard to get us, civilians, around here some leave time, eh? Drake asked, looking towards Hunter first, then Stevens. Hunter stared at Stevens. Yep, that's right. But I guess that idea is pretty much out of the picture with this new signal coming in, we're still in the game it seems. That's okay, I don't mind. I'm finding all this pretty exciting stuff, compared to studying pulsars or neutron stars. Even so, I'm tired too. Drake yawned and momentarily turned his attention back to his computer. Well, just for everyone's information, offered Hunter. I did ask Colonel Schmidt earlier today about our roles around here and, he paused as he decided how best to continue. And what, Hunter? Insisted Stevens. Hunter was reluctant to tell them what Schmidt's reply was, he knew they wouldn't like it. She said General Coulter has ordered that no one leaves the center, until this whole mystery is resolved, one way or another, Hunter explained. He could see Stevens' shoulders droop down. Sorry, Alice. I tried to argue that they have all the personnel they need to do the job without having to keep us tied down here, but she said Coulter brought up a national security issue, and that was his final word. You mean to say that no one on the outside knows about what is happening here? Stevens asked. Nope. They've managed to keep a tight security lid on this whole thing, I'm guessing, said Hunter. He could see the growing disappointment in Stevens' face. I don't understand, Hunter, how can they do this to us? Isn't anyone worried about us? Where are the news people and all their, cameras and all that? What about our families? I'll bet they're all worried about what's happened to us and why we aren't contacting them. Stevens complained. It seems that our families have all been told the same cover story, that there was a malfunction of the array and that we've all volunteered our time at the center this weekend to find and fix the problem, Hunter explained as graciously as he could. Stevens immediately stopped her ranting and stared directly at Hunter, then at Drake, who looked as surprised as she was. She angrily got up from her chair and walked to the door, stopping for a moment. That's just swell. Stevens breathed a heavy sigh, shaking her head. I'm going to get a drink, she huffed as she hurriedly left the room. Hunter sadly watched her leave. How badly he wished he could have given her better news. In a way, he almost felt guilty about it, like it was his fault this whole thing happened. He turned to Drake. Sorry about the bad news, Drake, he said. Nah, that's okay with me. I'm just a single, starving, geek of a college student doing my summer thesis on neutron stars. It's not like I got a girlfriend back in Tucson waiting for me anyway. Drake smiled a bit. Actually, I kind enjoy the mystery of it all. He smiled, and then turned back to his computer. A few quiet moments passed as Hunter curiously watched Drake look over the incoming signals from the antennas and try to decode any messages they might contain. Drake stopped and leaned back in his chair looking over at Hunter. So what's your story, Hunter? Asked Drake, lowering his voice. What do you mean? Come on, I can tell you're interested, in her. Drake nodded his head slightly towards the staff lounge where Stevens had left moments earlier. You married? He asked. What, me, married? No. I was married a few years ago, for a little while. Whole thing lasted less than a year. 10 months actually, Hunter explained. No kidding. What happened? Drake asked. Several things happened, I guess. For one, we were complete opposites, fresh out of the service and, well, too full of ourselves. She liked adventure and travel. I wanted to stay in one place for a while and settle down. She wanted to be a marine biologist and I wanted to be an electronics engineer. I wanted to have a family and she hated the thought of kids around at all. Hunter paused and looked at Drake. Come on, Drake, don't worry about being a single, starving, college geek. When the time comes, you will find the right person. He explained. As for me, you could say I'm just holding out for the right one. What was that? Stevens asked, walking in on the last part of the conversation. Sounds like I missed something. Nah, just guy talk, that's all, smiled Drake. You all right, Alice? You seemed pretty mad there a minute ago. Drake asked. I'm all right, guys, don't worry about me. Just dirty, tired, grouchy, and hungry. Stevens suddenly realized she hadn't eaten anything in quite a while. Hunter nodded in agreement on that. Amen to that. Now that you mention it, Hunter stood up to head for the cafeteria. I'm going to go see what I can round up from the cafeteria. You want me to grab something for you too? Hunter asked. I'll come with, said Stevens. I'll take whatever you guys bring back with you, and thanks. Drake turned back to his computer and began looking over the signal feed from the antennas. No problem. We'll be back in a few minutes. Keep your eyes on that thing. Hunter joked as he left the room. I will. Drake continued monitoring the signal for several minutes. As Hunter and Stevens returned with their hands full of food, he suddenly realized the signal had ended. Hey you two, I think I've got it. Signal finished, transmission complete. Can you tell us anything about it? A curious Hunter asked. Hold on, give me a minute, I have to look it over from the beginning. Drake carefully examined the transmission signal. You know, the guys in the next room are looking for this same message over with a lot more sophisticated equipment than what I have. He paused. This is weird. What's weird? Stevens asked. Well, it looks to me like a series of repeating numbers. I just can't make out the. If I didn't know better, it sounds like the old-style Morse code. I would almost say they were. Drake was silent, deep in thought. Hunter and Stevens grew impatient waiting. Suddenly Drake reached over and grabbed a notepad and pen and began scribbling numbers wildly as he heard them played back. Then he would suddenly stop and rewind the recording again and repeat the process of dictation. When I was a little kid, my grandpa bought me one of those old Radio Shack build-your-own radio kits for a Christmas present. You remember those, don't you guys? Drake babbled on. It was a do-it-yourself radio kit with a Morse code key and everything. Drake continued. Come on, Drake, you're killing us here, said Hunter. Drake looked up with a huge smile on his face. Hunter, you got a geomap or atlas around here handy? Hunter jumped up and went over to the bookcase near the wall and shuffled through several books, finally finding the object of his search. He grabbed the large world atlas and took it to Drake. Talk to us, Drake. What are you seeing? Insisted Hunter. Drake broke open the atlas, looking at several pages in rapid succession. These numbers look like map coordinates, but just where I'm not sure yet, he mumbled. What numbers are you talking about, Drake? Asked Stevens. Drake showed them the notepad. It had the numbers 33.6773 and 106.4754W written down on it. Well? What do you think these could mean? Drake asked. Hunter and Stevens both stared silently at the numbers, neither one of them yet comprehending what Drake was thinking. They're map coordinates, I'm almost sure of it. Drake continued looking through the pages of the atlas when suddenly he came to a page and stopped. He froze, staring silently at the page before him. I think I found it, let me just double check. Drake leaned down close to the page, removing his glasses for a closer look. He carefully drew a circle on the map and stood up. Drake pointed to the map. Look here, he said with a smile forming on his face. Hunter and Stevens leaned over the desk at the page to get a closer look at the place Drake had marked. Drake tapped the page, then held his finger down the surface of the map. Trinity site, whispered the other two, quietly in unison. Chapter 11, Many Are Called. Jack, I want you to know how much I appreciate you letting us barge in on you like this so late in the afternoon. I hope we aren't interrupting anything? Rodney asked as Jack Valerie was letting them into his workshop. Rodney, Alex, Grandpa JJ, Seth, and Jimmy found themselves standing inside the workshop of Jack Valerie, who was one of the associate professors of geology at New Mexico Tech. Not a bit, come on in you guys. My wife and I just finished dinner a little bit ago. My daughter and her husband came by to spend Sunday afternoon with us and just left a little while ago. Valerie explained, kicking a few boxes that had been lying around in the middle of the room, back to the wall. You came at good time. I was just going down to my shop here to get some materials ready for my summer school classes this week. You said you had a rock you wanted me to look at for you? Valerie asked. Sure do, Jack. Oh, by the way, this is Alex, my brother, my grandfather JJ, my son Seth, and my nephew Jimmy. Valerie shook hands with everyone, pausing at JJ's. So you're the famous Jim Thompson that Rodney's been telling me all about. Nice to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Rodney since we moved here over a year ago. It's good to meet all of you. Sorry my shop here is kind of a mess right now, but squeeze in where you can, offered Valerie. He motioned for them to move in all the way inside. There were several boxes stacked up in various places along the interior wall of the workshop marked samples, along with several microscopes and other assorted equipment arranged neatly on tables in the middle of the room. I've been helping some of our undergraduates with their projects over the summer, so that's why you see all the extra boxes around in here. Valerie reached for some switches on the wall, and several lights came on, along with the machines that Valerie had on the tables. There were also several posters and collections of rocks neatly lined up on shelves that immediately caught Seth and Jimmy's attention. You two boys go ahead and help yourself with those. Believe it or not, all those rocks you see came from right here in New Mexico. Valerie exclaimed. Alex glanced over at Rodney. Hey Jack, speaking of rocks, my son Jimmy has a rock that he has brought with him. It was originally found by our grandfather years ago. Alex explained, motioning to Jimmy to take the rock out of his backpack. We were hoping that you could look at it and tell us what you think it is. Sure, let me take a look at it. Valerie motioned for the rock, going over to his equipment, and turning his computer on. Valerie glanced at Alex as if slightly puzzled. Alex, we've met before, haven't we? I think it was last summer when you brought your kids out for vacation. Alex nodded. Yeah, now that you mention it, we did meet then. Alex thought for a moment. It was when we went fishing down at Elephant Butte Lake. That's it. Valerie exclaimed, snapping his fingers. I couldn't remember there for a minute. That was fun, Valerie added. You work over at the college in Prescott, and you're a history teacher too, right? He asked. That's right, said Alex. Good. Well, let's look at that rock you got there, son. Valerie reached for the rock that Jimmy had been carefully holding on to. At first Jimmy was reluctant to relinquish the sphere. It's okay, Jimmy, I won't hurt it, he joked. That's not what he's worried about, Jack. You see, this sphere has some, well, rather unusual properties. Grandpa JJ explained. I see. Jimmy handed Valerie the sphere. He took the sphere and walked over to some of the equipment and began examining it closely. Where did you find this? He asked. Rodney, Seth, and Alex each turned and stared at their grandfather and Jimmy. JJ spoke first. Well, Jack, why don't you take a look at the rock first, then I will tell you the story of how I came across this sphere. JJ explained. It's a deal. Valerie nodded, grinned a bit, and then continued looking over the rock. A few moments passed quietly as Valerie looked at the stone. He almost seemed mesmerized by it as he looked at it closer and closer, probing it with different instruments. He paused and looked slowly up at the men. Have you shown this rock to anyone else before today? He asked. The men turned to Jimmy. I showed it to the old man downtown this morning, old Sam in the mineral shop. Jimmy explained. You went to see old Sam Stevenson, huh? Valerie said, as he was putting on his magnifying glasses. So, what did he tell you about this sphere of yours? He asked. He said he thought it was a diamond, Jimmy quietly explained as he watched Valerie examining the sphere. Valerie chuckled. Well, I don't know about that, Jimmy. Spherical diamonds don't exist naturally. If it were a diamond, it would have to be man-made. A few years ago, some gentleman in Japan made one, but it wasn't this big, and not this perfect. Valerie continued with his discourse while continuing to examine the sphere, switching back and forth between different tables and instruments within his workshop. Valerie's expression changed suddenly. I'll be damned. Valerie mumbled as he got a closer look at it with one of his larger microscopes. There was silence for several minutes as Valerie continued his examination. No one could quite make out what he was rattling on about. Then finally Valerie spoke up. I'm seeing something inside your sphere, like, if I didn't know better, I would say it had. Valerie paused and looked up at JJ and Jimmy with a strange expression on his face, that could only be described and one mixed with both excitement and fear. Well? What do you see, Jack? JJ asked. It looks like it's made of some kind of translucent microcircuitry, billions of them. More than I can ever see with my microscope. Jack. Valerie took off his glasses, turned off the light and slowly sat down in the stool behind him. Valerie turned around to face the others with the same amazed expression on his face. Jack, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Rodney asked. Jack. Valerie gave Rodney a momentary look of agreement as he turned on his stool and looked directly at JJ. Mr. Thompson, you told me a few minutes ago that if I took a look at this sphere of yours, you'd tell me where you got it. So, where did you find this? Valerie held up the sphere in his hand. JJ and Jimmy stared quietly at each other for a second or two as JJ began to tell Valerie the whole story of how he acquired the sphere. At first, Valerie was obviously skeptical about the story, but he listened nonetheless. Now Jack, what can you tell us about the sphere? Alex insisted. Valerie thought for a moment, holding the sphere in one hand, and scratching his head with the other. Well, here's what I can tell you. It's an absolutely flawless crystallized carbon sphere, and it contains some sort of microcircuitry that is barely noticeable under my microscope, with what looks like billions of circuits as far as I can tell, and that is under full power. Valerie took a deep breath, and breathed out slowly, and it's a one-of-a-kind. It was about that very same moment that Jimmy began to notice a strange high-pitched sound, like the squeal of fingernails on a dry dusty chalkboard. It started off soft, and then began to grow in intensity. At first only Jimmy and Seth could hear it, then finally the others. Soon all of them had their hands over their ears. What is that noise? Alex yelled. Jimmy, can you make it stop? Seth screamed, holding his hands over his ears. It's making me sick. Jimmy looked at Grandpa JJ, who was shaking his head. Okay, I'll try. Revan, Jimmy yelled. Revan, what is going on? The noise is too loud, it's hurting our ears. Jimmy yelled. Suddenly, everything went dark within Valerie's workshop. The only light was a soft blue glow emanating from within the sphere. It was quiet for a moment as everyone was looking around at each other for some sort of explanation. Jimmy? What just happened? Alex asked quietly. Jimmy and Grandpa JJ knew. They knew the moment it started, as if the sphere were speaking to them. Tell them, Revan, said Grandpa JJ. The sphere began to slowly rise off the table and float in the air. An image materialized in the center of the 6 men and began to speak to all of them, but this was a different image and voice than either Jimmy or JJ had ever seen before. Hello. This is Chairman Marisus. It is good to finally hear from you, Revan. How long we have awaited news of your mission and progress. We have received your latest transmission and are sending you the Earth coordinates for pickup. The coordinates are 33.6773 north, 106.4754 west. We will arrive in approximately 1.5 Earth hours. Best wishes and good luck." The message began repeating itself as the others watched in silence. "Revan?" asked Jimmy and JJ simultaneously. "Revan, can you hear us?" The message ended. "Yes, I can," came the reply. As the image of Marisus faded, it was quickly replaced with the image of Revan. "Revan, can you explain the message we've just seen?" JJ asked. "Yes, of course. Marisus is the chairman for the consortium I spoke of earlier this afternoon. This was his response to the message I sent out yesterday while you were visiting the array." Revan explained. "It seems they have sent coordinates for your pickup." "What pickup?" Alex asked. "We didn't ask for a pickup." "It's not you they want, Alex, it's the sphere," answered Revan. "They are returning for the sphere and all the data it contains, as well as the collected memories of Revan, JJ, and Jimmy." "Revan?" JJ asked. "Yes, Jim." "How are they going to arrange this pickup?" he asked. "They will send out a ship," Revan explained. "To Earth?" "Yes." "Where?" "To the coordinates 33.6773 north, 106.4754 west, to be precise." Revan added. "Do you know where that is, Dad?" Jimmy asked. "I don't know, Jimmy," said Alex, as he turned to face Revan. "Revan, could you tell us where those coordinates are?" Before Revan could answer, Valerie spoke up. "It's the old World War II Trinity site," Valerie exclaimed. "I've some small rock samples that were taken from there many years ago in my collection," Valerie explained. "You can't get them anymore." "Yes, of course, I was there too," whispered JJ. "You are both correct. Trinity site is the pickup location," said Revan. "But why Trinity?" asked Alex. "Because it was at that exact moment in your history, where the human race crossed over the line from obscurity to distinction," answered Revan. "Humans first demonstrated that you had learned to harness the power of the atom, for either your own advancement, or your own annihilation." As Revan continued, images collected by the sphere were projected around the room. There were images of all the nuclear tests at Trinity, followed by several other nuclear tests conducted around the world throughout the years, each growing in strength and power. There were images of President John F. Kennedy speaking to the American people on television about the Russian missiles in Cuba, images of Nikita Khrushchev conferring with staff members in the Kremlin, as well as several other images throughout the years. The images suddenly stopped. "All these years, I have been storing images like these in my memory and collecting information on the human race." Revan continued. "This information is vital for Chairman Marisus to present his case to the consortium." "Present his case for what?" asked JJ. "Marisus' case against the isolation and sterilization of Earth," Revan explained. There was a stunned silence in the room for several moments as they all contemplated in their own way the last words spoken by Revan. "Well, I guess that makes it important then," mumbled JJ. "What, Pop?" asked Alex. "It's important for Jimmy and I to take the sphere and return it to them," JJ answered, with a nod from Jimmy. Alex and Rodney suddenly turned towards their grandfather to protest as Revan spoke again. "That is correct, JJ, and you and Jimmy now have 87 minutes and 35 seconds to be at Point Trinity for the pickup," reminded Revan. Before there could be any more protests by either Alex or Rodney, there came a loud knock on the door to Valerie's workshop as the sounds and images projected from the sphere immediately ceased. "I'll get that," said Valerie as he went over to the door to open it. Alex and JJ nervously motioned for Jimmy to return the sphere to his backpack before the door opened. There were 4 men standing outside the door to Valerie's workshop. Alex immediately recognized the voices of at least 2 of them. "Good evening, Mr. Valerie. I am Agent Carl Williams from the Department of Homeland Security. We are looking for a Mr. Alex Thompson along with Rodney and Jim Thompson, we have reason to believe," Williams continued for a moment as the door suddenly opened. Alex and Rodney were pulling the door open farther. "I believe you're looking for us," they said. Chapter 12, Few Are Chosen. It was apparent to Alex and Rodney that this time, the FBI agents had arrived with an entirely new agenda. Instead of only 2 men in a lone sedan, they now had 2 large black SUVs, 4 armed chaperones along with police escorts to accompany them to wherever their destination would be. The agents had assured Alex, Rodney, and their grandfather that they were only being questioned regarding the incident at the VLA on Saturday morning and that no one was being arrested for any crimes. Although Alex was skeptical about that, the agents gave Rodney time to call Marlene on the phone and have her drive over and pick up the boys first. Alex had reassured the agents that there would be no problems or resistance on their part as they were directed to the awaiting vehicles. If a few moments Marlene arrived and Rodney and Alex could tell, she was ready for a fight. "Rodney? I can't believe the 3 of you just agreed to go along with these characters." Marlene gave the agents an angry stare and felt no shame in revealing her true feelings. "I just got off the phone with Raul Zamora, our attorney," said Marlene, loudly enough to be sure that the agents could hear her. "And he said by no means can they force you to go along with them if they don't have a warrant." She walked over to the agents and stared them in the eye. "Well? Where is your warrant?" "Huh?" she insisted, continuing to stare the agents down. The agents just stared silently back at her, no response. Rodney looked towards Alex and rolled his eyes. "Marlene, come here for a second, will you? Please?" Rodney asked. When she was close enough, he whispered something to her that no one else could hear. Marlene turned around and returned to the car, motioning for Seth and Jimmy to get in. As Marlene and the 2 boys began to walk towards the car, Jimmy hesitated for a moment, looking back at his dad and Grandpa JJ. Suddenly, he turned quickly and ran over to the black SUV that his dad and Grandpa JJ were about to climb into. "Jimmy, you can't come with us. Go on home with Aunt Marlene, please. We'll be home in a little while after they ask us a few questions. We didn't do anything wrong. We will be all right," Alex pleaded. Jimmy shook his head. "No, Dad, I'm going with you and Grandpa JJ, I have to," he insisted. Alex could see the fear and panic rising in Jimmy's face and his shoulders were tensing up, a habit of Jimmy's whenever he was nervous or anxious about something. "Jimmy?" he pleaded again, holding him gently by the shoulders. Marlene immediately ran over to the SUV to help take Jimmy back to her car. She started to say something. Alex raised his hand up gently toward her. "It's okay, Marlene, Jimmy's coming with me." He looked at Jimmy and could see him already beginning to relax in his shoulders. "Marlene, keep an eye on Leanne for me please, until we get back, and let her know we are okay," Alex asked. Glancing around at all the FBI agents and police escorts who were waiting. "We shouldn't be too long, but just in case." He reached into his pocket and handed Marlene a card. "Here is an important number for you." He winked slightly. "You might be able to reach us at that number in about an hour," he emphasized. Marlene looked surprised and confused at the same time. "What is it with you and my husband, all these mysterious men and, now these weird numbers?" She looked at the card and shook her head. Alex sensed her confusion. "Marlene, just ask Seth about those numbers, okay? He can explain them, he's a bright kid you know." Alex added. "I know," a frustrated Marlene answered. She quickly grabbed the card from Alex's hand. Holding onto it tightly in her fist, Marlene returned to her car. "It must be some kind of brother thing," she mumbled to herself as she climbed into the front seat. She sat there a moment or two and watched as the 4 of them were all being placed into the back seats of 2 large SUVs, feeling terribly helpless, scared and damned angry. As Marlene sat angrily watching, the 2 large SUVs and their police escorts all drove quickly off down the street. Marlene sighed and glanced down at the card that Alex had given her a few moments ago and read the numbers again softly that were scribbled at the bottom. 33.6773 N 106.4754 W, she read. "Trinity site," she paused. "What the hell is all that supposed mean?" "That's easy, Mom, that's where they have to go to meet the spaceship in an hour," answered Seth from the back seat of the car. Sometime around 6 p.m., Colonel Karen Schmidt came strolling into the communications center where Hunter, Stevens and Drake had been working since the latest signal, seemingly in no particular hurry. "Hey, you guys, General Coulter wants all the staff to meet in the operations center in 15 minutes, and he has important news for everyone." She stopped to look around the room, peeking at Drake's computer and the food on the table. "You guys okay in here? You need anything?" she asked. "She's a little late for that," Stevens thought. "No, we're fine here," she said. "Great, well, we see you in 15 minutes then." Colonel Schmidt turned and left the room. Drake and Hunter watched Schmidt leave and turned around to notice the look that Stevens had on her face as she watched Schmidt leave. "You don't like her, do you?" said Drake quietly. "She's just so bossy," Stevens insisted. Hunter chuckled. "Of course, she's military, all the way, that should explain everything, Alice. She's up to something, I can just tell it." Stevens mumbled, as she finished off the last bite of pizza she had grabbed earlier from the fridge in the cafeteria. A few minutes later Hunter, Stevens and Drake made their way into the main operations center fully expecting to see a room full of people assembled for the staff meeting, but there were only a handful of people standing around. Most of them, except for Colonel Schmidt and one other NASA technician, were array staff workers who were quarantined like they were. Hunter drew a deep breath and began to say something but was quickly cut short by Schmidt. "Hunter, General Coulter wanted me to relay to you and your staff that he wished to thank you all very much for your help. Your assistance has been greatly appreciated in resolving this incident. And since the matter has now been resolved, you and your staff are all free to leave, after of course making whatever phone calls you need to make to your families, and of course taking care of your equipment here at the array." There was silence for a few moments. Some were obviously pleased, while others looked somewhat confused. "What? We're done, just like that?" asked Stevens. "Yes, just like that," Schmidt replied. "General Coulter would have told you himself, but he felt it was important that he be present during the interrogation of the 3 suspects we are now holding in Socorro." "You now have suspects in custody?" Hunter asked. He then realized she said 3 suspects. "Would these suspects happen to be the 3 men living in Socorro?" he asked. "Yes, they are, and we now have those 3 men in custody. Over the last several hours we have had agents monitoring these 3 gentlemen who we believe are responsible for the communications problems at the array yesterday afternoon as well as this afternoon," explained Schmidt. "She seems rather proud of herself even though we did all the work," thought Hunter. Alice Stevens stood up, facing Schmidt. "Why weren't we told about all of this hours ago, instead of making us wait so long?" Stevens asked, beginning to feel like someone who's had been taken advantage of. "I'm sorry, Miss Stevens, I just found out about this myself." "I am sure General Coulter had reasons for not telling us," Colonel Schmidt explained. "Anyone have any more questions?" Schmidt asked, looking around the room. "Very well, thank you again, and have a great evening everyone." Schmidt turned and left the room. The room was silent, as Hunter, Stevens and Drake looked incredulously at each other. "I just can't believe it, just can't," Drake mumbled to himself. "Don't worry, Drake, now you can go back to old boring life of studying pulsars, and quasars, and normal things like that." Hunter joked. "Go home, get some sleep and we'll be back to work as usual in a few days," he smiled. "I like that idea. Besides, I'm getting a little tired anyway with all this cloak and dagger stuff." "You don't get it, do you, Hunter?" Drake stared with disbelief at the door where Schmidt had just left, shaking his head. "They don't either, I guess, whoever these 3 men are. There's no way they could have pulled this thing off," Drake insisted. "Coulter thinks he's solved this problem. He thinks he's got his bad guy terrorists, and now he's happy. But I'm telling you guys, no terrorist group on Earth has the technical ability to do this. Something big is going on right under their noses and they don't even know it." Drake continued. "I'm with Drake on this one, Hunter." Stevens added. "I think he's on to something." Hunter shook his head, confused. "Aw, come on, not you too." Hunter looked surprised and somewhat annoyed. "Alice, I thought you were the one who wanted to go home and put on some clean clothes and go to sleep, in a real bed?" Hunter said half-jokingly. Hunter stopped for a moment to take a deep breath, hanging his head down in thought and scratching under his ear, as he always did when he was uncertain about something. Okay, I guess it does bother me a little bit. Those men we told them about, they sure didn't seem to be the type to do something like this. So, what do you suggest then, Drake? He asked. Well, I don't think anyone on the general's team realized that the message we received earlier included a specific location, said Drake. Well, even if they did, what good is it to have a location, Drake, if you don't have all the information? Asked Stevens. What do you mean? Drake asked. Well, if I want to go see a movie, I usually need to know the time and place of the movie as well as which theater it's showing in, Stevens suggested. Drake stared at the wall for a few moments, then reached up and slapped his forehead. Damn, I should have thought of that. He then turned back to his computer, typing rapidly on the keys. What are you doing now, Drake? Asked Hunter. I am replaying the message from earlier this afternoon to see if I missed something, said Drake. He placed the headphones on his head and grabbed the notepad and pen. In my excitement earlier, I think I may have missed part of the message. A few moments passed as Hunter and Stevens watched him scribbling on the notepad and mumbling incoherently. That's it. Drake tore off his headphones, showing the other two the notepad. Hunter and Stevens read Drake's scribbles. Trinity, 7:20 p.m. There was silence for a few moments until reality dawned on Hunter and Stevens. That's only an hour from now, exclaimed Hunter. Marlene and Seth had been home only a few minutes when the phone began ringing. Bobby and Leanne were in the living room with Nicole watching a movie about pirates and ghosts as Marlene yelled for them to turn the volume down so she could hear the phone call. Hello? Yes, this is Marlene Thompson. How can I help you? The girls were curious about all the commotion and immediately turned down the movie to listen in. Marlene continued her conversation. They are being held for questioning? But my husband was told that it would be only a short interview, with just a few questions, and then they would be released, exclaimed Marlene, as the conversation continued. What? Marlene's voice grew even more agitated and angry. Well, you are going to be hearing from our attorney. I can promise you that. This is unbelievable. This is America, you know, and Marlene continued to speak as a click was heard on the other end of the line. Hello? Hello? She held the phone up in the air. Of all the nerve, they hung up on me. I can't believe it, she yelled. What did they say, Mom? Asked Bobby. That was some man from the FBI telling me that your dad, Grandpa JJ, little Jimmy, and Uncle Alex are being transported to an undisclosed location for questioning by the Department of Homeland Security for an unspecified period of time, Marlene explained, not sure whether to start crying or yell in anger. Mom, they have to meet with the spaceship and give them the sphere in less than an hour at Point Trinity, remember? Said Seth, reminding her of the card in her pocket. Oh right, she removed the card Alex had given her. So, what am I to do with this? She mumbled, looking over the card once again. Why don't we get in the car, drive there and meet them too, Mom? Suggested Seth. It's not that far from here. What? Marlene's eyebrows knitted tightly together for a moment or two, and then relaxed slightly as she heaved a deep sigh. Oh well, what the heck, why not? Those guys are going to have a lot of explaining to do when I see them again. But first I'm calling our attorney to let him know about what is going on. Bobby, you call one of your friends and see if any of them can come watch Nicole for us tonight, okay? She glanced at Bobby, who nodded and ran to the phone. Okay kids, get your stuff together, we're going for a ride, exclaimed Marlene. Hunter, Drake and Stevens headed out of the computer center looking all over the operations center for Colonel Schmidt and any of her team still around when they finally found the few that were left. Colonel Schmidt and two assistants were loading equipment into the last NSA helicopters still at the center. Colonel Schmidt, we need to speak with you, interrupted Hunter, Drake and Stevens in unison. It's urgent, added Drake. Schmidt had a large clipboard in her hands, rapidly checking items off on a notepad that was attached and seemed somewhat annoyed at the three for the interruption. Yes, go ahead, she answered gruffly. There's something you should know, Colonel, Drake explained. There was more to the message earlier this afternoon than your team knew about, said Drake, pausing to gauge her reaction. Schmidt just stared at him. Go on, she said, breathing a heavy sigh. Drake continued. The message we received this afternoon included a longitude and latitude location as well as a specific time. Drake swallowed hard, catching her breath. It was cleverly embedded within the message, he explained. Go on, I'm listening. This better be good, because I want to get home, and my ride is just about ready, Schmidt insisted. I have reason to believe there is a planned meeting at the Trinity site, and that meeting is to take place at exactly 7:20 p.m. this evening. Drake paused a moment. Schmidt's expression softened a bit. Are the three of you all on board with this? She asked. The other three nodded their heads. Hunter finally spoke up. Look, Colonel Schmidt, Drake here has been pretty good at deciphering all these signals so far. In fact, he's been right on each time. I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt on this one, Hunter added. Okay. So, tell me, where is this meeting supposed to take place and when? Asked Schmidt. Suddenly Colonel Schmidt's two-way radio attached to her side beeped loudly. Excuse me a minute, she quickly grabbed the radio answering the call. Colonel Schmidt here, what's going on? The unseen voice answered. Colonel, we have a problem over here. We've just lost radio contact with the convoy of vehicles who were transporting the three suspects from Socorro to Holloman Air Force Base, said the voice. Schmidt heaved a heavy sigh. Have you notified General Coulter about this? She asked, obviously agitated. Well, sir, we've tried to notify them, however we've been having increasing static, trouble with some of our, more static, signals keep getting. The radio transmission abruptly ended. Schmidt started to shake the radio, attempting to regain the signal, without any luck. A grin slowly formed on Hunter's face. Well, Colonel, it sounds like your people could use some help, suggested Hunter. Chapter 13, Countdown to Trinity. Where do you think they're taking us, Grandpa? Jimmy asked. Looking out the window at the sunset which was beginning to touch down over the tops of the mountains to the west. Grandpa JJ and Jimmy had been placed into the back seat of the second vehicle in the small convoy. His father and Uncle Rodney had been placed in the lead vehicle. As Jimmy turned around occasionally and looked behind them, he also noticed another vehicle following close behind them. They really seemed to be taking this very seriously, Jimmy determined. Jimmy, I have a feeling that they think we're threats to national security or something like that, said Grandpa JJ. Jimmy's eyes got big. You mean, they think we're spies? Asked Jimmy, eyes growing even wider with surprise. No, I'm guessing they think we are more like terrorists, said Grandpa JJ. Terrorists, shouted Jimmy. I am not a terrorist, Grandpa, exclaimed Jimmy. The two agents in the front of the SUV seemed to take notice to Jimmy's statement, since the one in the passenger seat turned around and gave them a very serious stare. Jimmy stared right back. I don't like them, Jimmy whispered. They look creepy, Grandpa. I'm afraid our friend Revens stirred up a heap of trouble for us, Jimmy, said Grandpa JJ, with a slight snicker in his voice. I don't think he meant to cause us any trouble, Grandpa, said Jimmy softly. No, Jimmy, he seldom does. Trouble just sort of follows him. Jimmy looked at his Grandpa JJ for a moment, thinking about what he just said, waiting to catch eye contact. Grandpa, he asked. Yes, Jimmy? Have you had trouble in the past with the sphere? Asked Jimmy. As a matter of fact, Jimmy, I have, though most of those troubles were my own fault, said Grandpa JJ. You see, Jimmy, you seem to have a much better connection with the sphere than I ever had, he continued, deep in thought. I really took it hard after losing my best friend Alan in the spaceship when it vanished. I blamed myself and I blamed Revan, said Grandpa JJ, with a heavy sigh. After Alan disappeared, people wanted to know what happened. I had to come up with stories to explain his disappearance, even making up things that I knew Alan would never have done. It was a bad storm that night, and lots of other strange things happened too. I spent over a year hiding away from others, trying to learn to communicate with the sphere, learn its secrets, and then, well, trying to find ways to explain to myself what had happened. Jimmy nodded as he listened quietly to his great-grandpa continue talking about his experiences with the sphere and all the strange events that happened to him as he was carrying it around. It was because of those strange events that ultimately, he would hide and bury the sphere away in closets and dresser drawers, as the only way he could think of to keep the events of the past from being repeated. Jimmy enjoyed listening to his grandpa JJ tell stories. That was one thing Jimmy always loved the most about visiting with his grandpa JJ. To make it even better, these were stories he had never heard before, stories about the sphere and how his grandpa JJ had learned to live with it. It gave Jimmy a special bond with his great-grandfather that he knew only he would share. He liked that. Jimmy looked out the window of the SUV as the convoy turned onto the entrance of the main interstate and began heading south. Jimmy noticed the sun was hidden now by the mountains as the sky began to grow darker. "Grandpa, what time is it?" Jimmy asked. Grandpa JJ looked at his watch carefully in the dim twilight. "Looks like it's about 6:30, I'd say." Grandpa kept looking at his watch as he had the strangest sensation come over him. He glanced down at Jimmy, who was looking up at him with his hands over his ears and nodding. Somehow, without uttering a single word, he knew exactly what Jimmy was trying to tell him. Grandpa JJ quickly covered his ears and looked up at the two agents in the front seats who started to slump over in the front seats. The SUV swerved ever so slightly for a few moments, but somehow stayed on the road as they slowed gracefully to a complete stop off to the dirt on right side of the interstate. Jimmy slowly pulled his hands away from his ears. There was silence. "Grandpa, what just happened?" he asked innocently, although somehow, he already knew the answer. "Quick, Jimmy, take out the sphere," said Grandpa JJ. Jimmy reached into his backpack and pulled out the sphere. That's when they noticed the glow coming from within it as it floated in the air inside the cab of the SUV. "Revan, what's going on?" asked JJ, checking the two men in the front seats for a pulse. "I'm assuming you're responsible for this. Are these men going to be okay?" JJ asked. He was interrupted by the voice of Revan. "Yes, I am. They will be fine. I've used sound waves to put them asleep. You have approximately 45 minutes to reach Trinity Site. It's not too far from here, but you must hurry," explained Revan. "I will help you get there, but first you must remove the two agents sitting in the front seat." Grandpa JJ and Jimmy opened the doors and stepped outside the SUV. The sky was a deep purple now and the air was beginning to chill along with a strong westerly wind that had suddenly come up. Jimmy opened the passenger side door of the SUV, while Grandpa JJ opened the driver's side. As they opened the doors, the two agents slumped to the sides, nearly falling to the ground. Jimmy quickly shut the door on the agent in the passenger seat as Grandpa JJ grabbed the driver and eased him onto the dirt next to the vehicle. "Hang on, Jimmy, I'm coming right over," he yelled. "Hurry, Grandpa, he's heavy," yelled Jimmy. Grandpa JJ ran to the passenger side and helped Jimmy ease the second agent to the ground. Jimmy suddenly realized the front vehicle had also been stopped. "Dad," he yelled and ran to the lead vehicle to look in the windows, but both his dad and Uncle Rodney were lying asleep in the back seats along with the lead agents in the front of the SUV. "They're all asleep, Grandpa, including my dad and Uncle Rodney," he hollered. "Let's go, Jimmy, we've got to hurry. Hop in and I'll drive." Grandpa JJ motioned for Jimmy to get in the passenger side of the rear SUV. Jimmy ran back and hopped in. Grandpa JJ climbed up into the SUV and started the engine, looking around outside for a moment to get his bearings. "Are they going to be okay, Grandpa?" "They will be fine, Jimmy," said Revan's voice coming from the radio in the SUV. "But it's getting cold, shouldn't we cover them up or something?" Jimmy looked at his Grandpa JJ, who shrugged and turned around in the seat to look in the back of the SUV. "I don't see any blankets, Jimmy." "How long will they be asleep, Revan?" asked JJ. "I estimate they should be asleep for another 15 minutes. You must hurry," said Revan. "What about my dad and Uncle Rodney?" asked Jimmy. "They will all be fine, Jimmy," Revan explained. "I've also been monitoring a great deal of radio traffic concerning your whereabouts and I am attempting to block their transmissions. However, this is expending a lot of my reserve power and I cannot continue indefinitely. Do you know how to get there, Grandpa? Jimmy asked. Don't be silly, Jimmy, if you only knew how many times I drove out there when we were building the bomb. After looking around for a moment, JJ realized they hadn't yet reached the road they needed. Revan, I'm guessing we need to head south again. Am I correct? JJ asked. Yes, JJ, you will need to look for Highway 380 going east, which I estimate is approximately 5 miles south of your present location. Revan answered. Then after you reach the highway, you will need to travel another. Revan was cut short. Okay, I got it, shouted JJ. Jimmy, we've got to go south a few miles to San Antonio. Help me look for the exit to Highway 380, okay? My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. He paused, putting his seatbelt on, and looked at Jimmy, who already had his on. You're a smart kid, Jimmy, Grandpa JJ said as he gunned the engine and headed down the interstate. General Coulter had ordered his team to regroup at Holloman Air Force Base in one of the staff meeting rooms, where they would establish a place to interrogate the Thompsons when they arrived. He was getting anxious to wrap this up and prepare his briefing for the National Security Advisor and the President on the situation at the VLA yesterday. Just as he sat down at one of the tables and pulled out his laptop to begin writing his report, an aide came running in from one of the side rooms. The aide stopped on the other side of the long table, saluting, and panting heavily. General Coulter, sir, we've just lost contact with the convoy transporting the Thompsons here for questioning, the seemingly exasperated aide explained. What do you mean we've lost them? Yelled General Coulter. Apparently, sir, all radio communications with our units in the Socorro area have been having difficulty for the last 15 minutes. Now they're out completely. Someone better find them quick. How could we just lose them? They told me they had 4 of their best agents on it. Coulter arose from the table, grabbing the nearest radio to make a call, and got nothing. Great, someone get me a radio that works, please. Coulter took the radio he had and threw it into the nearest garbage can. He then returned to his seat at the table to finish his report, but realized there was more news on the way as the aide hadn't left yet. He looked up at the aide. What it is now, he growled. Sir, it seems we've also lost contact. The young aide hesitated, realizing that things were going steadily from bad to worse. We've also lost contact with Colonel Schmidt at the array, the young aide explained. The general suddenly looked as though he was ready to bite his head off. Several of the general's regular staff quickly entered the room, wondering what all the commotion was about. General Coulter slowly stood up facing the aides, speaking slowly and deliberately as he straightened out his uniform. Go and find Colonel Tashima, and tell him what's going on and to get 2 choppers ready to fly immediately. We need to find that convoy and get in touch with Colonel Schmidt. The general paused a moment. He suddenly felt that everyone he was speaking to had glue stuffed into their ears. Come on, people, you heard me, move it, he yelled. Colonel Schmidt had reluctantly agreed to allow Hunter, Drake, and Stevens along for the ride in exchange for the location and time of the meeting. Drake also wanted to bring along some of the portable equipment to study and record any possible alien radio transmissions. A few moments later the chopper was packed and ready. Hunter looked at Schmidt, who was slowly walking around the outside of the helicopter, apparently making her second inspection. Everything okay? He asked. They were supposed to bring me another chopper with a flight crew, but then when the radio communications went out, she shook her head, keeping her voice low as she spoke to Hunter. What? I need a co-pilot, she answered. I'm fully trained to fly one of these, but it's not my forte, if you know what I mean. Well, you're in luck today, Colonel, said Hunter with a huge smile spreading across his face. Schmidt breathed in a heavy sigh. And why is that? Because I was a helicopter pilot for over 6 years, said Hunter. Blackhawks. Schmidt just gave him a look of disbelief, shaking her head. Marine Corps, 91 through 97 foot Semper Fi, shouted Hunter. You really should check out backgrounds a little better, Hunter winked. You want to fly this thing then? Schmidt asked. You won't get in trouble if I do? Hunter asked. I might, she grinned, if they find out. She looked over the chopper again. You've flown a Huey before, right? Hunter grinned back. You're kidding. Okay, everybody, hop in. Hunter climbed into the cockpit of the chopper and began to start it up. Drake and Stevens jumped in also, after giving each other that "I hope he knows what he's doing" look. Now, remember it's been a few years, so I might be a little rusty, he said as was glancing over the controls. Schmidt gave Drake and Stevens a slightly worried look. The motor whined for a moment, then the engine started and roared as the twin blades began beating the air into submission. Hunter looked out the cockpit window. It was starting to get dark now as the sun was dropping below the mountains to the west of the center. Drake, how much longer do we have? Hunter yelled. Drake looked down at his watch. We have about 30 minutes, he shouted. Are we going to be able to make it in time? No problem, as long as my co-pilot here can lead the way, yelled Hunter. The twin Huey lifted effortlessly off the ground of the center, rising high into the air. Hunter was really enjoying himself. He hadn't flown in nearly 15 years, but within seconds, it was all coming back to him. Okay, Colonel, he shouted, as the chopper leveled off and headed east. Where do we go first? He grinned. Marlene had been driving south on the interstate for several minutes, constantly glancing down at her watch, and didn't notice the large black SUV that was pulled over on the interstate ahead or the two men who were wandering around the vehicle aimlessly. Mom, stop, it's Dad and Uncle Alex, shouted Seth, who had been looking ahead and instantly recognized the vehicle as one of the SUVs that he saw earlier at Mr. Valerie's house. Are you sure? She asked Seth, as she slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road, just ahead of the lead vehicle. Yep, that's your dad all right, and Alex. I wonder what's going on, she mumbled. As soon as the car came to a stop, Seth and the two girls immediately jumped out and ran to the two men. Dad, what happened? Seth looked around. Where's Grandpa JJ and Jimmy's SUV? He then noticed what looked like two men lying on the ground behind the first vehicle, and then two more agents passed out in the cab of the SUV. The driver's face was squished against the glass, giving him a hideous appearance. Suddenly, the two girls screamed when they looked up to the window and saw the face. Dad? Leanne yelled. What happened? Where's Jimmy? She asked. We don't know, we've been looking around for them, but they aren't here. And those two over there are dead? Bobby asked. No, Bobby, said Rodney. I just checked them out a minute ago. They're just knocked unconscious somehow, like these two. He motioned with his thumb to the two agents in the SUV. But not for long, we should get out of here, Alex. I just grabbed the keys to their SUV and ripped out their wires. They aren't going to be happy when they wake up. Alex agreed and grabbed Leanne by the hand and headed for the car. Quick, let's get out of here, he yelled. Rodney grabbed Bobby and Seth and they all jumped in the car, where Marlene was just getting out of the car and was walking back to meet them. Get back in the car, Marlene, shouted Rodney. We're getting in. They all ran to get to the car. As soon as everyone had squeezed in, Rodney turned around and looked back one more time. The two men who had been under the tarp were beginning to stand up and move around. Rodney shouted, Let's go, Marlene, now. They could hear the gravel flying away behind them, as Marlene sank her foot into the gas pedal and the car sped off down the road. A few moments later, Marlene glanced up in the rearview mirror at Alex, who was crammed in with the girls in the back, and Rodney, who was in the passenger seat next to Seth, still turned around looking out the back window. Would someone please tell me where I'm supposed to be going? She paused, feeling her frustration and anger rise. And, would one of you two please tell me what the hell is going on? Marlene yelled. Chapter 14, Ground Zero. Grandpa JJ, do you know where you're going? Jimmy asked, looking out the window at the stars popping out in an evening sky which had slowly been changing from a crimson blue to deep purple. He turned and looked over at the sphere floating silently in the seat beside him, wondering what places it had been to before and what places would it go to after this. Jimmy, I need your eyes again up the road here, said Grandpa JJ, momentarily interrupting his thoughts. Sure, Grandpa, what am I looking for? A sign that will have on it something like Stallion Gate. if you see that let me know, okay? Sure, Grandpa. Jimmy looked out the front window, carefully watching the road ahead. There were no lights anymore in the distance, only the blackness of the open desert and whatever was lit up by the vehicle's headlights directly ahead of them. I think I see a sign up ahead. Good, I'll slow down a bit. What does it say? WSMR Stallion Gate. Jimmy read the sign. Good job, Jimmy, that's it. Grandpa JJ turned the SUV off the highway and continued south following the signs. Does WSMR mean Grandpa? Jimmy asked. White Sands Missile Range, Jimmy. This is where my friend Alan and I worked during the war. Not very far from here was a ranch house called the McDonald Ranch, where a bunch of us spent months putting together all the equipment for the gadget as they called it. You mean the bomb? That's right, but no one called it a bomb. It was called the gadget. A lot of folks didn't want to know any more than that, they were afraid to ask. And those who did know just how powerful it was, well, they didn't want to think about it, I guess. Did you know what it was? I had a pretty good idea, Jimmy. There were reports of a few guys who worked with the team developing the warhead getting sick, radiation sickness they called it. And well, some of them died or we never saw them again. Grandpa, do you think we'll ever, well, use a bomb like that again? I certainly hope not, Jimmy. Grandpa JJ thought quietly for a moment. You know, Jimmy, I wasn't that much older than you when I was working out here. I was standing in a room not far from here when they detonated it. Damn thing lit up this whole sky for miles across this whole valley. Suddenly another voice was heard from. If devices such as those were ever used again in anger, they could mean the potential end of human existence, Jimmy. Revan's voice softly explained. You see, all the races that we've encountered in our travels have gone through this same dilemma, Jimmy. They all reach a point in time where they must make a choice. Your race is now at that point in time, said Revan. Jimmy looked at the sphere and then at his grandpa JJ. What choice do you think will make, Grandpa? Jimmy quietly asked. Hunter guided the helicopter through the sky as gracefully as a dancer on ice. In some ways Hunter missed the freedom and release of flying, in other ways he didn't miss it at all. Hunter, are you okay? Stevens asked from the back of the chopper. I'm great, Alice, thanks, replied Hunter. Okay, Colonel, we are approaching the outskirts of Socorro. What are we looking for here? Schmidt looked around the sky for a few moments, getting her bearings. We are looking for Interstate 25 to the east of the city. Follow it south for a few miles. We'll need to get a little lower so I can see the road, okay? Schmidt asked. This would have been the route the agents who were taking the Thompsons to Holloman Air Force Base would have followed, shouted Schmidt. In a few moments Hunter was banking the helicopter slightly and dropping altitude as he found and followed the interstate. Good, good, Schmidt continued. Get lower and slow down a little bit, you're going too fast, she ordered, as Hunter continued to drop altitude. Hunter quickly glanced at Schmidt and grinned. Well, then you'll have to excuse me if I accidentally take out a few telephone poles, he joked. A few moments later Schmidt saw something on the highway ahead. You see that? She asked Hunter. There's something on the road. Sorry, Colonel, I'm just a little too busy right now to be sightseeing. Right there, she pointed down. What's wrong with that picture? It was her turn now to joke a little. You see that? She laughed a little, for guys in dark suits walking around a black SUV. I see them now, Hunter chuckled. You think they might need a lift, huh? Hunter asked as took the Huey down and landed near the four men. Immediately they noticed the helicopter and ran towards it. The first agent saw Colonel Schmidt as she stepped out of the chopper. Colonel, I'm Agent Joel Pacheco with the FBI, are we glad to see you? He said. Pacheco, Pacheco. Schmidt thought for a moment. Weren't you the guys who were supposed to be transporting the Thompsons over to Holloman Air Force Base for a briefing with the general? Yes, Colonel, we were, he answered. Well, what happened to you, and where's your other vehicle? We don't know, Colonel. 1 minute we're heading down the freeway here, next minute we're waking up passed out on the side of the road, Pacheco explained. Where did the Thompsons go? I don't know, Colonel. When we came to, they were already gone. However, we believe they may have had help, Pacheco explained. One of our agents thought he saw them leave in a car to the south, and he paused a moment. They also took off with one of the other SUVs, and the other vehicle here, well, they took our keys and ripped out our ignition wiring. Pacheco explained, looking close to a nervous breakdown. And to top it off, our radios aren't working at all. Weren't you supposed to have police escorts too? Asked Schmidt. Yes, but we dismissed them the moment we were on the freeway. We didn't need them anymore, said Pacheco. Colonel Schmidt almost laughed but resisted the urge, considering Agent Pacheco seemed pretty frustrated with his efforts. We don't have enough room for all of you in this chopper. However, we will call for another chopper for you guys as soon as we clear the area. We also seem to be having the same sort of radio interference blocking our communications. Pacheco looked back at the rest of his team who were walking towards the chopper. No problem. Thanks, Colonel, we'll be fine. I think we'll stick around here and try to get this vehicle started up again. As soon as you clear the interference, if you would please let them know our status. Pacheco turned back to his team to fill them in. Okay, will do. Good luck, said Colonel Schmidt, climbing back into the chopper. Well? What's the story here? Hunter asked, as Schmidt climbed back into the chopper. Schmidt shook her head in disbelief. I don't know exactly what's going here, but these Thompsons must be pretty resourceful men to pull this off. She glanced at Hunter to get moving again. Well guys, we're off to the Trinity site. I hope your hunch is right, Drake. She glanced at Drake and Stevens, who were strapped in the back seat, then glanced down at her watch. 19:08 hours, it read. Get your equipment ready, Drake. I have a feeling that this is going to get interesting, yelled Schmidt. Do you have any idea where we're going, Rodney? Marlene asked as they sped down the highway. We are looking for an exit up ahead on the right, that will say something like, Missile Range or Trinity Site, or, he continued, looking out the front window in the dark as the next sign came closer to view. Rodney then squinted to see the signs better. Stallion Gate, he shouted. That's it, Marlene, turn here, barked Rodney. Marlene turned the vehicle onto the road following the signs. Leanne, Seth, and Bobby read the letters aloud as they passed. WSMR Stallion Gate. What does WSMR mean, Dad? Seth asked. White Sands Missile Range, explained Rodney. What? You mean they're going to be shooting missiles at us? Asked Leanne, anxiously. No, Lee, this is part of the old site Grandpa JJ used to work at during World War II. Trinity is where they detonated the first atomic bomb. Alex explained. I guess they chose this site because it's so desolate, said Alex, looking out the window. So, you guys are telling me that this alien sphere just talked to you, and told you where they were going to be coming to pick up the sphere, and for you to just meet them, out here? Marlene asked. That's right, said Alex. And Grandpa JJ and Jimmy are somehow connected with it? She asked. I guess so, at least that's what we understood. Well, of all the crazy things, Marlene shook her head. You guys better come up with a better story than that, and really quick, because it looks like we are going to have to stop up ahead. Marlene motioned to the sign on the side of the highway. As they approached the gate, they saw a large sign that read WSMR Stallion Gate, proof of entry required. As Marlene slowed the car down to stop at the gate, they noticed a flurry of activity as several men were running back and forth between the gate buildings. Hey, did you guys see that? Exclaimed Seth. Look at the fence ahead, it looks like someone just tore through here and knocked everything over. Suddenly one of the guards noticed the car stopped at what used to be a gate and ran over to them. I'm sorry, ma'am, this entrance gate is closed, and you'll have to go around to the main gate or come back tomorrow when we open in the morning. The young man at the gate was obviously a little distracted by other matters. Marlene thought for a second, waiting for Rodney or Alex to speak up and say something, but they were quiet. Great, she thought to herself. It's up to me, I guess. Marlene stuck her head out the window and shouted. Sir, we are looking for someone that may have come through here just a few minutes ago. Did you let anyone else through this gate recently? The guard turned back quickly towards the car, yelling loudly, "Ma'am, I told you, this gate is now closed." The young man began to repeat the same message as before when suddenly everything went dark as they lost all electrical power. "Grandpa, I can't believe you just ran the gate over back there," said Jimmy, as he looked admiringly at the sphere floating next to him. "Luckily Revan cloaked us. I was afraid they were going to start shooting at us." Jimmy shrieked. "We should be getting pretty close now, Jimmy, just a few miles from here," said Grandpa JJ as he continued hellbent down the old road. Jimmy was looking out the window at the darkness before him, wondering what it must have looked like when they detonated the original atomic bomb so many years before. He wondered how he would have felt if he had been alive to see it. The paved road that his grandpa had been traversing earlier was suddenly replaced with a bumpier dirt road as Grandpa JJ continued pressing on towards the Trinity site. Looking out the window at darkness just beyond the lights of the SUV, the only thing he saw was an occasional jackrabbit running across the road and escaping into the dark night through the small bushes. "You know where we're going to, right, Grandpa?" Jimmy asked. "Yep, it's been a few years, but I know the way, Jimmy," said Grandpa JJ as he suddenly turned off the dirt road, plowing headlong through a small fence. "Hold on, Jimmy," he hollered to Jimmy as he sharply turned the wheel. The large SUV jumped around like a bucking bronco for a few moments as Grandpa JJ gingerly maneuvered around some ditches and fences, before finally reaching a clearing that had been smoothed out. It seemed to Jimmy that they had reached a large parking lot of some sort. "What's this, Grandpa?" he asked. "This is where we get out and walk, son, then we watch and wait," explained Grandpa JJ. "Be sure to grab your backpack, Jimmy, and bring that sphere." Grandpa JJ reached down and turned off the motor of the SUV, leaving only the headlights on to help guide their way ahead in the darkness. He looked at his watch. 7:15 it read. "Okay, Revan, the moment of truth has arrived," he thought as he gazed up into the dark starlit sky. Hunter was struggling with the controls of the Huey as he noticed the winds had begun picking up. "Colonel, I'm really having a rough time with this. The winds are really getting nasty outside," said Hunter as he continued working with the controls. He reached up momentarily and adjusted his goggles. "I'm really glad you had these night vision goggles. I haven't used these in a long time, and they've gotten so much better than what we used in Somalia," said Hunter. "We should be coming up on the gate to the missile range," shouted Colonel Schmidt as she looked back and forth between her navigation display and the window of the cockpit. "Start making a turn due south, at a heading of 160 degrees. But watch your altitude, Hunter. Keep it around 6,000, you got that? We don't want to wind up plowing into the side of one of these little hills out here to our right," she hollered. "Roger, got that," said Hunter, looking out over the land below through his night vision goggles. He thought for a moment he saw the guard's shack near the stallion gate, and then he thought he saw beams from what looked like two flashlights shining in and around the guard's shack. "Are you catching that activity down there?" he hollered toward Schmidt. "Yes, I am." "Take this thing down quick, Hunter. Drop us in right near the gate. I'll hop out and see what's going on," she said. "It looks like they may have lost power." Hunter brought the chopper down on the highway behind the gate, setting it down easy in the darkness as Schmidt jumped out. A startled guard came running out into the darkness towards the chopper, waving a flashlight around. "Excuse me, this is a restricted area. Do you have..." "Oh, my God." He stopped short as he recognized the uniform. Immediately he stood at attention with his flashlight at his side. "My apologies, Colonel Sir, it's been a strange night." Schmidt pulled off her helmet. "At ease," she said, as she returned the salute, gently lowering her hand. "Tell me, what's been going on around here and what happened to the power?" "Well, Colonel, it's been crazy. About 18:30 this evening, we had a general alert go out, and then the next thing we know, we started losing our communications," he explained. "Then about a half hour later, the strangest thing happened. We heard something huge come crashing through these gates. But, sir," he paused. "You're not going to believe this. When we stepped out to look and see what happened, we couldn't see a damn thing. It was like it was invisible or something," the guard reported. "Go on," said Schmidt. "Well, Colonel, the next thing we know, some ladies pulling up to the gate in a car full of people. while we're still trying to figure out what the hell just happened. He paused again, realizing what he said, and she's asking us if we had let anyone come through the gate recently. Well, Colonel, we were so rattled we couldn't tell her what the hell we saw, if anything, said the guard, stopping to catch his breath. Next thing I know, all our lights and power went out, and then that lady in the car, she just stepped on the gas, and she took off like a bat out of hell. He pointed south, heading that direction. Thank you very much for your report. Why don't you gentlemen go ahead and do what you can to straighten this mess up, said Schmidt, motioning to the smashed-up fence. And I'll radio in for some assistance for the two of you as soon as we can get through to base. Sound good? Yes, sir, he answered, saluting. Schmidt saluted and put her helmet back on her head and climbed into the chopper again. As soon as she was strapped in, she motioned to Hunter to get going. Let's move out to Trinity, Hunter. It's just a few minutes from here, said Schmidt. Hunter took the chopper gently up into the evening sky, being careful to watch for the hills around them. He brought it back on course using the highway below him as a guide. Just follow this road, Hunter. Keep a southeast heading. See the runway to your left. Keep straight, said Schmidt, watching out the window to guide Hunter. Now, follow this road for a few miles and you'll come to a group of buildings on your left at an intersection. Take that intersection and head due east. Got it, replied Hunter, concentrating on the road. Wait a minute, it's curving around here. There we go, I think. Yeah, now I see the buildings, he said. Good going, Hunter. You're a pretty good pilot, you know that? You may be in the wrong business. Schmidt joked. Hunter gave her a chastising glance. That's okay, I like my job, he joked, as he gently guided the chopper around to the east. Marlene, may I say you're doing a wonderful job of chauffeuring us all tonight, commented Alex from the back seat. There was silence for a moment, broken with laughter, first from Marlene, then from Seth, Rodney, and the two girls. Thanks a lot, Alex. You know, I just couldn't think of a better way to spend a Sunday evening, she joked. The laughter continued for a moment as Rodney was still trying to find his way in the darkness. I think there's another turn coming up, Marlene, said Rodney, breaking the mood for a moment. He motioned for Marlene to turn off the paved road onto a dirt road that curved around to the east. Grandpa JJ took me out here one time years ago. I think I was in high school still. Alex had already left for basic training, you remember that? Rodney glanced back to Alex. I sure do, that must have been the summer of '88 then, said Alex. You were probably about 16 then, Rodney. Dad, are you going to take us out here someday too? Asked Seth. In the daytime, I mean, when we can actually see where we're going, he added as the others chuckled. Nope, sorry son, I'm afraid this is your one big trip out here, said Rodney. As they continued a little farther up the road, Marlene thought she saw a light shining up ahead of them off in the darkness. Rodney, do you see a light over there, or am I just imagining things? She asked. Rodney looked in the direction she was pointing, again squinting to get a better view. Damn, he thought, time to get my eyes checked. Yeah, I think I see it, about a mile up to the left, said Rodney, as he continued to get better view of the source of the light. It looks like a vehicle is just sitting out in the middle of the desert with its lights on, mumbled Rodney. Could it be Grandpa JJ and Jimmy? Asked Seth. Everyone paused and looked at each other. Step on it, Marlene, they all shouted. Grandpa JJ and Jimmy had been walking for several minutes as they reached a fenced area. They followed the fence for a short distance until they found an opening and then continued on. They were nearly beyond the range of the SUV's headlights, when JJ stopped suddenly. You feel that, Jimmy? He asked. What's that, Grandpa? You mean that weird feeling like your hair is standing up? Asked Jimmy, realizing he was also beginning to sense something strange. What is that? I'm not sure, Jimmy. It could be that this cold night air is getting us chilled a bit, said Grandpa JJ. Jimmy, take the sphere out of your backpack, suggested Grandpa JJ, looking down next to him as Jimmy already had it out of his backpack. He must have sensed the same thoughts I just did, thought Grandpa JJ. They watched as the softly glowing sphere rose into the night, high above their heads until it stopped and hovered. Suddenly the light began to intensify until it lit up a large area of desert all around the two of them. "Revan, what's happening?" asked Jimmy, shouting over the wind which had started to pick up in the last few minutes. "Don't worry. You are just experiencing the side effects of a large magnetic field. It will continue to intensify, but you will be okay," said Revan, as the light emanating from the sphere continued to intensify. "Magnetic field from what?" asked Grandpa JJ. "Look up, Grandpa, the stars in the sky, they're all disappearing," said Jimmy, looking up into the blackness of the sky above their heads. "No, Jimmy, they're not disappearing, they're just being blocked," said Grandpa JJ. "Blocked by what?" asked Jimmy, suddenly hearing a voice boom from behind him. "By one hell of a big ship," said Alex. "Dad, how did you find us?" asked Jimmy, as Alex greeted Grandpa JJ and Jimmy with a hug. "We thought you were still with the agents back on the freeway." "No, lucky for us we woke up before they did," and Alex motioned behind him to the others to catch up. "Your Aunt Marlene, she gave us all a lift out," he explained. Alex then turned and looked apprehensively up at the sky. "Hey everyone, it looks like we got company," he said. There was something descending from the sky all right, but it was no alien spaceship, it was a large helicopter, and it looked like it was about to crash right on top of them. Chapter 15, One for All, and All for One. "I don't know what's happening now, Colonel. I seem to be losing power and all my controls are acting, well, crazy," said Hunter. "Damn it, we're nearly there too," he shouted. They were almost to the Trinity site as Hunter began noticing the controls of the chopper behaving strangely. He could see a bright light growing in intensity a few hundred yards ahead of them as he struggled at the controls of the helicopter. "I'm going to have to set this bird down, Colonel, before she goes out completely on me," he hollered. Colonel Schmidt nodded. Then quickly, she took off her helmet and goggles, turning around to face Drake and Stevens. "Hang on everybody, we're going down. Grab your equipment, Drake, ASAP," she yelled. Drake understood. By this time, they could see a bright light, and what appeared to be a group of people standing underneath it in the desert. The large Huey's motors whinnied and whined like no engine Hunter had ever heard before. It was as if the power were just being sucked out of it. Then was followed by an eerie silence, as the only sound they heard then was the whipping of air outside by the twin blades above them, followed next by all the lights and electronic controls going completely dark. Luckily, they were only a few feet from the desert floor when that happened, as the chopper hit the ground with a solid thud. After the impact, there was a moment or two of silence from the four in the chopper as they finally realized they were on the ground, and alive. Hunter quickly pulled off his helmet and goggles, looking at Drake, Stevens, and the Colonel. "You guys didn't think I could do it, did you?" he asked, with a huge grin on his face. "We never had a doubt," said Stevens. "Everyone all right?" shouted Schmidt. She heard sounds of affirmation from the others. "Very well, let's get out and see what's going on out there," ordered Schmidt. She then began undoing her seatbelts while checking the Huey's flight systems for damage. Alice Stevens was the first to jump out of the chopper, landing softly in the bushes. She stood up and looked around to get her bearings, immediately noticing a bright light shining in the sky which was illuminating the ground in front of the helicopter for hundreds of yards. "Hey Drake, if you hand me some of that equipment over there, I can help you unload it," she asked. Drake tossed her 2 camera bags and a tripod. As she slowly turned around to place the bags on the ground below the helicopter, she caught a glimpse of 2 young girls standing before her a short distance away. "Hello?" she asked. "Who are you?" The 2 young girls ran up to the helicopter. "Hi, I'm Leanne and this is my cousin Bobby," said Leanne. "Are you all right?" she asked. "We thought you were going to crash there for a minute," exclaimed Bobby. "Are you here to watch the spaceship land too?" she asked. "Hold on just a moment, young lady." Stevens turned back around and shouted into the interior of the helicopter. "You're not going to believe this, everyone, but we've got company," she shouted. Stevens turned back around to the 2 young girls. "My name's Alice. What are you kids doing out here in the middle of the missile range all by yourselves at night?" she asked. "My mom drove us out here from Socorro," said Bobby. "Yeah, She drove really fast and had to speed away from these agents who holding my dad and uncle for questioning, said Leanne. Come on, I mean like, they think we're terrorists or something. I see, Stevens nodded. Your last names wouldn't happen to be Thompson, would it? She asked. It would indeed, said a voice from behind. A startled Stevens turned around and saw a hand reaching towards her. Hi, my name's Alex Thompson. I guess you could say I'm one of those responsible for all this excitement out here, said Alex, offering his hand. Hunter and Schmidt heard the voices and jumped down from the chopper into the bushes next to Stevens. So, you're the famous Alex Thompson, asked Hunter, shaking Alex's hand. Good to finally meet you. Where are the other terrorist cohorts of yours? He asked jokingly. They're over there somewhere in the dark, answered Alex, pointing to the open area closer toward the Trinity marker. And no, we're not terrorists, emphasized Alex. There is another force at work behind all these events. Well, maybe so, however you still have some explaining to do, said Colonel Schmidt, also shaking Alex's hand. But first things first, will one of you please tell us what's going on, and what the hell you and your family are doing out here? She asked. Alex stood for a moment stumbling over his words as he tried his best to explain to Colonel Schmidt and Hunter all that had happened over the last 2 days, without giving the impression that he was a complete lunatic. He motioned for Hunter and Schmidt to follow him as he explained the story further, pointing up in the sky towards the sphere. There it is, said Alex. As they stood gawking up at the sphere, which by now was growing brighter by the second. The winds also began to pick up as the sky grew even darker. Lieutenant Eric Nieves walked briskly along the corridor of the command center. Even though he was in a hurry, he didn't want to look like he was in a hurry. This had been one of those days, where every moment he rested and sat down, something new would suddenly pop up and he would have to start running around all over again. Finally, he felt it was more productive to just keep walking rather than take any chances. Nieves opened the door, not even stopping to catch his breath. General Coulter, your helicopter is ready, said the lieutenant, as he hastily entered the conference room and stood on the other side of the long table. He stood at attention and motionless, as General Coulter continued working on his report for the NSA and the President of the United States. Coulter looked up. It's about damn time, said Coulter tersely, as he stood up from the table, folded his laptop and placed it carefully into his briefcase. Ready, mumbled the general, as he followed his assistant out of the room and through the lobby towards the helicopter pad. Have you been able to locate Colonel Schmidt at the large array or the 4 agents who were transporting the Thompsons? Asked Coulter. No sir, not yet. It seems that all radio and cell phone communications within a radius of about 100 miles of White Sands missile range are being disrupted by some unknown source, explained Nieves. How about our landlines? Coulter asked. They're working fine sir, seems the disturbance has only affected radio and cell phone transmissions. Well, that's good to hear, said Coulter. But unfortunately sir, most of our critical communications are either radio or cellular, the lieutenant pointed out. Also, there is something else sir. The aide stopped and turned to the general. And what is that? Asked Coulter. Well, it's not yet confirmed by our other stations yet. Okay. Until it is confirmed, we can't be sure what it is sir, said Nieves, hesitating. Lieutenant, just spit it out, said Coulter. NORAD's been tracking a large unidentifiable object for the last few minutes. It just showed up on our stations over the Pacific Ocean as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. It's registering a very large radar signature, and it seems to be heading this way. Damn it, the kid was right, mumbled Coulter to himself. I beg your pardon, sir, asked Nieves. Never mind, answered Coulter. Follow me, said the general as he quickly turned and headed for the waiting helicopters. Drake busied himself by setting up the equipment he had brought with him from the array. Hey guys, I'm getting something on these cameras, hollered Drake. It's huge, come take a look. Stevens was the first to arrive. Are these those new infrared cameras? She asked. Yep, I borrowed them from General Coulter's team, said Drake proudly. In fact, most of the portable stuff they brought is some of the latest gear available. Apparently, they spared no expense, joked Drake. Drake soon had a small crowd gathering around his equipment as he continued setting up more monitors, so they could all see the large object clearly as it loomed over them. High above them in the dark expanse of the New Mexico evening sky, there loomed a dark shapeless void that was rapidly increasing in size as it approached. As Jimmy and his great-grandfather stared silently up at the sky, they felt a shiver of fear. It was the unseen darkness that frightened them, even though they both felt a greater subliminal comfort in its increasing nearness. Something within them both soon felt a quiet peace, as well as a gentle understanding of its ultimate purpose. They could not even begin to understand the technological wherewithal of the vessel that approached him and his family as they stood, literally defenseless, here on the desert floor. Somehow, however, they knew there was no hostility intended here. The light coming from within the sphere grew exponentially as the vessel approached, as if by some unearthly means, it was creating a beacon to guide the celestial traveler to its port. As if caught up in some Ezekielian reenactment, Jimmy and his great-grandfather both felt a powerful presence weighing upon their whole being. Millions of thoughts and images came flooding into their minds, as Jimmy and his great-grandfather were reliving the experiences of 1,000 lifetimes in a single span of time. Then suddenly it stopped. Jimmy and Grandpa JJ glanced at each other for a moment, sharing their collective thoughts in unison. Then a bright flash of light, followed by a large open room, where they both stood alone, with bright light permeating all around them. "Grandpa, where are we?" asked Jimmy. "I'm not sure, Jimmy, but if I were to guess I would say, we are somewhere within the spaceship," said Grandpa JJ, trying to sound confident. A voice came into their minds. "Welcome," said the voice. "Hi," answered Jimmy and his great-grandfather simultaneously. They stood, looking around for some point of reference to lock on to in the brightness of the surroundings. "Where are we?" Jimmy asked first. "You are in a transitory," explained the voice. "A temporary holding room, but perhaps you will relate better to this," added the familiar voice behind them. It was Revan. "Are you the real Revan, or is this image coming from the sphere?" asked Jimmy. "I am the real Revan," said Revan with a slight smile as he walked closer to Jimmy and his great-grandfather and stopped. "I thought you were. You thought I was dead?" "No. Thanks to your great-grandfather I survived the accident, along with one of my companions. However, the other one did not survive. If it weren't for your great-grandfather and his friend entering our spaceship and checking on us when they did, we might well have perished." "Sheer luck then," said Grandpa JJ. "Not luck, fate," Revan paused. "You do believe in fate, don't you, Jim?" asked Revan. "It's a trait that our species share. Qualities we admire, such as faith, hope or love," explained Revan. "And another human trait we have admired from observing you, friendship," added Revan, motioning behind Jimmy and JJ. "Hello, JJ, remember me?" asked a familiar voice from behind. Jimmy and his great-grandfather turned around and saw who it was that had just spoken. "Alan, is that really you?" asked JJ, as a huge smile slowly grew upon his face. He quickly leaped forward to grab Alan's hand, followed by laughter, as the two friends shared a moment between them, connecting the span of over 60 years that separated friendship, guilt and shame in a single instant. Jim stepped back a moment to look at his friend Alan. He had aged, but only slightly, looking very much like any healthy man in his mid-30s. "You're looking well, my friend," said Alan. "And you never were a good liar," said JJ as they both laughed again. JJ turned and looked at Revan. "How is it that Alan looks so, well? Why does he look so young?" "Well, it's a little difficult to explain, but from our perspective, we left Earth just a few years ago. I believe one of your scientists, Albert Einstein, described it best in his theory of relativity." "I see," said JJ. "Grandpa JJ, is this your friend?" asked Jimmy. "Yes, Jimmy, this is my friend Alan Larkin, the one I told you about," he said. "Grandpa JJ? Wow, I guess I have been away a long time," said Alan, placing one hand on Jimmy's shoulder. "Son, I could tell you some stories about your great-grandpa." Jimmy smiled as Alan continued. He loved stories. The two men continued catching up on the years lost between them, as Revan stepped over next to Jimmy. I especially want to thank you, Jimmy, for helping return the sphere to us." "You're welcome," said Jimmy. Jimmy noticed Revan looked as if he still had more to say. "Can I ask you something, Revan?" asked Jimmy. "Of course, Jimmy," said Revan. "You mentioned something about hope earlier. Do you think there is hope for us?" "You mean you want to know if we feel humans have made the right choice? You want to know what the future will hold for your people, and you want to know if we are going to destroy the Earth," said Revan. Jimmy's eyes widened. "Jimmy, none of us, not even my people, know what the future will bring for us. Even with all our technology," Revan motioned, indicating the ship around them. "We still don't know what will or may happen to us in the future. We can only look at what has happened to others in the past, and try to learn from their successes, or failures. This is what brought us to you." Jimmy looked confused for a moment, and then slowly his expression changed from puzzlement to understanding. "Oh, now you're starting to sound just like my dad." Revan laughed, such laughter that it caused Alan and JJ to end their conversation and turn to see where the laughter was coming from. "Your dad is a smart man, Jimmy," said Revan. "And I believe that you are a smart boy too," added Revan. "As long as there are humans who think like you and your dad, then there is hope that your people will survive to make it." "To make it where?" asked Grandpa JJ. Revan motioned upwards, to the stars, he said. Revan looked at Jimmy again and smiled, and then he looked over at Alan and JJ, who now had all formed a small circle. "It's time," Revan said to Alan. Alan stepped back and turned towards JJ and Jimmy. "It's been good seeing you again, JJ." "You aren't leaving, are you?" asked JJ, looking at Alan. "Alan's not staying here with us, is he?" asked JJ, looking at Revan this time. "This is where I belong now, JJ. I have no place here on Earth to return to anyway," explained Alan. "Goodbye, JJ, it was good seeing you again. You too, Jimmy. I'm glad we had a chance to meet," said Alan, as he turned around and faded into darkness. "We will have to leave soon," said Revan. "You, Jimmy, must return and be with your parents. Go and be with your family, live in peace, and most of all, continue to learn from the past and hope for the future. Perhaps, one day we may meet again," explained Revan. "As for you, JJ, you may come with us if you like. It's your choice, we will give you some time to decide, but you must make the choice," said Revan, pointing at JJ. There was a moment of quiet between them, as Revan's words had a chance to sink in. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light, as Jimmy and his great-grandfather found they were standing once again on the desert floor. "Look, it's Grandpa JJ and Jimmy, they're back," shouted Leanne. "Where have you two been?" "We were taken inside the ship," said Jimmy as he quickly turned towards his Grandpa JJ. "Are you going to go back with them, Grandpa JJ?" "You're going to do what?" they asked. Grandpa JJ turned quickly around to face all of them, collecting his thoughts. "Revan invited me to go back with them, my friend Alan was with them." He stopped and looked around at the faces standing before him. "I don't have the heart to tell them how tempted I was," he thought. "Why not?" JJ said out loud. There came a flurry of protests from the others as Jimmy and Grandpa JJ stared at each other silently for a few moments. "I think you should go with them, Grandpa. I know that's what you really want to do," said Jimmy. "And I know you've been carrying this burden around with you for a long time." JJ turned away for a moment, as he thought. "You know, it was hard carrying this with me for all these years. It sometimes seemed like maybe I just imagined it all, or I was losing my mind." He turned and looked at Alex. JJ turned his head upwards. "Revan," yelled Grandpa JJ, "I've made my decision." "Very well," replied Revan, who was now suddenly standing next to Alex, surprising him for a moment. "Alex, nice to finally meet you," said Revan. "Your son is a very bright boy, take good care of him," Revan added. A few moments later the others had gathered up enough courage to come up and meet Revan. He took a few moments to speak with each of them as he eventually made his way over to the other four, who were observing quietly from a distance, close to the grounded helicopter. Meanwhile, Grandpa JJ took the opportunity to tell everyone goodbye. Mr. Drake, Miss Stevens, Mr. Hunter and Colonel Schmidt, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, said Revan. I apologize about your helicopter, Colonel. I couldn't have you running into anyone in the dark, he winked. It will operate just fine as soon as we leave. Revan glanced at Drake a moment. I know, you have so many questions, he said, then he paused a moment and turned back towards Drake. No, we are not from Epsilon Eridani, that is just an outpost of ours. But, you were very close, keep on looking, you will find it one day. Oh, I almost forgot, and as for your cameras and equipment, you will find later that no recordings of this event were made after we've left. I'm sorry, Revan apologized and turned back towards Alex and JJ. It is time, said Revan. Are you ready? He asked, looking at JJ. Alex turned towards his grandfather. Pop, go ahead and go with them, we will miss you, but I think we'll all feel better knowing that where you are, you'll be well taken care of. He walked up to his grandfather and grabbed him gently by the shoulders, hugged him and then looked him in the eye. Think of it as another one of your great adventures, Pop, smiled Alex. Jim Thompson stood there thinking quietly to himself for a moment, not sure whether he wanted to leave or not. JJ turned to Revan. I am ready, said JJ, turning back to Alex and the others. Goodbye again to all of you, I will miss you, he said. But you know your old grandpa JJ just couldn't pass this up, he smiled. We must leave now, JJ, there are several helicopters approaching from the south, said Revan. It is General Coulter and his team, the rest of you should also leave as soon as possible. We can provide some assistance, but only for a limited time, explained Revan. Goodbye everyone, said Revan, as he and Grandpa JJ disappeared in a brilliant flash of light. Chapter 16, Departure. The Thompson family stood there, somewhat stunned by all the events of the day, as well as dealing with the sudden and unexpected departure of Grandpa JJ. They stood quietly, wondering then, as to what could possibly happen next. It was Alice Stevens who helped jolt them all back to reality. Mr. Thompson, you and your family might want to leave here while you still can. I have a feeling General Coulter won't be in a good mood when he arrives, Stevens explained, motioning towards their car. Alex looked over at the others who were all giving nods of approval. Don't worry, we'll deal with the general, you guys should go, just like she said, added Colonel Schmidt. If I know General Coulter, he's going to want something, or someone to show for all his efforts over the last 2 days. He's not going to be happy coming back empty-handed, explained Schmidt. So, go, she insisted. She's right everyone, let's go, hop in, Rodney hollered. This time, I will drive, said Rodney, grabbing the keys from Marlene. In a flurry of flying dust and gravel, the car with the Thompsons sped off into the night, leaving the other four, alone with all their equipment. The general isn't going to be happy about all this, said Schmidt. What he doesn't know won't hurt him, said Hunter. Suddenly, there was a roaring sound of wind from above as they looked up and caught a glimpse of the ship rising overhead in the darkness. Slowly and gracefully, it climbed up into the night sky with only a rush of wind to signal its passing. They watched as it lifted into the darkness on unseen wings and moved gently over the desert and then disappeared into the darkness of night. What I wouldn't give to know how they do that, said Hunter. Meanwhile, Drake had been busy checking his video cameras and equipment ever since Revan and the elder Jim disappeared earlier. I'll be dongade, he was right, shouted Drake. What's that? Asked Hunter. None of the pictures and video that I took with any of our cameras was recorded. It's as if the memories were totally wiped clean, said Drake, shaking his head. Suddenly, the silence of the desert night was broken by a soft throbbing sound of helicopters approaching in the distance. Well then, we might as well start packing some of this equipment back into the helicopter, suggested Colonel Schmidt, grabbing some equipment that had been lying around and placing it back in the helicopter. Within minutes, General Coulter's helicopters were landing nearby in the darkness. They all glanced at Colonel Schmidt to gauge her reaction. Don't worry about me, guys, she gestured with her finger. My lips are sealed. And if the general asks, there was no one here when we arrived, suggested Schmidt as she continued loading up the helicopter. Well, Alice, aren't you glad you decided to take the weekend shift? Look what you would have missed if you would have stayed at home, joked Hunter as he also started loading up the chopper. I had a great time, Hunter. We'll have to do this again sometime, she grinned. You really know how to show a girl a good time, said Stevens. Hunter began to laugh, then turned around to see how close Drake was to finishing up. Drake was packing up the last of the cameras, still shaking his head. Don't worry about the recordings, Drake. After all, what do you think would have happened if you had got all that on camera? Asked Hunter, looking over Drake's shoulder as he checked the last of the cameras. Which was also clean, no video. There you go. He patted him on the back. Let's finish up before Coulter gets here, insisted Hunter. Jimmy had been watching out the rear window for several miles as they drove off the missile range and made their way back to the main highway to Uncle Rodney's house. By the time they reached the interstate, Leanne and Bobby had drifted soundly off to sleep, and Seth was still busy asking Jimmy questions about what he saw inside the ship and what did it feel like to talk to a real alien and so on, until he too finally drifted off to sleep in the back seat of Aunt Marlene's car. It had been a long day and Jimmy was ready to sleep himself. He couldn't wait to get back to Uncle Rodney's house and dream about all he had been through this weekend. He would miss Grandpa JJ, but at least he felt a peace in knowing that his grandpa was in good care. If Alan had only aged a little bit in 60 years, perhaps his grandpa JJ would live longer as well. Jimmy decided to rest his head against the side of the seat and pulled up his backpack to make a pillow for his head. In the front seat was his Aunt Marlene, listening intently as Uncle Rodney and his dad were busy filling her in on all the details she missed. "Dad," whispered Jimmy. "Yeah, Jimmy." "How long till we get home?" he asked. "Oh, probably about another half hour, Jimmy. Close your eyes. I wake you guys up when we get back," he said. "Okay," Jimmy answered and closed his eyes. As he rested his head on his backpack, he felt something strange inside, something that shouldn't be there at all, he thought. He quietly slid the backpack into his lap and unzipped the pocket. He reached carefully into his backpack and pulled the sphere out of his backpack. How could it be there? He wondered. He clearly remembered giving the sphere back to Revan inside the ship before he left. As he pulled it out and held it up, even in the darkness of the back of the car he could see a slight glow from inside and the sparkle of moonlight off its fresh, smooth, crystalline surface. Jimmy then heard a familiar voice speaking to him. "Happy birthday, Jimmy. This sphere is yours to keep. Use it well and remember to always have hope."
You've been listening to The Thompson Sphere by David E. Farmer, also now available on Amazon's Kindle. The Thompson Sphere by David E. Farmer. Chapter 1, The Field of the Fallen, July 1948, near Socorro, New Mexico. Holding on to two nails firmly between his front two teeth, Alan Larkin glanced behind him to the south, scowling at the dark gray July sky. He quickly resumed pounding in the rest of the nails that weren't yet flat enough with the wooden boards. Behind him, the fading evening sky was a stunning mixture of every color imaginable. Bright yellows and oranges in the west, dark blues and purples in the east, combined with a swirling concoction of blacks and grays scattered in between the two. "Looks like it's fixing to storm tonight, JJ," said the young burly red-haired Larkin as he continued nailing down the last of the boards for the north fence. "It's coming up fast from down around Las Cruces, looks like. We better finish this up soon and put everything away before the storm hits, don't you think?" Alan suggested, glancing over at his friend Jim, who was busy firming down the dirt around one of the fence posts for the final section of fencing with his shovel. Jim paused and looked at the sky and grinned. He dearly loved monsoon season. "Yeah, I guess you're right, Al. It's just about time to call it a day here," said Jim, eyeing critically the clouds building up from the south. "We've got about another half hour, I'd say," he added. Jim Thompson, or JJ to his friends, was a few inches on the taller side of Alan and somewhat willowy in stature, but obviously the two young men were quite adapted to the sort of work they were doing. Jim, having recently celebrated his 26th birthday, was the older of the two, and Jim had nearly 3 years of college under his belt before he was drafted after the outbreak of the war back in 1943. Jim had been selected as part of the electronics team that worked at Los Alamos, chosen from a long list of names for his knowledge and expertise in working with radios and electronic circuits. That's where Jim met his best friend, Alan Larkin, who also worked at Los Alamos, selected for his construction skills in building whatever type of buildings or other needs they would have for the gadget, as it was always referred to. Jim had a pretty good idea what they were building, and it was some kind of atomic bomb, as he well remembered his professors discussing all the theoretical possibilities of such a thing in his college physics classes before the war even started. He understood the basics, but had no idea of exactly how it all was going to work. Jim was, however, familiar with some of the big-name physicists who were running the project up there, like Oppenheimer and David Bohm, and he knew that they were some of the best minds in the country. Jim, it seemed, had done well for himself to have even earned a C or a B in physics at the University of New Mexico. Suffice to say, he knew these other men were way out of his league. Well, all I have to do is finish up these fence posts here, so I don't have to mess with that in the morning. I'm afraid if it does rain tonight, it's going to be awful muggy tomorrow morning when we get back out here, Jim said, as he continued working on the fence post and putting them in place. The two young men had become close friends during their work at Los Alamos. Alan was like a brother to Jim. Together they both had decided that as soon as the war was over, they would pool their savings and buy some open land in New Mexico and follow a dream that they talked about during the war of building a ranch and living a simpler life. With the barn nearly complete, finishing up this fence would be one more step to bringing them closer to their dream. As the two busied themselves finishing up their work for the day and putting everything back in the barn, the wind had begun to pick up, and they could see lightning flashes coming from the south. The storm was getting closer. Counting the time intervals between the flashes and thunder told them that they had about 10 or 15 minutes to get finished up. Get in the truck and head back down towards the main road before the storm hit. The old truck squeaked and squawked as they traversed the primitive dirt road back to the main highway. The flashes and thunder were getting much closer now. Alan was struggling to keep the truck on the roadway as the winds increased, and the wheel jumped every time he went over a rock or bump in the road. "We got us a dust storm, and it's moving fast." Alan was just about to reach down and turn on the headlights when out of the corner of his eye he noticed a sudden bright flash of light, but no sound. Strange, he thought. Where's the thunder? He barely had time to slam on the brakes as something flew across the road in front of them. "Damn, did you see that, JJ?" Alan barked. His eyes widened as he continued wrestling with the steering wheel and trying desperately to keep the truck from going off the road and sliding down the hill to his left. Jim was too stunned to answer, trying to keep an eye on the road as well as straining to identify what it was he just saw through the dirty windshield of his pickup truck. "Stop right there, Al," cried Jim, motioning Alan to stop the truck. "Maybe that was one of those new jets they've been testing out at Alamogordo," Jim added, shooting a concerned glance at his friend as if any moment he might not be able to stop the truck in time and keep from going over the hill. "Well, whatever it is, I think it just landed at the bottom of the hill over there." Jim pointed to a place where he supposed it landed, but with the fading light, along with the dust and wind blowing things around outside, it was getting difficult to see. Alan stopped the truck, turned off the engine, and the two of them stepped out and looked down the hill. "Hey, Al, grab that old med kit from behind the seat. I'm going to go down and take a look. If it's a plane crash, someone might need our help." Jim barked as he flew open the door of the old pickup and began rummaging behind the seat. "I'll grab the flashlights," Jim said as he wrestled 2 flashlights out from under his seat, slamming the door and tossing one of them to Alan as he proceeded down the hill. Alan took the flashlight and continued looking around in the back seat for the med kit. "Well, hopefully it's in here," Alan mumbled to himself while digging around behind the front seats. "There you are," he said as he finally found his prize. The two men cautiously continued down the hill, peering ahead. through the blowing dust, wind, and fading light with their flashlights, being careful to avoid the low bushes, as well as watch for any snakes that might be around. The hill sloped gently down into a dry riverbed, which was about a quarter of a mile or so from the dirt road behind them, where the truck was. Halfway down the hill, in the beam of their flashlights, they noticed 3 deep grooves cut into the soil, roughly 6 or so feet apart and about a foot deep. The 2 men shared a worried glance as each picked up their pace. Landing wheels, I'll bet," Alan mumbled out loud as they trotted down the hill. "I don't think so. It's too even, too shallow. Maybe part of the fuselage did that. Hey, I think I see something in the riverbed down there." Jim ran, well ahead of his friend, and then came to a sudden and abrupt stop at what he found. Holding tighter now to his flashlight, he shined the beam of light around the perimeter of, whatever it was, trying to size up its entirety. It was smooth and silvery, metallic-looking, about 60 or 70 feet long, the shiniest metal he'd ever seen, somewhat oval in shape, featureless with the exception of some raised sections on what he guessed was the tail end of the object. "What the hell is it, JJ?" Alan asked. "No wings? No markings? No wheels? No nothing?" Alan paused to see what his friend's reaction was. "It's like no plane I've ever seen, JJ." Alan stopped short of the object, continuing to size it up and mumbling to himself while apparently in no great hurry to check the object out any farther. In the meantime, he saw his friend take off around the far side with a flashlight looking for God knows what, he thought. "Hey, JJ, you remember those fellas over in Roswell last summer? You know, the ones who said they found an alien spaceship?" "Yeah, I remember. They changed their story later on, too, if I recall. High-altitude weather balloons, they said it was," Jim added, looking up the craft up and down for something familiar. "Well, I'll tell you why this is no weather balloon. I'll tell you that right now," he added. As Jim cautiously stepped around to one side, he noticed a small oblong opening on the side of his object. Gently tapping around the opening with the butt of his flashlight, he noticed it had no gaps around it. Shining his light along the hull of the object, he saw no other handles or openings. However, it did seem as if this small opening was conveniently made and about the same size as for a hand to reach into. And he did. Carefully placing his hand inside the opening, he gently pulled. Almost seamlessly, a larger panel opened up on the side of the object and gently rose up into the air. "A door?" he thought. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Alan cried out. "Hey, JJ, maybe we should wait and go into town and get a sheriff and bring them out and see what's out here. Good idea, don't you think?" Alan anxiously suggested. "I think I found a way to get inside this thing," Jim spoke up with a grin, straining to be heard as the gust of wind and dirt blew all around him now, making normal conversation increasingly difficult. "At least I think I found a door," he added, too quietly for Alan to hear. "Hey, look around on the other side and see if you can find any openings," he shouted to Alan, using his flashlight to direct his point. Alan moved to the opposite side of the object while waging a mild protest about curiosity killing the cat, but Jim could barely hear him. Anyway, Alan could see that Jim was already stepping into an opening of some sort and proceeding to climb into the interior. Holding his flashlight steady in front of him, using its beam as a guide, he carefully entered the interior room. Cautiously examining everything, he paused to examine the features of the room. The walls inside were smooth as the exterior. There was no room for him to move around inside as well. Not too small or uninviting a space as to prevent or deter any further entry. Stepping carefully inside then, the first thing that stood out to him was the silence. With the exception of the opening behind him and the sound of the storm outside, the ship, aircraft, or whatever it was eerily silent. Shining his light slowly, methodically all around him, he paused and took a moment to size it all up. "Short guys," he grunted as he bumped his head on the low ceiling. Jim slowly worked his way down the narrow hallway to the apparent midpoint of the ship. Using his flashlight to examine the sides, floor, and ceiling as he went along, he noticed some strange markings and symbols embedded into a strip along the upper edge of each wall, just below the ceiling. Jim reached a corridor roughly 10 feet inside the interior of the ship when he turned around slowly and began to make his way in the direction that he considered likely to be the front or the bow of the aircraft. As he turned, he heard a smooth whooshing sound from the corridor behind and to his left. Looking back, he was greeted with the bright beam of a flashlight shining in his face from the far end of the corridor on the opposite side of the ship. "Darn it, JJ, I said wait," Alan scolded him, looking around with his flashlight in the side of the ship. "You find anything yet?" he asked. "Nope, just all these weird symbols along the top of the walls." Jim reached up to show Alan and tapped one lightly. Chirp, chirp. The sudden sound startled both of them as the symbols began glowing, first bright yellow, then changing to a soft green color. The chirping sound continued at regular intervals every few seconds. Alan and Jim both stared at each other for a few seconds, startled. "For crying out loud, JJ, be careful what you're poking around at," Alan pleaded. I will," Jim nervously answered. "I think I'm going to go up front and take a look around." "Well, you be careful. I don't think this is one of ours, if you know what I mean," Alan emphasized. They paused for a moment, staring at each other and looking around. "In fact, I'm beginning to think that we should get the hell out of here," Alan suggested, looking around uneasily as he spoke. "I have a feeling that this is one of them UFOs we've been hearing about," said Jim as he continued his examination. "Well, I'm beginning to think you're right," mumbled Alan. "There's only one way to be sure," Jim said. He slowly continued to make his way forward to the ship. As the hallway that he had been walking through began to widen a bit more, to reveal a larger room with dozens of slots in the walls, along with more of those strange symbols embedded in strips along the top. Alan followed from behind. "I really wish you would listen to me, JJ," his voice trailed off. "It's just too dark and quiet in here. This place is giving me the creeps," Alan whispered nervously from somewhere behind in the corridor. "I'm finding more of those weird symbols," Alan said. "Yeah, so quiet. I can hear my heart pounding in my chest," Jim added. About that moment, Jim thought he heard some sounds of movement coming from the front of the ship. He hastened his pace. Occupants? Survivors? He wondered. Within a few seconds, the corridor finally ended as he entered the forward compartment of the ship. If there was any doubt as to the nature of this ship, it quickly ended as Jim and Alan both entered the room, one after the other, shining their flashlights all around. For the first time, they could see out through several windows and panels running from the ceiling to the front area of the room. Through these windows, they could see outside, the winds blowing the trees around, interspersed with flashes of lightning. But there was absolute silence inside. There were panels all around. Some were dimly lit, while others were completely dark. Again, there were those strange symbols everywhere. Jim began immediately inspecting the 3 chairs, each holding occupants who were as silent as the room. As Jim began to make his way around to the middle chair, he heard a soft moan. He brought his light up to finally get a glimpse of the occupant, holding his breath, not quite ready for what he might see. "It looks like a kid," he said with some surprise. Quickly taking his light, he continued to examine the other 2 occupants and side chairs. "Sweet Jesus," he whispered again, a little louder this time. Jim's reaction quickly brought Alan up to the front to see for himself. At this, the pilot in the middle moved and groaned a little bit louder than before. "Hey, Al, bring me your med kit. Hurry," cried Jim. Alan hurried back to pick up the first aid kit he had left by the side door as he came in. When he returned, he could see what had startled his friend. "You think they're alive?" Jim grabbed the first aid kit and opened it up, took out a stethoscope from the bottom. It was a leftover they had hung onto from the camp supplies at Los Alamos. They had some pretty good complete med kits up there, and some kits were even fitted out with Geiger counters as well. He took the stethoscope and examined each of the pilots. As he looked over each one, he noticed the peculiar differences as well as the similarities in their appearance. They looked almost, but not quite, human. "I think I've got heartbeats on them. Real faint on these two." He motioned to the two on the outside. "But strong on this one here in the middle." Jim indicated to the middle pilot. "But look at the way they look. They look so young." "Yeah," said Alan. "Short, like short, hairless kids," he added. "Don't you think, you think they're human?" "I can't say for sure yet," Jim offered. He was scratching his head, looking around inside the cockpit for something that might explain this whole situation. "But I have a feeling if we don't get these folks some help, or do something here real quick, we're going to lose them, especially these two." He motioned to the other two pilots in the side chairs. Suddenly, Jim felt something grab his wrist tightly. It was the middle pilot. His eyes were open and he was staring straight at him. He had huge, dark brown eyes with no pupil, no distinct iris, which glowed in the light of his flashlight. It was like looking into cat's eyes, thought Jim. "Who are you?" asked the pilot. Jim heard a voice, or did he? He wondered. He froze for a second or two, not sure what to say next. "Well, I'm Jim Thompson, and this here," he motioned with his free hand and flashlight over to Alan. "This here is my best friend, Alan Larkin. We saw your plane crash as you were coming up over the top of the hill, and we came down here to see if we could help you. Are you okay?" he asked. "Thank you for trying to help us, but you must leave. It's too dangerous for you," said the voice of the pilot. Jim wondered where the voice was coming from since the pilot's mouth wasn't moving. And then the pilot glanced over at the other two occupants and Alan, who was examining him. "I am known as Revan. We have been studying your planet." He breathed heavily, as if in some discomfort. "We were just completing our mission when we were caught in this electrical storm. Most violent," said Revan. "Well, we call them monsoons around here. They're pretty typical this time of year," Jim added, staring at Revan, trying to decide whether he was human or not. "And yes, those things can get pretty nasty." "I sense your curiosity about our appearance," said Revan. "We are, you might say, distant cousins." Revan reached into a slot next to his seat, tapped a few symbols that were below it, and opened it up. A small object eased upward, floating out of a brightly lit slot. Revan gently reached out and took the floating sphere and placed it into Jim's hands. "Here, take this. It contains important information that will help answer many of your questions. The others must not have it. You will learn to communicate with it and it with you. Guard it and keep it with you. One of our people will be back for it." Revan finally spoke, this time as a man. Jim heard him speak. "You must leave now. The others will be here soon to collect us, I believe, and the ship will be destroyed." Revan reached over and gently tapped some of the symbols on the sides of his chair, and then more symbols appeared on the panels that were near the front windows. These were all flashing brightly. Revan read them quickly, looking somewhat agitated at their meanings. Jim looked around at all the panels on the chairs and the windows in front. Not being able to read the symbols' meaning at all was not necessary, since in any language their message was clear. It was time for them to leave. Now. "Alan, let's get these out of here, quick." He looked at Revan. "Here, let us help you," Jim said, trying to reassure Revan that he was going to try and help him. "Who are the others you keep talking about? Should we wait for them?" No. Leave us here. You must go. Take the sphere with you. It will help my people find you when they return. We thank you for your concern, but we will be fine." Revan paused, looking over at Alan as if attempting a slight smile. "Go now, please. Not much time. You too must hurry. The others are coming for us." Revan then turned to the panels and began tapping something more on them, and immediately there was a loud noise, like the roaring of a fan, along with several chimes and chirping sounds all going off simultaneously. "Let's get out of here, Al," Jim yelled frantically over the sounds. "Now," he yelled. Grabbing his flashlight, he began making his way hastily back the way he came in. And jumping outside the ship, Jim turned to wait for his friend Alan to come out. It had turned dark now, and the rain had already started to fall in huge drops, along with the wind and lightning all around. Jim kept his light trained on the entrance of the ship, and he waited. He saw Alan's face for a moment near the exit, and then Alan froze. "Dang! Sorry, JJ, I forgot the med kit," Alan yelled. "Go on up and start the pickup. I'll be there in a second." Alan turned and went back inside. Before Jim could stop his friend and wage a protest, before he could do or say anything more, he noticed a bright, shimmering glow building up around the entire spacecraft that consumed the ship in a matter of seconds, as if the entire ship was on fire or something. Then, as suddenly as it started, in an instant it was over. The ship had completely vanished, taking his best friend Alan along with it.